doing? Nice to catch you online. Sorry, I hope I'm not too late. How are you doing? I see. I hope you'll be coming up at some point. I'm glad to know that. That's lovely. Nice, nice. Uh, why why isn't this connecting? Ogademola, good evening or greetings wherever you are. See, Madam Eunice is here already. See, keep to your words. So if I do come today, so that's how you know just murdered me in the next life. I salute to Ogademola. San Landry. Is it Landry or Landry? Hello, sir. Yes, now, Eunice, why are you laughing? So, I should not protect myself from. You don't say, forget all that, my shakara, they fear babes with the vex. Yes, now. That's nice. Crespo Uche, my meanest man. So Eunice and Uche can okay, I think yeah, Eunice was supposed to come. So Eunice and Uche can come on, then perhaps another lady. Uh I hope you didn't invite friend for violence. So Eunice, we discussed this thing. Okay, Eunice send an invite, Uche send an invite. So I'll be needing one more lady. I'll be needing one more lady. So I'm going to have Eunice. Uche is already coming as the guy. Then I'll be needing one more lady after Eunice.
Mr. Ron, can you hear me?
Yeah, Mr. Crespo. What's
Good
happening?
evening. I'm fine.
What's
I'm fine.
happening?
I'm fine. I've been
Where is
filled with rage.
Eunice? And I know Uche is here now. Eunice, you're the one I'm waiting for.
I've been filled with rage before now. So I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
Sorry? You were filled with
I
what?
said I've been filled with rage, rage, rage. I'm here.
I beg you, no violence. We are here to reason. Eunice is not even sending. I'm not seeing Eunice's request. I'm not seeing Eunice's request. Okay, you need 10 minutes. Okay, so I'll save a place. I am. Somebody came in and left just now. Uche is here. Uche is not going anywhere. He's here.
um, Eunice, maybe as the life progresses, you will find out. There's no violence, no violence, no violence, no
No
violence,
violence. No
no
violence.
violence.
We need to. You see, the thing is that we can actually air our views and try and make the other person. Let's even learn how to communicate. We can air our views, without necessarily having any form of rancor or acrimony. It's not that deep. These things are not too deep. They are just let's rub minds.
Mr. Ron
That's
is
just
deep.
what
Oh.
matters.
Mr. Ron is deep. Oh.
I, no,
It is deep.
yeah, I get it deep, but it's not to that extent now.
And it's not going to be soft. So we need to everybody needs to have an open mind to learn and to yeah yeah an open mind. Any form of
Yeah. You got it right, Eunice. Yeah, we're all going to learn eventually. I'm looking for what's this person's name?
think send it to high speed. Let me send the live to high speed.
Even came this morning. It's difficult. It's always busy now. Okay, just send it to him. Maybe he'll remember.
I sent it to him.
Okay, somebody sent in. Oh, Cheryl wants to come on. Okay.
Sherry, are you sure you can take this heat? This heat, this heat tonight.
Cheryl is in Nigeria now. Hello. Hey, that's it. Nice headgear. That's a nice one.
Just for you. Just for you, Mr.
I'm really, really, really honored. That's a nice one. That's a nice one. How are you doing,
Thank you.
Cheryl?
I'm very well, thank you. And yourself? You are good?
Oh, I'm as good as I look, you know. I'm just excited
Oh,
for
okay.
yeah, I'm just excited to see if we can have a very good outcome today. That's
Yes.
where we all benefits. Enough of
Yeah.
the fights, the battle of the sexes and all that.
Yeah. It will
We
it,
need
it
we,
will it will be hard though. Yesterday was so good. Thank you. It was so good. But as much as we try, there will be some fires lit, I'm sure. You know? Yeah.
mm,
Mhm.
uh
We have some very opinionated people on these lives, and it's good.
you-
You can learn from everyone. You know, take things from even the people that are stubborn or set in their ways or what have you. You know, you can still learn from them. So that's what this is all about. I love these platforms, and I have actually Uche. I have him and Consequence to thank because I started out with them. I started out with them, and it's been really good, really good.
Right now,
in
I'm
fact,
not even affiliated to anybody. Right now, it's me as you are seeing me. Like I am on to take the world myself. So yes, if you see Uche, you are seeing me. If you don't see Uche, there is nobody you can attach me with. I don't give a fuck about anybody anymore. This is me, my mentality, and what I have to teach. And Mr. Ron has me on this platform right now. No, you allowed me. I said I'm here to, as much as I'm here to want to talk about some real stuff, real issue. I'm
Yeah,
here really on my own accord. Like if you notice, I haven't been coming on live, and I want it to be that way, so that whenever I'm on live, I'm there to take it negatively, positively. I'm dropping my heart down on the floor, 100%. I'm not going
yeah,
after any comments. So just a little disclaimer. I'm not trying to be reasonable at any point. I'm going to say just the way it is. And when I'm done, I will hand over the mic. If I feel like I'm not communicating, I'm just going to chill and be in the comment section. But right now, this is whole me. It's not like the whole knowledge we get on Instagram, on and off Instagram. If people who are learning are learning, those who are not learning are not learning. I've seen that there's no point in trying to want to move as an association. There's a lot of resentment and resistance that comes with it. But when
yeah,
you are by yourself, you can trust what you know, you can trust yourself, you can trust what you're capable of. So at that point, you know if you're actually making an impact or not. So I'm just here to want to, measure out and pour. I know anybody who cares to listen, listen. But like I said, I'm prepared to draw blood tonight. So that's
no,
the little introduction.
but Uche,
Yeah.
if you look at it in reality, that's how the world has always been. Oh.
Exactly.
If you think like you are doing something in tandem with somebody or you are moving as a group, right? The only group I can clearly associate and say, okay, we are moving as a group and I'll be safe is maybe I'm in the military. That's the only group.
I'm telling you.
Any other group you think you belong to, you're just wasting your time. When push comes to shove, you see
They
those
will throw
standing
you
for
under the
you and
bus.
those standing against you. I learned that one a long time ago now. So I learned it to prevent heartbreak. This thing which is even going through. I know the feeling, I understand it. It has happened to me many times. I understand it. In fact, there was a time I was into politics before I left Nigeria. That was when I understood human beings.
Yeah.
That's when I understood human beings. I just realized that you can be drinking tea with somebody in the morning, eating lunch with them in the afternoon, having soft power for like 10 years. But when the test comes, that person will not be there for you.
Exactly.
Or
Exactly.
if the person is not there for you, that person will not sing the same song you people have been singing morning, afternoon. You just be surprised that this is not the verse we were singing the whole time. Why are you singing something else? It happens.
I'm telling you.
What do you do? Are you to get mad at the person? Not everybody has strong will, and we need to appreciate this fact. Not every It takes guts to do what some of us do. Like there are people who constantly want me to think and reason the way they do. And not only are they trying to impose it, they also appreciate the fact that whatever they are trying to sell to me is a new idea that hasn't been tested or an
Yeah.
idea that will not stand the test of time. But yet they try to shame you into adopting it and living by these codes, which makes no sense, right? I am and to be honest, let me even say this to everybody. I'm very open to the possibility of being wrong, right? I'm
Yeah.
very,
Yeah.
very
So
open to the possibility of being wrong. Because as we evolve, the only thing that keeps us constant as human beings is new knowledge, new information. Sorry, new information which brings in new knowledge. I might think that this is just a mere phone. This phone I use every day. I might just think it's just an ordinary phone. Somebody can come and say, no, it can also do radio communications. I was like, oh, wow, how does it work? I never knew. I just found out. So I cannot lie down on the knowledge I slept with yesterday and think everywhere is dandy. No, it's not so. We need to keep learning. We keep learning. And also, something I've always preached, we should stop this habit of looking at from our ancient past as a bunch of our forebearers as a bunch of confused weirdos, like dumb people who didn't know what they were doing. That we are the smarter generation, and the people of the time past, were just foolish. They didn't have any sense. So for that reason, we should just totally abandon where we are coming. And this is why we found ourselves in this situation. Miss Cheryl, I'm not lying to you. Men and women don't see eye to eye anymore. And it's not even funny. They don't see eye to eye anymore. And the more we laugh about it, the more it gets worse. It's getting worse and worse and worse. So I feel very, very, very concerned. Ask Uche. Day before yesterday morning, I was so depressed. So depressed. It was only Uche I could call. So even while Uche is getting angry now, I can feel his pain, but I'm just trying to butter him up to calm down. But I know what it is, because at the end of the day, every single black woman you see coming on this live or any live I've been, I consider them as sisters first. I consider them as sisters first. I'm not happy that as black people, us black people, that we are in the bottom, we are at the bottom of the league in any social cultural setting. We're always placed negatively. We're always the one displaying things that are not meant to promote us in good light. We are the ones always accepting foreign custom and laws to the detriment of our beings. And that's why anytime we have this debate, I said, listen, when you say African men are dumb, or why are you thinking like a local Nigerian woman, or why are you not advanced? You, wherever you are, you can't be more advanced in thinking than the Japanese or the Koreans or the Indians or even these Arab countries that they travel to Dubai and go have fun. Those people have somehow existed by preserving their culture, preserving what has worked for them for thousands of years, and somehow just introducing one or two, they just introduce one or two little things that they say that, yeah, might help them from the West. But what we are doing in Africa, and it's not just a Nigerian problem, it's an African problem. We want to ram all our everything we've picked over the years under the bus, all in the name of being woke or being enlightened. Enlightenment is not necessarily a bad thing, but it becomes dangerous when you are not watching your front. It's like somebody moving forward in a sandstorm. You can't see your front. You don't know what direction you're going, but you're just moving because you think the muscles on your laps or your legs are strong enough to move you. I'm saying now.
So, Mr. Ron, you said,
Uh,
oh,
yeah.
go ahead. I wanted to say comment on something that you just said about the ancestors and how we look at them as not knowing what have you, whatever. But I can't tell you how many times, like, I growing up, I thought my parents were idiots or didn't know anything or what have you. But when you become on your own and have your own life experiences, I can't tell you how many times. My mother is late now, but I can't
Oh,
tell you how many times I hear her voice saying something, or I hear myself even saying something, and I go, "Oh, that was my mom." So you may think they don't know anything. It's a new time, but nothing really changes much. We still, they're still with us. The things they taught us are in us, and we should just embrace.
mute your mic. We'll get to you very soon. Just mute your mic. We'll get to you soon, sir. Okay? Okay. Finish, Cheryl.
Yeah. So I just think that yeah, in the new age, we're always going to, like you say, learn. That is the purpose of life. That is what we are supposed to do. But we cannot forget the past. Our ancestors are still legitimate in this day and time. To me. Okay. The other thing I have, here's my thought. Like sometime when I join these lives, um, they say black, and it's to me sometimes it's confusing as when you say black. Are you talking about African, true Africans, or are you talking about African? Are we putting them all together because American blacks there's a difference in culture and
Yeah,
everything else,
yeah.
right?
I'm try-
So
uh,
it's
okay.
confusing to me sometimes when people speak on here as to what they are referring to.
Okay. Can
Um,
I address just that part so that you can
yeah.
continue? When I say blacks, in fact, I'm including indigenous black Americans. That's
Okay.
those people that they claim to be red Indians. I'm including them. They are inclusive of this black. You know why? Black, I've been on the Lapif network before. I've spoken about this, but I've been on other live streams. And this is the thing. Whether we like it or not, the blacks in America represent us indirectly. Let me repeat myself. It doesn't matter if their ancestors were slaves from Africa or they were the indigenous blacks in America. The point remains the rest of the world sees us as blacks. Now, is it fair to group all of us under one umbrella? Not necessarily, but it is what it is. I'll tell you. I forgot to say. There's a video I saw on YouTube. They said the blackest man in South Korea. Yeah, I think the title is a Ghanaian who is a superstar in South Korea,
Mm.
right? And he's very popular. He's been in movies. He's modeled. He's done documentaries. Everything. They love him as a star in South Korea. Guess what? He was giving his opinions and experiences after moving into South Korea. They were asking him, "How did you survive?" And he said that when he first came, that they were looking down on him and other blacks. And they asked why. He said because the whole world's perception or the Asian people's perception of black people is what they say in the movies.
Mm.
Gangster, gangster rap. gangster movies, gangster rap, American music videos. Now, you would think that people should make the distinctions that these are entertainers and we are separate. They are normal, everyday people
Mhm.
living their lives. But no, the world is not fair. They are not going to reason like that, in as much as we want them to think that way, but it's not going to happen. So what was he trying to tell us? He was trying to tell us that we should be good ambassadors of ourselves wherever we go, because we are representing a larger population, not
Mhm.
just ourselves. When you step out of your house, you're wearing a shirt, you leave your country, always okay, let me even make it local. When I was little, my dad always made us understand that once you step out of the door, step outside the door of his house, we are ambassadors of his house.
Mhm.
The way we conduct ourselves, the way we move in public is going to be indicative or representative of whatever he has inculcated in us from home, right?
Mhm.
So that is why I was telling the story that if I leave the house and I misbehave outside and I get spanked by somebody in the public, by the time the report gets back to my parents, I'm still going to get spanked again for dishonoring that house. This is how we
Mhm.
build society. This is hello, Felix. I see you. Now, this is how societies are built. This is how sane committee. This is how sane people group together and do the right thing. We find ourselves in a very, let's say, a conundrum where we now see anything that has to do with bonding with your own kind as archaic and out of date or foreign. For instance, we all of us here, we might all be Nigerians, and we have the opportunity to go to Canada. Then, as we move as a group, we arrive Canada. The first thing Africans always do is to absorb the culture of the new land. That's what they do all the time. They swallow all the culture, all the practices instantly without questioning anything and knowing whether they are good for them or not. Before you know what is going on, under a year, they're already demonizing or rubbishing whatever they've learned from home. And this now starts splitting us as a unit. We can't move as a unit. Everybody is now having their own woke thoughts. Everybody is having their own woke thought, forgetting that there was something that initially bound us together. It doesn't work that way. You see an Indian person will move from India. He will move you in London, especially an Indian man. One Indian man will just leave India and go to London and start a taxi business. Take note, they usually go with their own money and start from the bottom up. The reason being that they don't even want to bother to fight and struggle with the locals, compete with them in the job market in that area. So what do? They come with their own money, start a unique business that everybody is not into, right? And continue. Now, while they are doing this, they are maintaining their culture, their cultural heritage in their homes. An Indian child born in UK, even with the UK accent, understands India very, very, very well. They know their laws and customs in India. They don't throw it away.
Mhm.
So when the man moves in, he starts a family, he buys one after maybe 5 or 10 years, he buys one house. He buys that one house, then he sends for a cousin or a brother from India. They come
Mhm.
over to the UK again, then they continue that same business, and you
Mhm.
see how this business keeps expanding. Before 20 years, they bought the entire street, all the houses on that street. They do the same thing in Nigeria. They do it here in South Africa. They do it in the UK. They do it in the US and Canada. Why can't we be like that? Why must we be always disorganized? Right? Okay. Sorry. You want? Okay. All right.
With all due respect, I'm sorry to like cut you. I want to briefly say something. Hope you guys can like hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Mhm. Yeah.
I'm a black man. I'm a black man, and I'm really proud of being a black man. I'm proud of being a black man. Very, very proud. Proud. I live in the Western world, but it's something I keep on saying among the black people, and anytime I say it, they criticize me, but I don't care. But it's just the facts. Let's call it spade a spade. You see, we blacks, we are the most hypocrite people on earth. I'm a black man. True stone. It doesn't. We are the most hypocrite people on earth. Why do I say this? We don't love ourselves. There's a big
Yes.
competition among ourselves. Let's call a
Yes.
spade a spade. I don't care what anybody say. I'm a black man originally from Nigeria, and I'm proud of being a Nigerian. But the fact of this, look, education, civilization starts from Africa. The most richest man, the most richest king in the world started from Africa. But what did we do with it? We intimidate ourselves with our own wealth. We rub it in our self nose just because of, I want to show you what we call superiority.
Mm-hmm.
I want to tell you that I'm more superior than you because of what? I'm richer than you. Instead of me to like teach you, even though, let's turn the table around. Bro, you're a black man. You can be working and I can bring you to my company. And you that I brought to my company, being a black man, you want them to sack me that brought you to that company. You start doing what
Yes.
we call eye service.
Yes.
See, I live in Europe and I keep on saying it for like how many years in Europe? I live in Germany and I'll keep on saying it to God be the glory. I've never for one day experienced racism. I keep on saying it, man.
Wow.
I'm not just, yeah, I've never for one day experienced it because of what? I am so competent and so proud of who I am. They said the way you lay your bed. They said
You're,
the way you.
oh,
Okay,
you're
sorry, ma. They
lucky.
said the way you lay your bed is the way you lie on it. Like what my brother here was saying about the Asian people, about the Chinese people, the Indian people. You see them having their estates upon estates, doing fine, but you cannot see a typical black man from Africa. Let me use the word from Africa. Let it be from Eastern Africa or Western Africa. Associated, they don't associate. The only thing they do is be in competition with one another. You don't need to like it. Competition is good. You feeling me? But if it's an healthy competition, not me competing with you to put you down, that doesn't make you my brother. That makes you like my enemy, like my rival. Civilization, education starts in Egypt. It starts in Africa. And today now we are under these same people that came to learn civilization from us. Let's call a spade a spade. Now we are now under them. I don't kind of like believe in like racism and all those kind of like things. I keep on saying it. No man is born a racist. You're taught of being a racist.
Yeah.
You understand? Me being a black man, if you don't kind of like me, it's your own cup of tea. You liking me or you detesting me, it doesn't put a food on my table. What am I trying to like say? We blacks, let's unite. Let's forget I'm from Nigeria, I'm from Ghana, I'm from Colombia, I'm from this. As long as you got this black skin, let's unite. Let's be our own brother's keeper. Let's try to show
Yeah.
love to one another. Let's
Yeah.
try to be protective. Let's not be in an envious competition with one another. It doesn't make sense. It's only black people that always have this problem. And why is it so? Because we blacks, we are selling ourselves out to these people. So if your fellow black man does not respect you, how the other race is going to respect you? Is a question
Exactly.
that nobody have
Yeah.
answered.
That's, in fact, you've
That's
summed it
it.
up.
You
That's
If we
it.
understand?
don't respect ourselves, they won't
If we
respect
don't
us.
respect ourselves, how is the next race going to respect us? Like during the time of our fathers, when they came to Europe, everything about them was second hand. The clothes they wear was second hand. The cars they wear was second hand. These days, when a black man legitimately working, pay his tax, and you buy a Lamborghini or a Range Rover, they kind of like think it's an illegal money. Because why? The foundation from the beginning wasn't so. So they kind of like think if you've been legit, they kind of like think maybe you like doing anything illegal because of the system. I keep on saying it from the beginning. It's always about the foundation. The foundation. They say if you build your foundation on a solid rock, no matter the wind or the rain that is going to come, it can't blow that foundation. It can only blow the roof, but the foundation keeps standing. That's why they say, united we are, divided we fall. He who stands for nothing will definitely fall for anything. I just want us, every black man, be from India, be from anywhere, as long as you black. Once you see me, call me your brother, not just a lip service. Protect me when I'm in problem. Protect me when I'm doing something wrong. Don't send
MCP,
me out.
just hold on. Eunice, I've seen your request. Just wait. I just want MCP to make his delivery, then I'll bring you in.
No
Okay?
problem. I'll see kind of like, look, our leader sold us out. My sister, forget, it's not everything about leader. Not about our leader. When we talk about leader, like what my brother here said, we are ambassadors of the country we represent. Every one of us in diaspora, we are an ambassador of black society. In your society, in your neighborhood that you live, how do people perceive you? How do you carry yourself? How do you respect yourself? How do you portray yourself? It's the way you portray yourself. That is when people perceive you. That is the way people can like respect you. We want to do something with you. Everything is not all about leader. Just imagine now, if rain is falling in Nigeria now, they'll say, oh, this government are bad. The rain is falling by this time of the day. What does the government and rain have to do together? We should not always blame everything on our leaders. They say we are the leaders of tomorrow. But what legacy are we leaving behind? What are we telling our children? Most of us, a Nigerian to a Nigerian, our children can't even speak our language in a foreign world, in a foreign land. Because why? We are copycats. We copy past the original copy. We copy. Even we that are the copy, you call us original. We've lost our roots. We've lost our foundation. Look, education, civilization, and culture can be balanced. It can be balanced. But when you try to leave one from the other, it can't balance because you always want to choose the one that benefits you. And what about the other two? It goes together. You can't separate the blood from the water of the bone.
Sorry. Uche, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here now.
Please send me this live link to my inbox.
Okay.
Continue,
So,
MCP.
so that is it. That is what I just want to like say, because I'm really tired of this. You know, I like it when blacks are talking about this thing. The other people can like listen to us. You understand? But when the other people are like talking to it, it's like people are like twisting it.
Sorry, MCP. Sorry, what's your first name? What's your first name?
That's what they call me, MCP. M to the C to the P to the EEY.
Okay. Now here's the thing. I never played the victim Olympics. Like I'm in Cape Town, right, in South Africa.
Yeah.
This is a white zone, right?
Yeah.
People talk about racism and all that. I don't play the victim Olympic. I try to individualize myself and I carry myself with a certain level of grace as
God
a black
bless
man.
you, my brother.
I don't place myself as a victim of the oppression of the white person. These people smell fear. It's like a bully. When a bully comes and he sees you and he's trying to bully you, your initial reaction will determine how further the bully goes. If you show weakness, he's going to trample upon you. But if you stand your ground, he knows you are not to be messed with.
Yeah, it's true.
This is simple logic. This is the psychology of a bully.
It's true.
Right?
I'm sorry to cut you short. It's like a dog. My son is scared of dog, and anytime I'm walking with him, I tell him one thing. I said, look, a dog is scared of you, but when a dog senses your fear, it uses it against you. So anytime we're walking, just be calm. Even though you're scared, don't let them see that you're scared. He understands. So it's just about it. My brother, I'm about to leave you, but I believe next time, because it was my sister that sent me this live. She just said, I just need to be here. Eunice, she's my sister.
Oh,
so Eunice is my sister. So even we talked about it. So we talked about it, and
we had a deep conversation earlier on. So
she told me.
I will try and be introducing this thing. But there are ground rules. We need to be civil when discussing because
No,
people
no,
come with strong opinions, and so
bro.
we try
There's
to
something.
be.
There's something I normally say. I used to be a host, and I tell people everybody opinion matters. If I disagree with you, that doesn't mean you're not right. Your opinion matters, but the only thing I'm going to do, I'm going to respect your opinion. I'm not going to counter it. You understand? I believe in the
Mhm.
word respect. Everybody opinion matters. So that is one thing. Even in terms of conversation, we should be civil. You understand? We should kind of fly with civil. So, bro, so thanks for bringing me up. I just want to say thanks for everybody.
Thanks
Let's
for
let's
coming
try
up.
past let's try
Yeah.
I'm
past this
bringing Eunice
message.
now.
No problem.
I'm
So this
bringing
is
in
your
Eunice
man.
now.
M to the C to the P to the EEY. They don't know.
Yeah, thanks a
Who
lot. I
said you
really
are our
appreciate
man?
You're
your
You
welcome.
are
Thank
call.
not our man,
you.
no. You are not our man. You are not our man, no.
Uche, what's the violence about? Let Eunice come so that I'll allow
we,
Eunice to kick it off because she was
we,
really passionate about aha. Is this Eunice?
This is Eunice.
You
So
didn't tell us you're a fine girl.
wait,
How can you just surprise us like that?
I'm looking for my filter. I can't find it.
what are you looking
Yeah,
for
yeah.
filter for?
Because,
What are you looking for filter for?
I need filter, Jerry.
you should have warned us that you're a fine girl now. We can't just be putting people like that. You should
My
tell
my
us.
ph- my phone is misbehaving. MC, I
No,
can't
don't
find
worry
my
about the
filter.
filter. Trust me, you're okay. You're fine. You're fine. Trust me.
Anyway,
So, how
that's
are
me. I
you?
love. There's one particular IG filter that I love it. So yeah. Oga
Welcome.
Uche, Biko, be coming
Welcome.
down.
Welcome to this platform. Uh, well, what I was going to say something. I was enjoying your comments during the comment section, and in fact, that's what inspired me to say, okay, we have to have this conversation this evening because, like I
Yeah.
said, it can't be fight always. We need to rub minds. And everybody in the comment section, please, while we are trying to learn, let us first drop our baggage, sorry. Let's drop our baggage at the door and come and rub minds. Let's not come. Uche, wait. Now it's possible. If we agree to do it, we'll do it. There's nothing that can be done. Let's keep our feelings out. Let's keep our emotions out. Let's address the logic. Let's address the common sense of the discussion. Then we can fall back to every human being needs some form of emotions and sentiments. We can't all be logic, right? But while discussing this, let's start with logic, then we'll go to the emotional part of it so that we don't end up misunderstanding ourselves and fighting. So, Eunice, you can start off.
No, Uche should start because it was this afternoon actually. Uche,
Okay.
you were making a lot of sense. I was. Can you
Yeah.
guys hear me?
Yeah.
I was actually your number one fan until you made an example because because you connected the example to John, and before you connected the example, I've already as I wrote to John that John, the way you are a cool guy, you are a smart guy, but most of the times the way he conveys messages, it is not right. We all don't have the same capacity of mental state. If I tell, for example, I might call MC now and say, MC, you are stupid, he's going to laugh at it. But if I call you, you don't know me, I don't know you, I just call you on the phone and say, Uche, you're a stupid guy. You're going to be mad at me. But the content
No, no,
is the
no, no.
same.
Before today, I won't be mad. Before today, you are right. I won't be mad. But you see, as I'm on this live, nah, dispensation has
No,
started.
no, you were
One
saying
hour ago,
something.
I'm not joking. No, 1 hour
Wait,
ago,
let me
I
tell
would
you
have been
something, Uche.
nice.
You
Okay,
were
okay.
saying something
Okay,
that
let's
we
allow
women,
Uche.
we don't want to accept the truth. That if somebody tell you the truth and it's paining you, something like that, let me summarize it in my own way I understood it. Something like that, that means you should something like go and check yourself. And I'm like, I disagree with you. Because the way we convey message, the path which you choose in how to transfer information matters a lot. You might be very, very correct, but you choose the wrong path, the message won't be received. The goal you wanted to achieve for that person to change will happen. Is that your goal? Are you trying to change somebody, or you're trying to prove a point to look good?
You want to answer that now? Very quick
Yeah.
answer. Yeah, nobody's trying to change anybody. If it hurts you, exit the life. If it doesn't hurt you, stay and learn. Gone are those days where you're trying to change people. Nobody bloody cares anymore. See, right now, if you try to change people, you end up being cancelled. It doesn't pay, it doesn't count, it's useless, it's effortless. So why are we caring about what people feel? Say what you want to say, how you want to say it. See, okay, let me explain something to you.
Bring
I
MC,
lost.
please. If MC is there, you
No,
can bring him.
Uncle Shego is here. People bring Uncle Shego.
Okay, okay.
Okay, okay.
So let me just give a disclaimer. Actually, Sha, I don't know though, but I'm saying Tani, they want to show they can talk. I don't know if that's directed to me, but Tani, please, if that's directed to me, I'd like you to just identify and add my name, because right now I'm here to address any BS or bullshit I see. So as I was saying, actually, life, when you go to work, do you even know how your boss is going to react to you? Some people here, you work under abusive bosses, or you have abusive parents. That's life for you. Life is dynamic. Life doesn't have a manual. So whenever we see life, we tend to accept everything. We tend to want to fold and learn from those lessons. But when people are talking, we want to actually put a leash and control how they talk. Sometimes it will not always be that way. I have always seen John be like that. But guess the funny thing? I have always tried to listen. There's another person, Savage. I have always disagreed with the way he talks and the way he delivers. But guess what? I have always listened. You know why? What if you are made to work under Sani Abacha? What if you are made? No, Tani, I just said if your statement was actually directed to me, just be adding Uche so that I will know where to address. Because I noticed from some lives, I've been noticing your comments, and I feel like I don't know why it looks like you are trolling me or whatsoever. So I'm just saying, if that was directed at me, just let me know. Let me know how I address it, because at some point it feels like it doesn't have to always be nice. It doesn't always have to be nice. Sometimes let's try to see what happens. If you're working with somebody like Sani Abacha, are you telling me you cannot work again? You have to quit? Are you telling me you would have to walk out the door because, oh no, this man is a tyrant, one day he will have my head on a plate? For you to actually stay and work with such a person, it means you must live above being somebody who can walk on eggshells and mines. But we all want it nice. We all want it to come from a place of being pampered. At the end of the day, what have we learned? How many years of being in existence as people who are supposedly free? Where are we today? So being nice doesn't solve the thing. Let me tell you, my elder sister, when she was listening to Kevin Samuels, she made this exact statement. This is somebody who's older than me, older than me. I told her, I said, here we go again. Why does it have to sound nice to you? Why does everything need to come to you like, we want to romance your feelings. We want to make it sound smooth. Are you telling me you cannot just see me as a random person and learn from me? I have to know what you like and what you don't like. So that's what I mean. Delivery. We all have different forms of delivery. It's something like this. If it's not okay with you, just click the X button and move to the next slide. But if it's something you think you can learn from, oh, I think I like what he's saying, but oh, I wish it could be, just keep it within you, but try to take the message. So that's what I was trying to explain there with John. I'm like, I get what John is trying to do. I get who he is. I get what he's trying to say. But at some point, I have to if I think it's making sense. That is where logic comes in. Is this person actually making sense? Can I go beyond what this person is saying? What if you were put in an environment where you have no choice to live? What if you're put in a place where you are the only black lady in the environment? Everybody is racist. You will beg them to hear you out. So we have been trying to, use different forms to want to shy away from what's actually fact. We have been trying to use different forms to not want to hear the truth. Okay, how then will it be said? Look at Steve Harvey. Do you know why Steve Harvey's show is filled with women? Because Steve Harvey is doing this exact same thing you're talking about. Steve Harvey is always telling women, oh no, you're beautiful just the way you are. Man, you have 4 kids at home. That's beautiful. That's nice. You will never find men as up to half the number you find as per women. Because why? Steve Harvey is that kind of person. Steve Harvey is a person who drops it on the low. He wants women to always look nice. And guess what? He's making money off of it. But is that improving the community? No. When did Kevin Samuel start all of his program? Oh, less than 3 years. Look at the recognition he got. Because he's giving you cutthroat facts and evidence. We are in a mess. we are in a mess, and to come out of the mess, something needs to be done urgently. We don't have to now call a spade
Bring
a dog
Uncle
because
Shogun now.
somebody will be upset. We don't have to call a cat a dog because
Uncle
somebody does not
Shagu,
like
send
the
your
sound of
live when
cat.
you're ready. Sorry, Uncle Shagu, send your request when you're ready.
So you get what I'm saying, Eunice.
Yeah.
Is that the delivery should not hinder the message. The message is the message. If I've got my own way of delivery, maybe that's how I was brought up. I need to go back and learn delivery first before I can give an opinion. No. If, for example,
Do you know why delivery is very, very essential? You don't know what people are passing through. You might be adding more harm to that person instead of even helping that person. Someone that is already depressed, you don't know how that person got to that stage. Now you are walking up to this person, the person is doing something wrong. Instead of you conveying your message in a way that the person won't feel hurt, but you're like, my guy, you are very stupid, you too mumu. Even with these schools, common sense you don't get.
No, that's you being abusive. That's outright being abusive. There's a thin line between being abusive and being stern. There are two clearly different things. If, for example, we're talking on a sensitive topic like maybe divorce or maybe being a baby mama or the family unit, nobody will just come and be like, oh, if you're a single mother, you know what, you are stupid. No, that's outrightly abusive.
Of course, people do say that. Even on this ID, sorry to cut you short, people bash single mothers a lot. You even hear some guys who say, run away if you see a single mother. You are causing them more harm. You understand? People bash single mother on this app, this Instagram. We all know this. What you are saying, you are not far from the truth. My own point of view is this is where you convey a message. Like while growing up, I've been here for like 20 years. Even if my teacher, if I'm not good in something, my teacher doesn't come direct and say you are bad. My sister, he will ask me, do you have like how do they call it? Are your parents helping you at home? Is somebody teaching you at home? Maybe you need to attend extra courses.
Oh, welcome, Uncle Shagu.
You understand?
Welcome, sir.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi,
Welcome,
Uncle
sir.
Shagu. You're welcome.
Salute, Uche. Salute, everyone.
You're welcome. You won't just come up to me and just say, Eunice, you don't have sense. You understand?
Eunice, are you seeing the aftermath of that pattern? The aftermath of that pattern now is you are expecting people to be nice just like your teacher. We come from a
Hello, are you guys there? Sorry, I don't know what happened. The internet just disappeared like that. I don't know really what happened. I'm sorry about that. You can send your request again. Uche, send your request again. Sorry, I don't know. I don't know what happened. The internet just went off just like that. Sorry,
Good evening.
I don't know what happened.
It's okay.
Just stopped.
This has happened. Uche was doing so well.
Where is Eunice? Sorry, guys. The internet just went off. Just like that. I don't know what happened. I'm sorry about that. Where is Eunice? Eunice, so let me see if I can send a request. Let's just wait a little so that it will just come. Okay, I think she's here. Who is this? Jalo Mimi Eme. Oh, okay. Do we wait for Eunice or add this other lady?
Eunice is here.
Eunice
Eunice
is
is
here.
here. Eunice
Okay,
is here.
Eunice is here. Okay. Eunice, send your request. Mimi Eme. I'll add you very shortly. We just want to cycle out with Eunice, then we'll go back.
Eunice says invite me. So maybe she doesn't have the
Oh, how do I
option
invite?
to.
Okay.
You will see.
Invites.
Yeah.
I can't find the invite. Oh. I can only see report removed from live
No, I
blocking.
think you will see. You on check at the top of your screen. You will
Yeah.
see a head. I can't even. Wait, let me see if I can check for it on my end. I'm trying to remember what it looks like. Or you can invite now. You see this head icon type of thing at the bottom of your screen, like head.
Okay, I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen
Uh-uh.
it. I've seen it. I've seen it.
Yes, yes. Let Eunice, come on. Let me finish up. Let me finish the opening. I was
Okay,
trying to
she's
see if
here. So you can continue.
yeah.
Yes, hear me.
So Eunice,
Yes.
when you were trained to be, Eunice, you got it wrong. Don't be angry. We're sorry. Is that it prepares you like a normal human being ought to be quite all right. But now, when you now face this other side,
I was empathic and trying to consider how people feel.
that's
When
what I'm
somebody
saying
is
now. We are saying the same thing. We are saying the same thing.
You are completely right. I'm not saying you are wrong. My point here is how you convey message and convey it at the right time. How you say things to people. You make an example now with Steve, right? This
See,
you see from another point of view, but the way me I'm seeing it is he's boosting women's self-esteem. That is
which is
one
bad.
part.
Which is bad. These people are flawed. Why are you boosting
Is
their
it bad?
self-esteem? The self-esteem is flawed. It needs to be worked on. Why are you boosting it? Tell them they need to lose
What is
weight.
it
They need
doing?
to be fit. They need to get educated. They need to study.
Uche, calm
Why are
down
you?
now.
Wait,
See
wait, wait,
you.
wait, 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 wait. What are you boosting the self-esteem of what's already bad? The foundation is wrong. You are boosting the self-esteem. What are we producing? People. That's my point. We're saying the same thing.
Becoming
Let me
Uche,
explain
wait,
something
calm
to
down
you.
so
Wait,
that
let me
they
explain
can
something to you.
understand you.
Let me explain something to you. See, I've been waiting for this live since 4 a.m. Since this live ended. Like today, I said it's me and this live. Let me explain something to you. See, what makes up a person? What makes up a person is three factors. Family, society, and yourself.
Yeah.
Now, when we say family, society, and yourself, now let's go back to slavery and the effects of slavery. We had ancestors and forefathers that were not educated, that were now in captivity. They lost themselves. They lost what it means to be humans because of the chains and everything. So all they were passing down to their generation or to their children was just half-baked mentality of how to survive. Just survive. Learn how to survive. Now, this family, what do you think happened inside your sphere? Do you think you had the best of education to face the world? Not necessarily. So which means your family just gave you the little they had. What's the next factor? Society. You were not born in society. Let's say, for example, Nigeria. Look at Nigeria and Nigerians living as a third world country, not ready to develop. Now you are still affected again. Now guess what's the last one? You yourself. If these two things are already flawed, why are they boosting your self-esteem? What do you have that is being boosted?
But this guy is in America. You just made an example of Africa.
It's even worse in America. Now let me tell you, blacks in America, why they have it worse is there's a way somebody put it. I was listening to a video. He said they are actually culturally homeless. You know what it means to be culturally homeless?
That's
They
true.
have nowhere
That's
to
true.
connect to. So it's even worse. God has a way to create this balance, because if they have culture, there's no need to just be in Nigeria again. It's supposed to just empty and just go and meet them. But because if you have A, you will not have B. We that have culture, we don't have sense. People that have sense don't have
Nothing.
culture. So
Yes.
I think there's always this balance. Otherwise, why are you boosting the self-esteem of people who need to learn what 1 + 1 means? How can you tell somebody that, oh, it's good for you to value the family
But
structure.
do you know you might
I'm
know what
coming.
is
No, I'm coming. Nobody wants to
okay?
care what you feel or what you don't feel. What I'm just saying is this. What is wrong in telling a lady, oh, look good, be in shape, keep your BMI in check, look
No,
beautiful,
that one
have
is
a good...
okay. That one
No, wait,
is
I'm
okay.
coming. I'm not done, no. Have a good career. It's better not to have kids out of wedlock, but value the family structure, because out of the family unit, a street is born. Out of the street, a community is born. Out of the community, a society is made. Why would you be hated on for saying something as simple as that fact? Because why? Women
Facts.
always reason from emotions. They don't sit to think. What then is this thing? But somebody will come and hear me now and say, this guy is always bashing women. Now, let me say it for both. We all have how it affects both the male gender and the female gender. See, it's like I just want to pour out the last of what I think I want to say on this dynamics, on this intergender dynamics, and let's just you know, let's just how will I put it? Let's just put it out there. Now, see, when we look at the whole stratosphere, when we look at the dating atmosphere, and we look at everything, nobody is telling you you cannot be who you are. But can you eat a raw yam? You can't eat a raw yam. A raw yam needs to be cooked. So why would a raw yam be standing and be screaming they want their self-esteem to be boosted? I talked about the society actually shaping men to be some type of way. When there are two people, and these people are trying to even see the light. When one person is busy trying to maybe create a hole in the ceiling so that small sunlight will come inside, and the other person is busy dragging your leg down, who needs more work? Is it not to convince the other person that, come on, see, oh, this thing I'm trying to do is to bring light, oh, I think it's better you join me. Nobody is telling you that men cannot be bashed. But when a woman is being corrected, nobody is telling you the men are perfect. But whenever we move to the place of correcting the black woman, there's always this feeling of, oh, you're always attacking the women. It's never always like that. It's a two-way street. We have the way we're being affected. But logically, when you look at the whole scene of the family unit, in the black community, the black man is made to understand that he's supposed to fend for his home. So whether you're a gangster, you're a tout, you work a blue-collar job, a white-collar job, or a red-collar job, you still have the sense of responsibility that you, at some point, you have the duty to some certain set of people. That alone can make you not to reason some type of way. But now, what is a woman's perspective? Oh, grow up and be a wife. Be a wife. That's all that is required. Be a wife. Even if a man meets a woman that is wealthier and they intend to get married, at the back of every responsible man's brain, he's still thinking how to cater for her. Imagine, listen, a man who gets married to a richer woman, at some point in his head, he's still thinking, how can I go to the level where I can take care of her, even with all the money she's got? You know why?
Yeah.
Because society has ingrained it in us. Society has made us feel like, if, in as much as you are trying to be emotional, there are the logical problems that you must face and you must solve. Society doesn't give men the excuse to want to tell women, Shebi, you are rich and I'll be the head of the home. No man has said that to any woman. Equality has never put women to want to go and pay the groom price of a man, or to want to say, oh, I'm the head of the home. Let me now come and take care of the man I just got married to. Now, I want to put a disclaimer. Anything I'm saying, please, all police, oh, I'm not gonna, it's not, don't generalize, it's not all. You should be smarter to understand that. Nothing I'm saying here, there is always an exception. So just take it as a fact. You can go in your hiding or your secret place and write, okay, not all. But you should understand that what I'm saying is not the totality.
They said they want to buy a cold beer.
Now, the mentality of that is already instilled by society. Why? Because that is how we were built to be. Now, there's a little space for logicality in the life of a man. Even if we go to parties, why do you think they will tell men, come with your money? They will tell girls, come with your friends. We all go to nightclubs. Uncle Shego, am I lying? Mr. Ron, am I lying? If you want to go to a club, the men come with your money, the girls come with your friends. Why do you think even at the club they hold men to the throat? Because at some point, society has said, as long as you have a dick in between your legs, there is responsibility on your neck. So which means even if you don't have sense, if you want to have money in this life, sense will automatically follow you because you're a man. Now, let's leave that aside. Let's come to a woman. As a woman, you are being trained to be a wife. A wife doesn't come with the responsibility on the other gender to say, oh, you know what, there are things you have to provide for the man. No, it is not like that on the neck of a woman. But guess the funny thing, when we want to speak about equality, correcting a little thing trying to put women in place that see, oh, because of the way the society is structured, to this behavior, there is a feminine side of it. How is that a wrong statement? To a society who makes the men behave this way, there is a side for the women. You say no. The part that is paining you is a part where you want to actually walk like the men. The dream of every man is to quit their job and provide for their family. I will say it again. Show me the wife of any billionaire that answers to a boss. But women are celebrating. Oh, allow me the ability to want to work. I think Omshego sent me that video clip. The whole reason why they actually made you to want to work, it's not for your own good.
Mr. Bridges, I see you.
It's not for your own good. It's not for the fact that you should be wealthy and be independent. It's because the family unit is being affected. But every time there is a conversation about how we blacks need to organize, if you cannot organize, you cannot beat the system. But because the system understands, that is why they don't want you to organize.
Yes.
And now they pry on your emotions. They put man against woman because they know the day you begin to listen to that man who is speaking sense to you, that day there's a problem for the system. But no, that's never the conversation. Black women want to dye their hair. They want to go on low court. They want
you are making sense. Can I ask you a question? What system?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Are we talking about the Western West system or the Nigeria system?
No, the general, what's the Western system, the engine room, the general Western engine room, the system we are slaving for.
The whole mentality is worldwide. It's a system that okay. Let's say for example, all the different waves of feminism. Did they tell you there was a Nigerian part of feminism and it's different from the American version? I mean, different from the Asian version.
I'm not a feminist.
No, he's speaking to everybody.
I know.
Trying to let you know that when it happens, they don't segregate and say Nigerians, no, you are not part of this equation. It's a movement. So when you are telling somebody you are boosting their self-esteem, what are you boosting in the self-esteem? That's the point. The only thing this man was trying to do was to correct a notion, was to correct an idea. Because only when that idea is corrected can we see eye to eye, black man and black woman. And the moment we can see eye to eye, the moment we can organize, you can't have a disorganized people overthrow. Let's say, for example, Martin Luther King, he could not even put up 10 people together. Do you think he'll be celebrated today? Let's just imagine he didn't even have up to 10 followers who believe in the same ideology. Do you think we'll be where we are today? But now, the only problem Kevin Samuels just had, he was bashing men for a long time. There are videos where he told men, you don't have money, you are overweight, you don't even have a big dick. Why are you going out? Why are you going to a relationship? There were times he was that cruel to men. I'm sure, Eunice, you never heard of that. You never
I don't even know him until he died.
You know why? You know why? Because he was talking to the men. No, most women on this life, even outside this life, they've never seen me clip like that. They don't even know. You know why? Because the men, they were taking the hardcore truth. They were trying to actually be better, change their lives, and be like the man who was talking to them. But the moment this man added women to the equation to try to make everything balanced, the men will not just grow. Let's make the women grow. What happened? 2 years into his journey, he has passed. And women are celebrating his dying. How many men do you see come up to celebrate? For every one man that is happy that Kevin Hart has passed, you have 50 black women who are jubilating. Does that make sense?
Then why would somebody be jubilating because somebody died? I don't get it.
My point exactly, because the truth is bitter.
I don't know this guy. I'm hearing like it was yesterday. I got to know.
Sorry for the for the benefit of maybe Sunflower and everybody. There are people saying that he slept with a fat woman and he died and this and that. There's something everybody needs to understand, and this is why I was getting triggered, because people who are complaining and people who are rubbishing him don't even know what he stands for. He coined, now what Kevin Samuels did, he's not the innovator. He didn't start anything new. A lady was the person who started this movement in the 80s. Her name is Shahrazad Ali. She was the one who started this movement. She wrote books. Guess what? Fellow women were hammering on this woman publicly as early as the late 80s, early 90s. They were always bashing this woman. And this woman was always saying one thing, that the black family can only be as strong as the black woman cooperates with the man to bond as a family unit. That was her message. That stop all this egotistical trip of feminism, toxic, okay, they say all feminism is not bad. Toxic feminism, right? Now, what does Kevin do? You call his show. He will ask you, what do you want? 99% or 90% of the women say they want high value men. Do you know what a high value man is? A high value man is a man that is earning $1 million above annually in the US. That's a high value man. Now, it so happens that every woman that calls the show, they don't want an average man, they don't want a blue collar man, they don't want a struggling man. Every woman, and I'm not kidding, almost 90% of women who call say they want high value men. Now, Kevin is now saying that if you want this 1%, those high value men are in the 1% of the general population. If you want to get to this 1%, there are things and sacrifices you have to go through to get to this 1%. Namely, one, you must be in shape. Because for the guy to see you, you must be looking like a model. So which means you must not be overweight, you must not be too short, or your weight and weight index ratio must be perfect. That was the message. Then you have to be pretty. Because if a rich man is looking for a wife, he's taking you as a wife to his meetings. He's taking you to his
As a show,
family
yeah.
to show you off. His trophy. He's going to show you off. Thirdly, if you are looking for this 1% man, remember that 99% of other women are trying to get with this man too. And the man understands that he has options. And from time to time, he is going to be cheating on you because he knows that everybody is looking for him. Right? Remember, we are talking about high value men, not general men now. High value men. Now, every rich woman, most rich, let me not say every, let me not make absolute statement because that would be too strong. Most rich women in America, right? That most women who are married to these high value men in America, they are aware that their husbands have mistresses. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
They are aware that their husbands have mistresses. The only reason why they don't act is because of the benefits, the financial benefits they're enjoying, and the social status. So the women understand that if the man is home, he's with them. If he's not home, they should not lose sleep over it. High value men, they have options. So now it would have been a different thing if a woman called and say, I'm looking for a husband. Then Kevin says, what kind of husband? A man that makes $50,000 a year or $10,000 a year. Then Kevin will tell you how to get an average man. But all these women, they don't want average men. Their standard is here. They want high value men. None of them wants an average man, not one. And now you see why when they edit his clips, they make it look as if Kevin is talking about the entire population. It's not the entire population. He's just talking to one specific niche, one niche of men, high value men. If you need to get with a high value man who is a millionaire, then there are sacrifices as a woman you need to make for him to see you, accept you, and maintain you. Remember, the older you get, the more difficult it is for you to get with a high value man because he has money and his option provides him with the availability, avails him the option of picking girls between the age of 19 years old to 25. I don't know if I'm making sense to you.
You are making a
Because
lot of
it's rich.
sense. But for me, like I never knew about this thing. For me, if you as a woman, you say you want a high value man, like a man that
Let me wait. Sorry, let me answer Sunflower. Sunflower, Kevin was married, has been divorced twice, and he chose not to get married again. You need to understand something here. He's a high value man, all right, but he chose not to get married. Secondly, he dates white girls, he dates Latinos, and he dates black girls too. In fact, he dates Asians, right? Why? Because he has the option. He's not telling all black men not to date black women, but he's saying that why will a black high value man want to put himself through the stress of working with unagreeable woman, a rebellious woman? It's difficult. I have money. Why would I go and get a woman that's going to be giving me a headache? Does it make sense? It doesn't make sense. So this is what he's saying. He's not talking about all men. He's just talking about high value men. And it's these women that want the high value men. Have I been able to clear that out?
Yeah.
Okay.
The question
So
should be,
continue.
you yourself that you want a high value man, are you also high value? For me, that's the question. Because you
Sorry?
find
Yeah.
if you find yourself in that level, you won't be saying I want, because you guys are going to meet there. There are places these guys meet.
Mm.
You understand? So you should ask yourself, I can only go for what I know I will be able to stand. You understand? Like if a guy want to take me out, like let's go and eat. I'm not stupid. Even though we have this cultural thinking that the man is going to pay, I always have my money. I can always take care of myself.
Mm.
I was trained to work. I started working when I was 15 years, up to now. I was trained to work for my money. My mom trained me. So me, I have another type of mentality. I don't have the typical African
Do you
mentality.
want us? Do
That's
you want
why
us to cross-examine you? Do you want us to cross-examine you?
do it
I
now.
beg you, man.
What's
Do
your
it.
what's your idea on my money is my money and his money is our money? Meanwhile,
No,
Sister
if we are
Eden, I'm
married, there's
seeing
nothing
you.
like your
Wait,
money, my
just
money.
this
No,
time.
we have a joint account. We have separate account, and there's one joint account.
But do you know, you didn't hear what Uche said in the beginning, and it's even what Kevin says. A woman's ability to make money or having wealth before marriage is irrelevant to a serious-minded man or a high-value man. Your money does not,
Yeah,
in fact, your wealth, let me even make it
yeah,
clear
that's
to all
true.
my sisters listening, that you're a millionaire before you got married to a high-value man does not make any difference whatsoever. In fact, the reason being that he doesn't consider your money as money.
But he
At the end of the
respects
day,
you. He's
no,
saying he
we're
respects
going
you.
to the
Yeah,
respect.
yeah.
He doesn't consider your money as money. What is the value you are bringing? It's your femininity. A man wants to come home to peace. Do you understand? Even when he's wrong or when you are wrong, you people should be able to address issues in a civil way that one person is not going to be having headache or high blood pressure. You people should be able to communicate. That's all he's saying. He's not saying that you are useless as a woman.
Ronald,
No. He said bring your
let me
femininity.
let me just address Sunflower once and for all. Sunflower, like I've been seeing your comments about although he was found on top of a woman. Is it not what you read that is it not what you read on the news that you are seeing? Now
No,
let me tell you.
Sunflower is doing
Wait
copy and
now.
paste. She doesn't know him.
Let me explain to her. Somebody who has been living alone, has been healthy. The only time they reported somebody in his apartment, he was found dead. And you want to still talk about he was found dead on a woman? Did he look like somebody
Can
who has not been with women? Let's not just go into a
can
lot
I
of
say
things,
something?
but
Can I come in?
yeah,
One of the things
Okay,
we
sir.
need to recognize is that it has always been the case that when we have black leaders emerge, they suddenly die.
Mm.
When you see black people who rise up and start trying to correct the narrative and lead us in the way as a people that we should be going, they are always taken out.
Mm.
In the 60s, there was a musician by the name of Sam Cooke.
Yes.
He sang a popular song called You Send Me. What was Sam Cooke trying to do? Sam Cooke realized that when he got into the music industry, that it was a scam. You know, these people, all these white people were making the money and they were putting in all the work. So what did he try to do? He had an idea very early to be independent, distribution and the whole works. What happened? Next thing, oh, he died in a hotel with a woman. You know, there was a woman
Yes.
there, all of that sort of
That's
stuff.
true.
So truth of the matter is that, and actually that's not true, he was murdered. There's another singer by the name of Donny Hathaway. He was murdered.
Yes.
Every time black people try to break that, we need to understand something, that there's an agenda that is not coming from us. And we are being socially engineered, you know, using that agenda and different organizations through which that agenda is filtered. And so when we see people who are kicking against that grain, you find that they suddenly die. Let me tell you something. If we're looking at it from a race point of view, yeah, you understand one thing. 1920, the burning down of Wall Street. Why did they burn down Wall Street? Because they didn't want us to be powerful. You have to understand that there is a consistent, long-standing war, particularly against the black people, because of who we are and what we have the capacity to be. And at every level, they try to destroy who we are. What is happening to black people is unique, because there is no other race that is suffering and has suffered what we have suffered. It's unique. So why is ours different? What's going on? And those are the questions we need to ask. What is the problem? It is in their interest for our communities to be weak. It is in their interest for our family structures to be destroyed. It is in their interest for us to be a destroyed and a broken community. Why? Because they benefit from it in so many ways. So when you see people like Kevin Samuels coming up and saying what he's saying, Kevin is coming to correct the narrative and say, listen, you're going left. We need to be moving right. Because everything he's saying, look, I'm glad that Uche mentioned Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey, in my view, is a house nigger. No disrespect to him. You know, he's a slave that the white people like. Yes, because why? He's not going to come and change the game. So he'll come and make everybody feel nice and all of that, but it doesn't change the game, especially for us as black people. If that man says one thing for black people, or the black family or the black home, you will find that he will be out of favor with his paymasters. So they like Steve Harvey's, because Steve Harvey's will be nice, say everybody's beautiful, everybody's lovely. No, you're not beautiful. We're ugly. We're moving mad. And Kevin Samuel is not going to give you that type of energy. He's going to come and tell you what you need to hear. And what we need to hear as a community, we have to understand that there is a war against us as a people. And that's how we have to begin to filter all that we're hearing and all that we're exposed to. There is a war against us as a people. And it's not that's why they burnt down Wall Street. That was war. They declared war. Slavery, they declared war. You know, social engineering, they declared war. Look at Nigeria. I remember about 20 years ago, I wrote an article on the Americanization of Nigeria, because I began to see some trends, and it was very worrying to me. Because when you want to destroy people and when you want to enslave them, you destroy their culture, you destroy their values, you destroy their traditions. Everything about them you destroy. You make them dysfunctional because you want to take them over. And that's what we're seeing even in our community. So there is a problem with us as a people, and we need to understand that everything that is happening is not just happening. Everything is an agenda, a well planned out agenda. The sexual revolution didn't just happen. This thing about, homosexuality is not just happening because two people decide. No. It's an agenda to break down humanity as a whole, but also to bring us down as a people. And this, I'm talking to us as black people. And so we always find that when we have soldiers and leaders that emerge, at some point they will be taken out. I don't believe that Gaga died of a heart attack. It's what they told us. Sometimes, did they not tell us that Lee Harvey Oswald killed Martin Luther King? And then many years later, he didn't kill. We understand who killed Tupac and who killed Biggie. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if we understand that there's an agenda, we need to begin to filter everything we're hearing and not be very quick to stone our leaders because they're trying to steer us in the right direction. Now, if you look at the context of Mr. Samuel's program, you come up, you say he doesn't have time. He doesn't have 3 hours to counsel you and he just tell you as it is. Boom, you can't get a high value man. High value men aren't looking for people like you. And high value man is not just money. It's talking about education, class, pedigree, and all of those things. So a high value man is not looking for Shaniqua from the projects. If you look at the presidency when we had about the black people in the White House, did you see one girl called Shaniqua or Kayla or whatever? There was a certain level of black persons that they allowed in that game. And so what Kevin Samuels is telling us that, look, women, you're being deluded. These people that you're looking for are not looking for you. That's really the bottom line. So, look within your zone and have a, he gives you a reality check that, dude, you don't belong to this place you're trying to aspire to. Nothing wrong with it being aspirational, but there's a difference between aspirational and being delusional. And some of those people that go up there are delusional about what they believe they can get.
You know what's funny, Uncle Shego? You know what's funny with what he said? If I tell you this, you won't believe this. You know that Kevin Samuel actually has a private practice as an image consultant where he
Yes, he
can
does.
advise you privately. If you go through his Patreon, you can book a session with him as a woman, and he will advise you and tell you what you need to do to change. Now, women who come on the show are the ones who don't want to pay the fee and they want to be live. Before you go on the show, there's a disclaimer on your screen that everything said on this show will be raw, blunt, and you cannot sue him for his opinion. It's written there before you come. And this woman, 1.5 million subscribers, out of 70% of them are women. Let that sink in. 70% of his subscribers are women, not even men. Which means, because I was reading on his Facebook blog where they said over 50 people got married through his show, over a certain number of people resolved their marital issues from learning. And these are women that, okay, sorry, how many of you watched Kevin Samuel's 1 million subscriber mark? That it was like a tribute show. When he left the phone open, people were calling to thank him. That, oh, you saved my women, not men, women were calling him to say, you saved my marriage. You saved my marriage. Why? Because those women calling, they understood that they had a problem. They sat back, took a breather, and said, you know what? Perhaps I need to learn and change and see whether I'll get a good outcome. Now, remember that in trying to change, not all men are sane. There's always exceptions. There are always exceptions to the rule. Not all men are sane. Some men are just not worthy of their nature. Some men are just used, they are dogs, right? Not all men are sane. But however, for the general population of men, if a woman displays a certain level of feminism, agreeability, submission, and cooperation, you will swim perfectly well. There's nobody, the general population of men are not mad. Even if you don't agree. I gave an example on Kelly's live the other day. We had this auntie in the family that even when the other women are always talking down at their husbands, this particular auntie, we have never heard her raise her tone higher than a certain level. She's always soft-spoken. Guess what? That's this woman. They always change her car two times a year. She travels around the world. The latest Ashebi, the husband, anything she wants. And the husband is not a simp. The man is a very strict, cold-blooded man. But guess what? When I was about to come to South Africa, we went on a lunch. The daughter was in. So I was asking, how did you do this? How did you survive with this man? And you enjoyed this marriage? She said, rule number one, I don't ever question my husband in public. Rule number one. He said, rule number two, even in the room when I'm making demand, I want the steam that he carried from work to blow off before I make my demand. And when I'm making my demand, I'm rubbing his stomach, I'm rubbing his head, I'm massaging. So I was just learning. She didn't even know I was picking, one or two things from what she said. And this woman has lived a very fulfilled life. In fact, let me tell you how crazy she is. Sometimes the husband will start a business for her. She's like, look, I don't like this business. She'll shut it down. The husband said, okay, which one do you want to start again? He had the money to do it, and he was doing it gladly. But how did it happen? The woman was agreeable, and she was submissive, and she benefited fully from her marriage. 100%. Okay, sir. All right, sir.
I just want to address something because Eunice said something which is important, and also Uche said something. Now, we talked about the message and delivery, and it is true that delivery is important in passing on any message, because you don't want to significance. I see you. You don't want to isolate the people to whom you want to deliver this much needed truth. Yeah. And so I do agree that yes, delivery is important. However, there are times when delivery may not be to your liking or to your taste. However, just because we don't like the delivery doesn't mean we should jettison the truth. We don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. I remember as a child, in Nigeria, I used to ride my bike a lot, and you fall off and you graze your knee, and you get home, and they put iodine on your leg. Now, iodine is not nice. It's peppery. It's hot. It burns. It stings, but it also heals your wound. So sometimes you will get people who will be abrasive in nature. They will burn. They will sting. It will be hurtful in the moment, but ultimately, if you're paying attention, it will heal. And so we can't always have people who will come and be, oh, bless you. No. There are people who come and tell you the truth in the way you need to hear it. Sometimes we're so far gone in our foolishness that somebody needs to. It's like a child. If a child is running into a road and a trailer is coming, you're not going to say, oh, come on, John, come away from. No, you're going to have to yank the child, otherwise the child is going to get killed. That yanking can be a painful process for the child in that moment. But the intention is to save the life of that child. So there are times when people will deliver stuff we need to hear in a manner that may not be to our taste. It may not be to our liking. It may not suit our palate at the moment, but that's not the point. The point is we need to grow up and be mature enough to understand that, yeah, ouch, that hurts a bit, but listen, let me look at the content. Because ultimately, if I take what Mr. Samuels is saying, or whoever the person might be, it might just be the saving of my life or my marriage or my home or my community. And so we need to understand that, strong people, especially who are up against all kinds of other influences, do not have the time of day to be subtle. Sometimes they come at you, and they give it to you hot. And just because you don't like it doesn't mean they're wrong. And I'm not saying that doesn't mean it means they're right, but for the most part, they will be right. But you may not like the delivery. So sometimes we just need to understand that, it's not just always about delivery. I can't pander to your emotions every time. Sometimes I'll have to tell you things that I need to tell you, and that's just the way it is. Now, the spirit in which I deliver, in other words, my motive for telling you the truth has to be genuine. In other words, I'm not speaking in this manner to belittle you. I'm speaking in this manner to open your eyes. You've been blind for a long time. I need to stun you into sight, into seeing. And so there are times, even on this IG Live, we've had when people come up and say some things and people don't like it, but it's the truth. I agree that yes, delivery and everything, but sometimes the fact that I'm passionate or the fact that I'm very direct and blunt doesn't mean I'm not telling you the truth. Feelings will come, feelings will go. Now, the question we need to ask is, when we look at what Mr. Samuels is propagating, one of the key questions we need to ask is, his perspective, will it strengthen or weaken us as a people? And if when we've done the mathematics and we see that whatever he's saying is going to strengthen us as a people, as a community, as a family, then we can't be too crazy. We can't be mad at him. We can't be mad at him. Ultimately, what do we need to hear? What needs to be said? I remember when Muhammad Ali wouldn't go to war and he says, listen, you want me to go and fight some person who hasn't called me nigger before and mistreated me, when in the very country that you want to send me from, you are the people that mistreat me. Everybody hated him. In fact, a lot of people hated Muhammad Ali just because of that. But was he telling the truth? He wasn't telling the truth. You call me nigger, you disregard me. I'm only a human being because the law says so. You don't regard me as a human being, but you want me to go and fight your battle and kill somebody, who hasn't done anything to me. No, I'm not doing that. So we also need to understand that if you're a strong person and you're going to be uncompromising in the truth, you're going to have to be able to take a few kicks and licks. Not everybody's going to like you. Okay, look at Jesus. Jesus called people, you brood of vipers. In today's world, they would have cancelled him. They would have come after him.
Political correctness.
Do you understand all that nonsense? But actually, the people were a brood of vipers. He was calling them what they really were. So there's always a place for strong truth, and we need to not shy away from it. And we become weaker as a society when we cannot take truth, because we cannot take truth, we cannot amend our ways and change and force change. And the only beneficiaries of that change is us. Gaddafi was a strong person. Look at when the Gaddafi delivered his lecture at the United Nations. He went there guns blazing. Of course, they killed him for that and other reasons. But you know, he said what needed to be said, and he did what needed to be done.
Uncle Segun, yeah.
Look at Fela.
You're giving these women too much of history. See,
No, it's important. It's important. Hold on. Let me tell you why it's important. Look at Fela. Let me tell you something. You know why? And this is the hypocrisy of man.
Uncle Segun is calming the violence. Let's talk
No.
Wait,
Let me finish, please.
Okay.
When I was in secondary school, when Fela was going through all his stuff with the government and everything, yeah. Everybody, most of these parents that are saying Fela was a prophet, that is saying Fela is a prophet today, they did not say Fela was a prophet at that time. In fact, when you're misbehaving at home, they'll say, hey, you want to become Momo Fela? Fela was the byword for everything that was wrong with Nigerian society, as if people were not corrupt in government when Fela was there, as if people were not moving mad when Fela were alive. So everybody was, every small thing, I want to be like Fela. The same people who are saying, the same people who were deriding him are the same people who are now saying Fela was a prophet. Fela is a prophet. And that is what will happen to Kevin Samuels. The day will come when, listen, let me tell you something. One thing that remains undefeated in this life is truth.
Yes.
Truth has never taken an L before. 10 years down the line, we're going to sit down and we're going to be looking. And we're saying Kevin Samuel was right. The same people who are saying Kevin Samuels is this, when they look at their lives 10 years from now, they will wish they had listened to Kevin Samuels, because everything that he's going to tell them is going to play out to be true. Some women will be 50 and 55 and 60, and then after they're 55 and there's no high value man coming for them, they'll go and they'll settle for the dustman that they tried to avoid 20 years ago. Truth always wins, and that's all I want to say. People need to just, people need to receive sense. People need to receive sense.
Somebody said nobody names children Fela
Uncle
today.
Femi,
That is true.
now let us just look at the sound and the music of your voice. That was smooth. There's nobody here that will not listen to you. You just spoke the
But
truth.
that's the point. You don't need everybody.
But that's how Kevin started now.
Wait now, allow me to talk now.
You're not drawn to Uncle Segun because he was fighting. That's the problem. We want to sound like Andrew so that you will
don't say it in a harsh way. Look at I just love the smoothness of Uncle Segun's voice. As a woman,
I'm in Nigeria. My voice is not sweet.
It's not about you. It's not about you.
Uche, stop being jealous. She's not sliding into your DM tonight.
It's not about you. Like my kind of person, like many of us, right? If, like, for example, you want to convey the same message Uncle Segun just gave us, and you come with a harsh voice, aggressive manner, I will listen to you. I'll be looking at the aggressiveness, not the content. That is my point.
But
okay,
hold on. Let me respond to that. I agree with you, Eunice, that there's sometimes when delivery can injure the message. But I think as grown-ups, we need to start saying, okay, I didn't like the delivery, but what was he saying? Let me tell you something. Let me give you a real life example. I know I think most of you here know Pastor Adifarasi, Pastor Paul. Yes. I've known Pastor Adifarasi from the days from our secondary school days. Me and him had a situation. I don't like that guy. We don't see eye to eye.
Why?
No, it's true. It's true. And he knows what I come for you. No. I've had my wars with him and the likes of him before. 20 years ago, we've had our battles. So I don't fear anybody. There are men like me. You understand? And I've known him since he was a kid. Let me not even go into history. But what I want to say is this. When I see some of his clips come up, in as much as I don't like the dude, really, and he's a good speaker, but I don't rate him as a man of God. I don't rate him at all. I just rate him as somebody speaker who can talk. He's a good speaker. But if he's saying something that makes sense, I'm going to log it. That's maturity. And the time has come when we need to mature. Now, I'm not saying that it's a license for people to go around and just be talking recklessly and loosely. No, but I'm telling you now, if you're saying something that's going to save my life, I may despise the very being that you are. But listen, if you're saying something that's going to save my life, it would be stupid of me to say because I don't like him, I'm not going to take what he's saying when it can save my life. We need to grow and mature and say, look, what do we need for our development? What do we need for our growth? Is this thing he's saying going to really make sense? Now, there's some people that are just so rude that there comes a point where they say, listen, I cannot subject myself to listening to you, so I will not listen to you. But for the most part, can I be honest with you? A lot of people who are saying, oh, the way he delivers, no. A lot of people have a problem with what Kevin is saying, not how he's saying it, but they're using how he's saying it to mask their real frustration and anger. They're angry at what he's saying and not so much how he's saying it, but they're just pretending, oh, he talks harshly, he talks rudely. Okay, you've talked about his delivery. Talk about his message. Is he wrong? They won't be able to answer you. But that's the very thing that they have a problem with. You know, they have a problem with people who are just going to be uncompromising and people who are not going to pander to them. That's why you don't see people like Kevin Samuels on mainstream TV. That's why they like people like Oprah, people like Steve Harvey, all those house niggers. That's what they're called. They're house Negroes, favored by white people and given lots of money to diminish their community. Go and look at hip hop and bring out any rapper who is saying something positive to black people that they are promoting. No, go and bring out the one that is saying kill your people, take drugs, go to prison, kill everybody, smoke this, drink lean, all that kind of stuff. Those are the ones they're promoting, and that should tell us that there's an attempt to destroy our community. And rather than fight against our, in quotes, community leaders, we need to support them because we need them. These are the sir.
Uncle Chago, we are the only race, right, of people that don't have any positive form of leadership. We are the only race of human beings that look up to entertainers and sportsmen for leadership. Are you aware? And influencers.
One time something happened in America. What did they say? They said, they contacted Jow. Listen, even in the UK, I remember one time they were talking about a black man becoming a prime minister, and they decided to interview one guy called Dizzy Rascal, who is an entertainer. They couldn't find any intellectual black person. Anybody, I'm not saying the dude hasn't got sense, but you know what I mean. They always go for the lowest to when it comes to things like that. They don't want to promote our strengths. They look for the worst common denominator. So they give Oscars and they give Emmys to all the people and the Grammys to all the people that diminished our community, that told us all our women are bitches and hoes and killing and murdering and all of that. They glorify that, but it's not accidental. So once we understand that there is a war against our community, there is a war against us as a people of color, it horrifies me that for some young person today, Cardi B is a role model. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
It's black people generally, not just Americans. Black people.
Bob Risky is a role model. Are you kidding me?
James Brown.
People will not follow Kevin Samuels, but they'll follow Bob Risky. They'll follow Hush Puppy. The worst of our society is glorified. These things are not happening by accident.
Okay, wait. Now see, when this blood sieve came inside, she said Kevin Samuels is a scam. See her next statement. We all were too driven by money till we have values that are not attached to money. We will never grow. I can bet this person does not even know who Kevin Samuels is or was, but you just
they don't know him.
And you just air your. This is the problem. Like I said, you're giving too much of history, some things that we consider conspiracy theory, that we need a lot of research to want to understand, that they cannot find just anywhere. See, most women to fly across their head, like tomorrow, ask them, they will not remember. Let's check all the things that don't make sense. Who are more of the fans? Music. We have more women supporting these artists than the men. How many men have you seen screaming, cherish for Davido? You have the men who pursue Davido. They want the money like Davido. But who are the people who are ready to open legs and crush after him? The women. Let's check anything that looks like is anti-growth. You find women, religion. Who are the people you find in church more? You find women more in church. Now they say they want to see. Tell me. Wait now.
That's business strategy.
Wait. I'm coming. I want to ask you, Eunice, one question. Please tell me one person that used to talk sweet, just like what Kevin Sounds was doing. Tell me one person you know that was saying
Rom,
better.
Rom.
If
I
you
think
ask me
Book
that
is here.
question,
Bring
because
down another
I
table.
don't know
I
Kevin
think Sister Book
Samuel.
is
No,
Okay,
here.
I'm saying,
she
do you
has
know
not sent in
anybody?
a request.
No, I'm saying, do you know anybody? Do you know
Sister
anybody that
Buki sent request.
do you know anybody that has been trying to correct people on the dynamics of how they live and survive? You know how they can be better. Do you know anybody?
None.
And you prefer the one you prefer? We are talking like we are
None.
having it better. We are not having it any better. The society is decaying. You still want it sweet? What has that told us over time? That the sweet is not working, because if it was working, we would have seen results from those things. So when we want
What
to talk
is
about,
sweet?
I'm saying if you want the
Sweet
truth
doesn't mean
to
that
be
you should
passed out,
sugarcoat. Wait. You guys are even bringing this
I'm
word
saying
sweet. I never
sounding
said sweet.
nice, sounding nice.
Sweet
I
is
didn't say
like you have to
sugarcoating.
sugarcoat the truth. No, for me, I don't want you to sugarcoat the truth. Come to me not with harshness. You understand?
Okay.
I'll make an example with Uncle Shego right now. Sorry to say this, Uche. It's like you are shouting. We are having a conversation. We are here to
That's what I'm
learn
saying.
and not to
That's what I'm
shout.
saying. We are not learning
It's
a lot
like
from
when you
this. That's
shout
what I'm
like
saying.
this,
There has
I
to
feel
be an
like
Uncle Shegun.
I'm
That's
down-headed.
what I'm saying.
You understand?
Uche.
See, what I'm trying to
Uche
let you know,
Zukwanike, we are
Eunice,
adults.
that's the thing. That's the thing. What we're trying to do right here is not that regular lives. I don't do regular lives again, where we will now be like, you know what? Let's just, we are here to have it's not a conversation. We need to change. The point is, are we having any effect? Is there anything moving in the right direction? There is nothing
Uche,
moving
the
in the right
question
direction.
is,
Is
those
that?
people that want to understand, we understand. You cannot break somebody's head and put what
I'm
is in
going
your head inside
exactly.
that
So when I'm
person.
being serious, there's
No
no need
need.
telling me
Wait, it's just like some African
you
pastor.
know.
Excuse me, please. It's like you are talking, I'm talking. It's just like some African pastor. When they are on the altar, they shout, they are aggressive. But when you watch some other pastors, they speak normal, but the content is the same. I just make an example. We are not fighting. You are not fighting with anybody. You are correct.
See,
You are saying the
you
truth. In as much as you are shouting, I'm understanding you.
no, the mistake you are making is you
Because
think
I have
maybe
that
it's to
capacity
you.
to
No.
differentiate your
No,
harshness and your content.
no, see, everybody who knows me here, they know I don't even talk like this. See, the mistake you are making right now is you think I'm directing it to you. Are you not seeing how Mr. Ron is?
No.
Wait now, are you not seeing how Mr. Ron is sitting? Uncle Segun is sitting, and just are you seeing that you are the only one talking about this part and this other? If
I'm
see,
not the only one. I'm a
wait,
woman
I'm
here. You are a
coming. Wait
man.
now,
Let
wait
me
now,
understand why you are talking
wait.
like this.
Wait. You don't understand. Eunice, let me say it. Let me say it so that you understand it. You want me to still sound like Uncle Shegun? I should put it in that.
Now you are
I'm
talking
just
to
trying to let you know that the way I'm speaking, if it's loud, reduce your volume. There is no way it can come out like where.
Uche,
See,
this is
It's
Uche.
okay.
What's wrong with
I
Uche?
give up. It's okay.
how are we going to continue going like this if we don't know in today's generation that if my
What's wrong
voice
with
is loud,
Uche?
reduce your volume. No, Mr. Ron, let facts be facts. What has been done differently? Honor before Kevin Samuels. These women want it easy. Okay, let's not talk again now. Let's allow the ratchetness continue. No, you want to learn. Now you want to
I
learn
even
what
want
I'm
to say
speaking.
something. I wanted to say something about tone. When Shahara Zadali, a fellow woman, right? Fellow woman, Shahara Zadali, for over 10 years, this woman was traveling around America trying to beg her fellow women that fellow black women, that this direction in which we are moving is going to destroy our community and our family. That this is the way to go. They didn't listen. She even wrote 3 books, 3 or 4 books, just in case you didn't like her voice. Maybe her voice was not sweet enough. She wrote 3 books and sold them. Those books were bestsellers. Every man was buying those books. Every woman was buying those books. At the end of the day, what happened? Anytime she went to that time there was no social media. But anytime Shahraz Ali went to a talk show like Donahue show or all this other talk show, guess what? It was black women that were raining down heavily on her. How
Yes.
dare you? How dare you expose us? How dare you tell people what the now? You see this Kevin Samuels. If you go and watch his videos from 5 years ago, This guy was a sweet, nice guy. Like when I say sweet, nice guy, it was like the guy, the average guy on the street that say, "Hello, my name is Kelvin." I like in fact, some people say he was acting gayish. The way it was too nice because he was always opening his teeth. Kevin did it for over 6 years. Nothing entered anybody's brain. Nothing. 6 years. It was nice. Please, anybody watching this thing, go to his YouTube channel. The records are there. Go and check from 6 years back and see how Kevin used to dress a hippie, yuppie, and was trying to talk. It was the same message. Same message. Kevin was teaching men how to dress. Kevin was teaching men how to not waste valuable time. If you are doing one job and you are not making enough money, Kevin says go to McDonald's and go and work and get a second job to augment your income, because no woman is going to come and sit down with your broke ass. Women are hypergamous. They need a man who can provide. They say if you go to toilet as a man, Kevin was one that introduced wipes for toilets. He said don't use toilet tissue paper. That tissue paper is not hygiene. I'm telling you how far it went grooming men. Use wipes. He said because when you use toilet tissue paper and you have to make love to a woman, you are stinking everywhere. That is not that. Use roll-on. Use if you know that your gums are bleeding and your mouth stinks, go and buy mint or Tic Tac. Kevin said all these things. Kevin said that you need to be fit so that every beautiful woman can identify you from the crowd. Go to the gym, if not for aesthetics, for your health, coronary heart conditions and diseases. He said, go to the gym. You cannot be a certain height and a certain weight. That is not healthy. Go to the gym and go and work out. Go and get a job. Be a better version of yourself. Don't be a gangster. Don't be a hood rat. Do wear shirt. In fact, Kevin started the stop sagging movement. Don't sag your jeans over your bum. Wear a shirt. He said, Kevin said, out of 7 days in a week, try and wear shirt and trouser 3. In those 3 days, wear shirt, trouser. If you don't have a suit, wear shirt, trouser, tuck in. Look like a man. He was preaching all these things for over 4 years. Nobody complained because he was talking to men. The moment he switched over and said, oh, okay, women, for you to match up with these young men that we are building up, for you need to become a certain way to meet these high value men we are creating. These high value men, we are creating them for black women. We are not creating them for white women. Guess what? You know a trend going on. White girls are snatching off all these high value, and that's where Kevin is coming from. White girls, Asians, they're snatching our men.
They are not snatching. That's what you men want. Because
No.
we are not
No,
being
you don't.
No.
I feel like that's what you men want.
You see, that's where you misunderstand it. This is where
Mr.
he
Ron,
was
I
talking
told
about.
you people that Uncle Shegun was going to history. The new thing we need to talk about is now we are starting this conversation.
Wait. Let me explain it. My sister, you see something. I was like defining high value man. If high value man is not going to use his money, right, to go and marry problem, I don't know. Let that sink in. I am a millionaire. I have resources to get whatever I want. You think in my right senses, I'll go and date somebody and I see that the person is over-opinionated and the person is not agreeable. Listen, unagreeable and opinionated women are good for sex, right? They're very good for sex. But they will not going to keep them for marriages. Like, they will sleep with you, they will date you, they will waste your time. At the end of the day, the outcome is not going to be marriage. So what he's saying is that these white women, these Asian women, these Latino women, he calls Latino women Maria, and he gives them nicknames. He says that they are seeing this quality in high value men, and they are snatching off our men from the market. They are snatching them off, while our women are not. It's not about. Listen, if you give me a choice, I'm married though. I'm happily married though. Okay. If you give me a choice to choose peace and war, I'll choose peace. Why do I need stress?
So you guys are referring to like black women are no peace forward.
Can I give you statistics? Can I give you statistics?
No, Mr. Ron, wait. Before you
No, let me give us statistics.
Mr. Ron, Mr. Statistics does
No,
not
allow him to
now.
speak now.
No,
That was just
that's
a
what I'm
harmless
saying.
question. I'm heading
That's
to
what I'm saying.
somewhere.
I'm saying he wants to give you statistics, which goes further, not to change your psychology, but to make you feel like he's trying to be defensive. Meanwhile, the root of the problem is still there. Now, everything he said, you still came around and you asked him, so which means you're not still getting the point of what
No,
he's saying.
I'm getting the point because
Are you
it's
seeing
like
why?
a racial something now. It's like,
Okay.
yeah, thank you, John. Thank you.
Let me give you let me say something. Two things here. Let me say one thing that I remember. I don't know if any of you know an actress called Monique.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think about a year ago, Monique was traveling and she saw somebody who came to the airport wearing a bonnet on her head and just rolled up at the airport like she just dropped out of bed.
Yeah.
And she was traveling. So what did Monique do? Monique came up on YouTube, did a video saying, look, black people, we need to do better. We can't be rolling up and presenting ourselves anyhow in public. Women, if you're not in your bathroom, if you're traveling or going outside your house, dress up. Don't be walking around, going to the airport and boarding a plane in flip-flops and a bonnet. If you see the way women came for her. Now, what was wrong in what she said? Nothing. She was just trying to get us to elevate that women know. Now, if it was men, she would have said the same. So it's not a man versus woman thing. But this is a woman who is not Kevin Samuels, but who, in terms of how she sounds or delivers, but called black women to order. If you see the way they dragged her because of that video, that she had to come out and do another video to now break it right down. But what she was saying was true. There is something wrong with a lot of our women these days. They no one hear word. And we have a saying, dog will go lost, no go hear hunter whistle. That's what we're dealing with now. So it's not just even about Kevin Samuel. It's about anybody who comes up and says, I'm going to try and elevate the standards of black people. That's the person who's going to catch the fire. So there is a problem, and we need to accept that there is a problem. Let's forget his delivery. That's not to say that I agree with everything that Kevin said, but in totality, I understand that he was saying, black people, we need to level up, man and woman.
Okay, let's look at this special comment.
Bill Cosby, said that, look, this sagging of trousers and curse language and all that, we need to do better. All the comedians had a problem with Bill Cosby because he was trying to call us to a higher standard. And the truth of the matter is that we need to understand that whether it's the economical, whether it's the social law, we're at the bottom of the human food chain. We are at the bottom of the human food chain. And so if we have people who are trying to elevate us, we need to pay attention. We need to listen to them. We can't be fighting our leaders. We can't be fighting the people, that want us to elevate. We can't. And I don't even understand the wisdom or the sense in it either. And the people who do that, they must hate themselves and hate their community and hate their race. There can't be any other explanation for it. So we do have a problem where we don't like to hear what's right. We don't like to hear what is true.
And we have to get to the root of the problem. We have so many.
That's what we're trying. We're having this conversation.
The root of the problem is a woman raising children alone. That's the problem.
How did you get to that part?
How did we get there?
How did you get there?
You guys might answer. You guys are men. So
I can tell you why. We got to that point, where rather than Reno Omokri said something about last year or so. He said the time we need to go back to the days when people frowned upon you, society frowned on you if you're a single parent. Because now we're so willy-nilly accepting of it that there's no stigma attached to it anymore. We need to go back to those days where you'd be ashamed. Now, I'm not talking about somebody single parent because your husband died or single parent because you're divorced. I'm talking about people just willy-nilly just go off and have a baby. When I was coming up as a child, it was a thing of shame. In fact, it was very rare for a young person to get pregnant. You know, so much so that if you did, you went to they sent you to the village to your grandparents. Nobody knew you were pregnant. Nobody knew when you had the baby. But now it's so acceptable, and no disrespect, but it is these children that are probably the worst problem, is causing the worst problem to society today. If you look at crime in the UK, especially, and I'm talking within the black community, most of those people come from single parent families. And I'm not talking about single parent families where their father used to be there, they were married. I'm talking about people just getting pregnant for some guy who they're not married to, and they're having all these children that they're single-handedly not raising well. So when Kevin comes up and talks about things like that, you know, single people cannot, in fact, some people drag Reno or mockery. But the truth of the matter is, a shameful thing to have a child. It's a shameful thing, and it should be a thing of shame to have a child outside of wedlock. And it destroys our community when we continually accept this thing as normal. It's a fact. It's not a disrespect to anyone. It's just the truth. Single parenthood doesn't do any community any good.
Now, see why I said this sweet boy.
Uche, sorry, I want you to do something, Uche. Some women are talking about some things about why attacking black women. Do me a favor, can you drop the statistics of divorce rate, the initiators of divorce? Wait, hold on. Single parents, so drop all the statistics for them. I think when we start seeing the figures and the numbers, we will appreciate that we are in trouble. Until we understand that we, black people, we are in trouble.
I know that we are in trouble, but we have
in
to
big
get to the
trouble.
root of the problem.
Okay.
But you see, Eunice, in getting to the root of the problem, we have to tell the truth about the problem.
Yeah, first we have to table the problem, then we have to go to the root. There has to be enlightenment.
You know what they did? They attacked the black family. You know how they did it? Even though the law applies to both other races, right? It was only the black woman who took that law, hook, line, and sinker, that law of kicking your man out and willingly and voluntarily divorcing your husband and seeking for alimony, right? The law is across board. It's for every single person, whether you're white, black, Asian, Indian, it doesn't matter. The law applies to everybody. But guess who the people who invoke this law all the time? Black women. And that's why when you compare ratio-wise, the highest divorce rate is within the black community. And I'm not talking about genuine reason for divorce. I'm talking about divorce just for excuse of. And what's the highest, and in percentage, what's the highest reason for divorce in America? It is financial. You know what financial divorce means? That's, I'm divorcing you because I'm going to make money out of that divorce. So the black women have the highest rate for financial reasons for divorce in America. The highest people, the people who initiate divorce the most, 65% out of the time is black women. I'm talking percentage ratio now. I'm not talking about the general population. The ratio is within black people now. Black women make that decision. Now, are all men okay in the head? No, you know, I keep saying this, that not all men are normal and not all men are fine. We have bad men roaming about. And why do we have bad men? Majority of the time is that they are badly brought up. They had no male figure to learn anything from. So it's garbage in, garbage out. And what we are advocating for is that we need to stop this cycle. If we don't start changing now, our future generation will still be bringing up useless men who don't know how to treat women or lead a family. If we want to stop useless men that are going to pregnant women to make their baby.
Mr. Wrong.
Sorry?
Let me just interject. Somebody said this is a new world. This is a new world now, and so most of you men will not find wife to marry again. Jennifer, it is not possible. It is rather women that will not find husbands to marry. That's just one hard truth first, just to put that out there. But
okay,
you see, in this conversation, if I'm reading the comment has successfully turned to man versus woman thing. I said the conversation is not man versus woman. We said we were here to learn. You disagree, but I told you this conversation needed to come from a place of violence. I said only with violence.
Wait, now we're
now you want carry violence come here. Nobody they carry violence.
No, wait, see. if you are reading the comments, you find out that we still
Rolly
don't get.
Beatsman, just be patient. Rolly Beatsman, sorry. Rolly
We are
Beatsman, I'll
still.
soon bring you up.
Actually, let me go off for a minute and then you can bring him up. Especially because he
Okay,
knows
okay.
Kevin. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
We are still
okay,
not
Rolly Beatsman,
getting.
I'll soon add you.
We are still not getting the foundation of the problem. When we're talking about single mothers, nobody is telling you the men who got them pregnant are angels. We are only treating one side of the problem as to what was obvious that people were castigating Kevin Samuels for. That is why there is that thing as a conversation. What is the effect? What is the effect of that on a black lady or on a black woman? That is the conversation. But when all you hear is, oh, people are trash talking women, you are trash talking men, does that change the effect of being a single parent? That's what I'm saying. Like, when we keep going around in circles, keep looking for the easier way to say these things, no way it's going to ever be gotten. It's still going to look like, oh no, you are just there saying women, you're putting it on. Nobody's putting it on you. If they're telling you your side of the problem, nobody's saying I'm a saint. My ability to come and tell you, oh, it's better if we value the family structure. I'm not telling you I will not sleep with the next woman tomorrow. But here is the problem. Solipsism. Let's even talk about the woman who wrote the book, The Manipulated Man. Women are still against her.
Uche, I
Women,
can't hear you. Okay.
you can't hear me. You can.
I
Women
can
are
hear
hear
still
you
looking for
now.
her to keep. She's
We can
still
hear you now.
receiving death-threatening messages from women. That is a fellow woman like you. So the real women who have understood the problem is, it's not even about the fact that, we want to just, attack, where people just wake up, come on Instagram live, and we feel like today let's attack.
Oh my gosh, I did not think you were gonna.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Yeah,
Hi.
welcome.
How are you?
Hi.
I didn't think you were gonna accept that fast. Wow. I just wanted to say, this caught me off guard. But I was a single mother for some time, and you get what I'm saying. Over time, you learn. It's like you learn over time, and that's what it is. As women, as adults, as men, as whoever, you have to be willing to learn things. You have to be able to learn who you are and what you want in life. I am a big God advocate. Like, you get what I'm saying. I read a lot of books and I talk about God a lot, but I feel like people are leaving God out of the equation so much. Everybody wants to get this knowledge or gain this knowledge from different books and things like that, but nobody wants to add God into it. Like, there's so many books out there that's telling you how you can help yourself, how you can do this, how you can do that, and what you need to do. But at the same time, how are you applying these things to your life? Like, knowledge without application is nothing. It's nothing. You can know everything in this world, or you could have read all the books, but how are you applying it to your life? And that's the thing that I see, especially because I'm Nigerian, by birth and whatever. But at the same time, people come here to this country and they forget what they are. They forget who they are, and they start acting like these people, like people here. So instead of you to be the change, you try to be the people, like be among the people that you're talking about. So how are you going to change? What are you going to do? What do you like? How that's where it starts. You can't be like the people that you're trying to change. So what set you apart? Because I know a lot of people who, when they was back home or whatever, they was praying 24/7, 365, but they get here and they forget what the heck they were doing. So that's my little 2 cents that I have to say or whatever.
Oh, okay. Well, actually, you're not far off the mark. Well, the reason why, I'm a godly person too, but the reason why we didn't include it is that if you followed our live from yesterday, we had some people who think that the Holy Book is a joke or things like that. I'm coming.
Okay.
Now, in order to deal with the issue, there's no problem. I'm not going to go down that lane fighting anybody. But however, we wanted a platform whereby Christians, Muslims, Jews, everybody, any black person can come in, and we first identify our foundational issues, right?
The lack of God.
By
It
the
don't
time,
matter what you call God. Don't leave God out of it.
yeah. So we wanted this particular life. we're trying to highlight the visible issues, the ones we can see,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Okay.
Our character flaws, our
Mm-hmm.
behavior, general conduct at home and outside the home, how
Mm-hmm.
black men treat black women, and how black women treat black men. So
Mm-hmm.
we want to identify these problems first.
Okay.
Physical identification. Then when we've started digesting this information, then we can now elevate it to the God spiritual level of understanding things. But for now, you can see on the comment section there are women that are still fighting this discussion.
Like, this is the thing that I've realized. You can't please everybody. You understand what I'm saying? Those that get it will get it. Those that don't won't. So that's their
So you
loss.
support
So
my violence?
I 100%, my brother. I do. You know,
Stop encouraging Uche.
sometimes violence is needed. You get what I'm saying? But at the same time, you got to do violence and then you got to do love. So you get what I'm saying? There's no peace without war. So you have to just there's no pleasing everybody. There really isn't. Some people are going to like you. Some people are not. Just like Uncle Shego. That's the only reason why I'm here, because I follow him and it showed that he was on his live. But yeah, so that you guys are doing a great job, and I love hearing what everybody has to say and things like that. But black people it's a shame. At the same time, it's one of those things where it's hard to come together because everybody wants to pull somebody down. Like, they see somebody doing good and you want to pull them down because they're not catering to your need and things like that. And ties back to God. We're all different parts of the body. You get what I'm saying? We are one body, but there's different parts. The eyes can't do the same thing as the hand. The foot can't do the same thing as an arm. So everybody's work is different. So, like, I forget what's your name, Mr. Violence. Mr. Violence, he's a warrior. He likes to fight. That's just what it is. Yes. So that's his
He's not
part.
a man of war. He's a man of war.
He's a man of violence, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's somebody that needs to be that people got
Uche
to
Daboski.
clear the way for the people of peace.
Okay, John is going to come.
Some people have to clear the way, you know what I'm saying, for the people of peace to come, and the people that needs to hear the word. So that's what it is. I'm loving what you guys are doing, and thank you so much for accepting my request.
Can you do us a favor?
Yes.
Please, everybody that comes live, I'm no leader per se, but I think from today onwards, I think us black people, we need to start seeing ourselves as ambassadors. And in having that thought process, use your platform to spread the message.
Check out my page. I mean, there's just
no.
I have a
I'm just
I
blog.
wish all of you well. I wish all of you well, strength, courage, keep up the good work.
The job is tough. The job is, make no mistake about it, you're going to get kickbacks.
Of
In
course.
fact, Sister Buki is here, right? I spoke with her last week. It took me so much to try and encourage her because she has finally lost it. Like, the whole stress is getting to her because she tries to talk to younger ladies and try to explain things to them, but the kickback is real. It's
Because
real.
you can't force feed people who don't want to be fed. You
Yeah.
get what I'm saying? You drop the seed and you keep it moving. That's it. You can't force anybody to drink from
Very
the well.
simple.
You can't force anybody to do anything. You can tell them, oh, look, there's water right here. If you would like, you get what I'm saying, to drink, go drink from it. But you cannot drag them to go drink from the water. Mr. Violence, that's what you want to do, and you can't do that. You get what I'm saying? Not everybody
No,
wants to
see, no. Wait, do you think I'm here to make anybody change their views? I think you're missing it. Let me start with you. Wait first.
I joined in on the live. I joined the live late.
Because I think you are missing the point. You are missing the point. I'm not
Okay.
here to correct. When I started, I said we can't be having these conversations again like we are begging you to do what is right. We're here to say it. Then if you get it, you pick it and you run with it. No, I'm not trying to change anybody. I used to want to try and change people, you know. I'm like, no, let's do it better. There's a way we can go about these things. No, let's try and come together. So I'm saying right now, no, there's no point trying to do that. Let us spit out what the truth is. If you can spot what the problem is, you see the solution, run with it. If you don't see the solution, nobody should be pampering anybody. The problem has already been done. The damage is severe. The mentality is bad. The foundation for reasoning is not there. Logic is zero, has been thrown out of the window. So what I just came to say in life was not, oh, we have to force people to do what is right. See, the real women on this conversation did not drop up to 5 comments. The real women who understand these things did not drop up to 5 comments because they know nothing here has been said to, trash talk women. It's all about facts. It's all about facts. Women are women all around, no matter the race, black, white, green, yellow, indigo. But when we now say the black women, there is a reason why that is being said. Someone jump in the comment section. The black woman is the most traumatized woman, and they don't know. They don't even know why.
That's true, but we have to ask ourselves, why are we like that?
But why are they not? Why is it that
let's check our background? Where are we coming from?
You go and check that outside now. Outside this life, you check it. But why is it that when you are now told?
That is the root of the problem. That is the root of the problem.
So why is it that when you are now told, your first response is, what of the men? Your first response is, but men are the ones doing it. Nobody's. See, if they are there to want to correct a thing, must I not tell you men are trash before you listen to what I'm telling you? Must I tell you men are bullshit before you now understand that there is a problem that needs to be fixed? Nobody is telling you that
we all know that there is a problem in the black community.
So let's come from a place of when you don't see that there is a problem, you can't even understand the concept of the problem. You can't even understand the concept of the family unit and how to run the family unit. You can't even understand what it means to be a logical woman. Tell me, how will this conversation make sense to you? It will never make sense. It will always sound like people trash talking women. It will always sound like somebody is trying to put you down. Let me tell you, we have only 37 viewers from my own end. The Kevin Samuels you're talking about, anytime it comes live, it has minimum of 4,000 on an average, 4,000, 5,000 on Instagram. So do you think those people are so useless they don't have what to do with their time? Do you think, okay, you just want to stay and be like somebody who has lived for 55 years of his life, he doesn't know what to do but to just constantly come online, say what does not make sense? Come on. There is a
I'm sexy. I'll soon bring you. Don't worry.
Maybe you should also try and bring Blast Eve up. I feel like she has a lot of things to say here.
Yeah, you get.
Okay.
So we are here to listen to different opinions.
You can leave. Let me bring them. You can leave. Let me cycle them.
So we're here to actually talk about the gender dynamics. Actually, I said I wasn't going to even stress myself. Let us just live the life the way it is. Then in 5-10 years, we will see if the effects of these things are actually true or they are not true. These things are facts. They are written on stones. Whether or not it suits you or it doesn't suit you or it hurts you, if you feel hurt, you need to check yourself. There is something about you that statement is actually applied to. But no, women never see that
sexy.
Amara, good evening. It's always a thing of you want to fight back information. You want to fight back new knowledge. You want to see from a place of men and women.
Send your request.
So how can we learn? I can bet that she might not send the request. She might not send the request because we will still lose the essence of this trying to solve what the problem is if you are not actually putting your head down to learn. So if there's nobody learning, why are we still teaching? Let's all pack our bags and relax.
No, there are a lot of women. No, actually. There are a lot of women actually respond. No, you can't focus.
No. What I'm saying, Mr. Aaron, is I'm addressing people who think, no, when people sound like this, they are trash talking women. That's what I'm saying. I'm addressing those kind of conversations. No, it is not what it is. This is not the intent. Like nobody is coming here to tell you, oh, you're a demon, you're a this. If it has been spotted that there's a foundational problem and it has to be fixed, don't think it's going to be an easy way out. It's not going to be a walk in the park. One thing is trying to unlearn what you know and relearning the right things. That is the hardest thing. And as long as you are emotional, you will never find it easy. But to move women to a place where they can learn and become better, women are so powerful. Women are so powerful. And for every time you think it's just going to be a walk in the park, we will never make any progress. So at some point, when you have this kind of conversation, it becomes very volatile. It's just good to just be like, you know what? Let's wait and see what happens in the next 5 or 10 years. The last lady Kevin Samuels addressed that I was on that live, I went on her live and I was asking her, I said, what do you think about what happened on the last live and what do you think about? She was like, oh, when I heard of this passing, I really cried. What did she do that Kevin Samuels removed her from the live? He asked her, he said, what do you think is happening to the Black community? Do you think relationships are getting better? Do you think families are coming together? And she's like, oh, I see the Black family coming together. I see love. I see people living in harmony. He said, I'm going to rephrase the question again. He said, what is happening in the Black community? Do you think we're having it better? She started again. You know what? I see a time when people will love each other. He just moved on. Like, this is not a place for motivational speaking. He's asking you facts. So if you cannot even brace up to be able to state what's fact, how many women would you see tomorrow come and tell you, I think I don't know enough. I want to learn. I'm part of the problem that made my husband divorce me, or I'm part of the problem that put me in this position where I cannot even raise kids. You hardly see that, but nobody's saying you are the problem. So where do you want to now start teaching somebody who doesn't even know that there is a problem? So it's challenging.
Uche, okay, let's wait, John, wait till Almost Sexy came first so that we do this stuff by talk. Almost Sexy, are you there?
Good evening, everybody.
Hey, welcome.
Thank you.
Madam the
Okay.
madam.
Make na no verse. I just dey come back from farm. I no official face. I
Oh
look
God,
like
this is our family investor, our agro investor.
I look in a way I don't like. But anyways, good evening, everyone. This
Good
topic,
evening, man.
I would like.
Almost sex, you can never look in a way you don't like. You're always looking sarcastic.
I'm
Stop
just
whining
tired.
us.
I'm just tired. You see, first of all, the Black family where we are today is part of colonization, and they have because they know, they think, they have visions, they have missions, they think ahead. They know that the first thing when you want to disorient and disorganize a group of people, you attack their family values. And that is the number one problem we have. And unfortunately for us, we were not smart enough, or people that are before us were not smart enough to see that this was what the problem is, and then attack it and try to help both parties. That's the male and the female species, the Black male and the Black female. Now, with that being said, the topic, so I don't deviate. How can Black and men and Black women see eye to eye? This Black man, Black women thinking, first of all, I would say the topic is too wide, because then we then would deviate into a lot of other subjects or subtopics. Because when you say Blacks, then we have the Black Americans, we have the ones that they're already traumatized from not knowing their roots and their origin, and always having to go out of their way to fit into whichever society they find themselves. That already is a foundational problem, which is another talk that we don't want to, go into. I came on to talk about African people that are immigrants. Let me use the word immigrants.
Omara, can we help you? Can we help you so that you understand where the conversation is? Let's say the subtopic. So the subtopic is more or less like, when you look at the Black woman, no matter the country, Nigeria, Africa, America, Black India, Black American, when you look at the Black woman, do you think in the way they are moving, they are a perfect fit for the next 5 to 10 years? And if not, I don't know if you know Kevin Samuels, where his teachings moving to helping them or destroying them, was he trash talking? So we're really centered around the fact that most women feel hot. They feel like, no, all he was teaching was rubbish. All he was children for one man, those kind of issues, or a lady who is telling you, she wants a man who is good looking, fit, and all, has his life together, but she's
okay,
obese.
then you change the topic. I get you now,
So,
Uche. Then the
yeah,
topic
so
should be changed.
that's a line.
Now. Yeah.
No, leave the topic
Okay,
is
so
just for people to read something, but that's just the line. is a violent topic. That's
So
where
the
we
line,
are right now.
the line of our so-called young African women now that by choice or by way of wanting to fit into what is in vogue, they decide to be single mothers on their own, and they divorce at any little provocation, or if I'm not mistaken, that's what you've just said.
One,
Is that
yeah,
Yes.
that's like the inside of
Uche
it.
and I had been on a live before that we discussed this topic. You see, most of black or Nigerian or whatever you want to call us now, I don't like to use the word black. Most African women, wherever you find ourselves, the first thing that we have done to ourselves is the first thing we've done is the fact that we have lost all our value as a people. I keep saying it. The moment you do not know or identify who you are and what your values are as a person, then you have problem. Let me give you a very simple example. My uncle took a lady. She was in UI then, maybe 200 levels or something. We were just finishing in Aberdeen College. My uncle finished 2 years before her, came back, took her to the UK. She got into UK. She discovered that when you are in UK, you are the one that has power. She threw away all her values as a Yoruba woman or Nigerian woman. She then took on the value of, I'm in the UK, I'm the woman, I own this, I did that, da, 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 da. For no reason, she maltreated my uncle as much as she could. Long story short, of course, threw him out. Took the man years to rebuild himself and da 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 and all. Now she's in her 50s. She's by herself. She herself called me to say that she looks back into the way she had lived her life now. She should have just kept her behaving as a Yoruba woman that she is. What does that mean? She lost her values. Myself and Mommy Chido had also discussed this, had this
It is
conversation.
too late.
No, hold on. The moment, no, John, nothing is too late. The moment you lose or you disregard your value as a woman, as a person, you have a problem. Either you have lived in the US for 1 million years or you have lived in the UK for 1 million years. The fact remains that you are not an English person, you're not an American, you are not a German, you are an African woman. Now, as an African woman, we have culture, we have values, we have our way of life. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying don't start behaving the way they were behaving in the 19 Bongodoro, where women do not have a choice or do not have a voice. But I'm saying at the same time, take the good part of our value and the good part of wherever it is you find yourself in this life, try and work things together. The fact that you live in a country that gives women ultimate power does not mean that then you should treat your Nigerian husband as if it does not matter. Because at the end of the day, it is yourself you're treating like you do not matter. I used to say to people that I would rather prefer you maltreat your husband in Nigeria as a Nigerian than you go outside Nigeria and you maltreat your husband. Same thing goes for the men as well. Because at the end of the day, all of these behaviors tells on us as a people. Now, not as female or male, as a people, as a group, as a people, as a set of, as a society. The same thing goes to when you look at Indians. They work together, they try to use the system in the UK especially, which is where I'm familiar with. In the UK and in the Scandinavia, they come together and they use the system for their own good as a people. But Nigerians will use the value for themselves as an individual. It
Uche,
is the same
sorry, sorry,
mentality and the same
sorry.
problem we are bringing into our marriages and our relationships.
I'm sexy. Wait, 1 second. Uche, you
I
go
don't tell
fit
me to
wait.
know they come your
You
more
go fit
sexy.
wait. You-
I go fight you or run moye.
Wait now. Now me say me you look sexy. Wait,
Bring
Uche.
bring in
You
the
know what
Rolly
you do?
guy. Yeah.
Just wait. Oh, I'll bring you somebody. Just send me. Okay. Sorry. Why is he rejecting?
Are you
Honorable Kevin, restart your what do you call? Okay, Uche is still here. Sorry.
I think this guy the
Uh,
Rolly
no,
Beatman.
now it's okay, man.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Honorable Kevin, resend your request, restart your Instagram, log out and log in, then send a request again. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm more sexy now. Continue.
When we go back to the time where we start thinking of our values, where we start knowing that, I mean, the other day I was somewhere and I had to call
Yeah, I can only show my face now. I'm not, listening, but I can still speak though.
Sorry, mute your mic, Rolly Beatman.
Oh, okay.
Rolly Beatman.
Yeah, no problem.
Mute your mic. She's still speaking.
my
Sorry,
life
when
on Moye. I'm
okay.
tired, as
Uh,
I told you. Yeah,
okay, continue.
yeah. The other day I called the lady to order, and everyone was telling me, that was not nice. You embarrassed her. You this, you that. You're behaving like an old people. These are the issues that we have. We have to start appreciating who we are. We have to start appreciating and living who we are. Leave religion aside now. As a people, an Englishman will tell you, I'm English. That's why I do this. An English woman will tell you, thank you, my darling, I'm English. That's why I do that. A German man will tell you, she's German. That's why she does this. We will leave everything that is ours. We like to copy. Even the so-called copy we're doing, we are overdoing it. Angela
Hello,
Merkel,
Sister Buki. Love
in
you.
one of our interviews, she says she takes out Sundays to cook for her husband and her family and her children. A whole chancellor of Germany.
Chancellor of Germany.
Do you
Yes,
understand?
yes.
You will not
It's
say you are an African woman.
no,
You are
One
in
woman
London.
that sells eyelashes will tell me she cannot cook for her husband.
no.
Do you-
Almost sexy. Wait, almost sexy. She said that on TV, Abby. Do you know that
Yes,
the
na
British Prime
interview.
Minister, the
It's an
British
interview.
Prime
I used to
Minister,
have it on my phone. Hang on, I used to
good.
have the interview
Do you
for a
know that
while.
the former British Prime Minister, Theresa
May.
May, did you see the interview she granted where she said she doesn't have a washing machine, that she has to do all the laundry
Either she
for her husband
does
and
it,
take
I
care
don't
of
know,
her?
but I know that she said that she still cooks on Sunday for her husband. I used to have the video clip on my phone.
Yeah.
The point I'm trying to make is, as African women, we have left behind all our values and we have taken over foreign
Hi,
values.
Steve,
Now,
send your
I'm not saying there
request.
is anything wrong. I'm not saying there's anything wrong in taking over values of the country or the nation where you live in, but forgetting yourself as a people is what has brought us to where we are. I think Uche had the statistics when we discussed the same topic some weeks ago. Is what has brought us to where we are now, that we have so much. I mean, we have so much African women. They don't see anything wrong with it. They don't see anything out of place with it. I'm a single mother myself, but I'm not a single mother because I intentionally went out of my way to become a single mother. Life happened. That's a completely different thing. But for me to intentionally
No.
going from one man to another to have children and say, I don't need a man in my life. Okay, I may not need a man in my life. Those children need their father in their
Father
life.
is alive.
There is a reason why you cannot impregnate yourself from the beginning of time. There is a reason why you have to be with a man. A man has to sleep with a woman before they can produce children. The man has the role he plays in the children's life, just like you have the role you play in your children's life. And when
Wow.
you bring up children in this manner, what do you expect those children to become when they grow up themselves? That is why we have a lot of children that are now parents. And that is why
Mm,
we have the society that we
mm,
now have. I am
mm.
not saying that men don't have their own, but the topic now and the topic today is about the women, which I also know myself. You will see some women, we say they are punishing their husbands, and this happens a lot in London. I don't know about the US. They will say they are punishing the husband. They will now be keeping the children away from their father. Shoriniti Daruni, are you crazy? This is not about you. That's why if you go to children family court, even here in Nigeria, they will tell you, don't come and say my husband slapped me, my wife disobeyed me. No, they are not there for you. They are there for the interest of the children
Of the child.
of the child. It has whatever people do to yourself, take it to the other senior offenses or whatever kind of court. But when it is family court, it is about the welfare, the well-being of the children that are in that relationship. So African women need to go back to, first of all, identifying themselves who they are. We are known to be virtuous women. We are known to be the home builder. We are known to be the homemaker. We are known to be the mother, the father, the friend, both for our children and for our husband. But the only thing we are known for now is to see. The other day, someone came at me on a live when I said what I'm about to say. I can say it boldly. This is a disclaimer. I cannot see and I do not know any Nigerian woman today, let me not say worldwide, that is as independent as I am. But that, with my independency or whatever English term you use for it, I still do not see, I still will not sign up to that talk of I can do everything by myself without a man. No. There is a reason why we are created for each other. We complement each other. We complete each other. That is just the fact. That is the truth. And until African women start seeing that, now when I say I don't believe that I can do everything for myself, some people now will come and take it. Just don't take my words literally. Read in between the lines. Sit down, digest it, think it. You don't need to agree with me. Like I said, digest what I've just said. There is a reason why there is a male and a female. There is a reason God did not just create just a woman. We are created to complete each other. I'm not saying there are not a lot of useless men out there. But I'm saying that the fact that you're financially stable, you have a roof over your head, you have a good job, you have your business going well for you, does not mean that you do not need a man in your life. The same way it goes for a man. The fact that you're financially stable, you have your business or your career going on well for you, does not mean that you do not need a woman in your life. Both of us created for each other, to complement each other, to find a level ground to meet on, to compromise, to coexist together. And because of the way we are created, a woman is expected to do most of the job. I also recognize that part. And that is why when I see men that are maltreating or mistreating a woman, in my own view, in my own opinion, they are just, and that man is just an animal. Because in the scope of things and in the scope of job description, a woman gets to do more when it comes to keeping a relationship and keeping a home together. This is why a man is expected to nourish and pamper and how do you say it?
Provide, protect.
No, to protect the woman, not provide. Let's even take money and provision out of it.
Out of it, yeah.
Let's take money and provision out of it. That's another conversation. Let's take money. We're talking about two. Okay, let's just paint a scenario for it before I run off. The two of us are comfortable. Money is not the issue, but we still need a home. I don't want to bring people's personal life on live show. There is a multi-billionaire in Nigeria whom both him and the wife are okay, but they're together still putting up with each other's BSS, and you see their children, you like, okay, this one are well brought up. That is what I'm talking about. And it is the woman that does most of the job. That is how it has been from way back when. Forget what your so-called modernization and Western world is teaching you. My late husband was Swedish.
If it's not,
His mother is still alive. Hold on, John. His mother is still alive. She still holds on to their values.
Just walk away.
Their family values up until tomorrow. Up until tomorrow. Family tradition, family values. And it conditions are not too far away from ours. Believe me. That's why when you move with those old Oyibo people, when see they go Anglican church for wherever way the way they don't reach 60, 70 years, they see this, they behave like they are Africans almost. This is what we need to focus on, to go back to who are we, and let all these, a lot of things we have learned, we need to unlearn it. A whole lot of things we have learned, and
Unlearn
enough for
them,
the
yeah.
women, for the men as well. Our black men, God help me, God in heaven, there is just so much of them that has no intellect, nothing upstairs to be the head that they're supposed to be. You know, you sit, you're talking with grown man, you'd expect some level of substance, of value, of reasoning from the conversation, but they have nothing to bring to the table. So you will not blame the women when they look at it and say, look, I don't need such man in my life. I don't need no man. I'm even much more intelligent than you. I'm much more exposed than you. I'm well read than you are. You know, so it goes both ways. For me, it goes both ways. And I rest my
Okay.
here.
Okay, sorry, before you finish resting, let me say something. I'm officially accepting application forms for homosexual. DM me.
If I
I'm officially accepting application forms. So all those ones that I found wife now. Not that you come and call me later.
Buki,
She's
how
here.
are you? How was the exams? See you here.
Okay,
Thanks a lot,
guys,
homosexual. We really appreciate your input.
guys, salam alaikum. First and foremost, before I start, I want to address an issue. And this issue goes to a guy on Instagram called Chacha. I went to his page and I saw the video he made about Kevin Samuels. And I'm saying this without fear or favor. I did say it with my full chest.
Wait, sorry, you want to discuss Chacha here?
No. I just want to address it.
Same Chacha in the morning.
Yeah, same Chacha in the morning.
Same.
He went on.
No, John. Now, how about now?
No,
You passed
he
this.
went on
You
his.
passed this
He
level.
went on his page and he made a video. And let me tell you what the video said. He said that for Kevin Samuel to say that a 35-year-old woman has expired, he quoted him out of context. That he expired in the eyes of God, and that was why God took his life. That his death, he deserves his death. Why I'm bringing this up is because this is the fundamentals of the issue. This is the main issue of what we're talking about. We're talking about people, someone telling you the truth. Instead of you accepting the bitter truth, you feel he is attacking you. I don't understand why Chacha went ahead to make that kind of video and posted it.
You are not supposed. Listen, yeah, John. Chacha is not meant to be understood. I don't know why you're even trying to understand him.
I understand him. The reason I understand the reason why.
That's a lot of brain work.
I understand him. It is because he is doing houseboy for the Igbo woman. That's the only reason why he's doing all this.
But John, you see why? You see, wait, John. You see why? You see all this is. Wait,
Chacha,
John. Wait. You be my guy.
Kevin Samuel, you come for me.
You be my guy,
You
John.
come for me.
John.
So that's
John.
by the way. Let's go back to the main issue. Let's go back to the main issue.
Hello, guys.
So the thing is.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, who is this?
Bro.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Yeah, this is.
Bro, can you mute yourself?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay, John, let him finish so that I can cycle in. Let him finish. John, let him talk.
All right, guys.
Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Rolly Bitman. Okay, just speak.
All right. Good day, guys.
Good day.
You know, for people who do not know Kevin personally, you know, it's easier to, you know, say something about somebody you don't know or why he's doing what he's doing. But I'll tell you that, you know, the same way Kevin was on the lives that you guys see, you know, that's exactly who he was in person. You know, anybody that knows Kevin would say that Kevin was a guy that wanted to push people around him. And I'll tell you this.
More harsh than, you know, he was more harsh on men than he was actually on women.
Sister Buki, you're live on camera. Okay, continue.
Hi.
Hello?
I didn't know you were bringing me on. Hello, everyone.
So, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
yeah, continue.
Okay. Uh, all Kevin wanted was to unify black families. And I'm telling you this because, I've had conversations with him several times. Kevin was very passionate and he did believe everything you see him say on live. People think that this guy,
No,
it,
I'm on sexy. I'll cycle you back. Just hang around. I have a lot of requests, so I'll just be cycling everyone. Don't worry. Continue,
okay.
my brother.
So, uh, the delivery, this is one thing I want to say about delivery. I want to ask a question. Everybody is talking about the delivery of Kevin, but I think we've been having a lot of people in churches, pastors, who has been kind, being kind and speaking in a very good tone. I'll say that people believe is acceptable. What has changed? Why do you know who Kevin is today? Was because he did it the unconventional way. He did it in a way that brought attention to him. He did it in a way that people were able to listen. If he did not take the approach, he would have just been one of the statistics, just a black man, another Negro talking. But Kevin did something that, he did something that a lot of people, a lot of us men already knew, but we were not, we didn't have the balls to come out publicly
And say,
and say it. So, but this is what I want to say, and I'll say this to women. Kevin was not in any way, and this is the honest truth, Kevin really, genuinely wanted to see a change in the black community because we are lost as a people. If you want to break a society, you attack the family. A family is the bedrock of every society.
Why, miss? Salute.
So
Continue.
if you want to break people, you attack the family. You remove the orderliness of how a family is supposed to be. That way you can easily control those people. We unfortunately live in a very dumb world where truth, I'm not surprised though. Jesus Christ was also, was crucified for being, healing the sick, saying the truth. So we live in a world where people do not want to hear the truth anymore.
the truth.
And
Yeah.
people believe lies. Lies is the new truth. And there is something we call hyper individualism. That's a very huge problem these days. It's like my truth, your truth. Then what is the truth? Let me give you an example. So
I
if
need to follow
you
this
bring
guy.
a car and the color of the car is white, and then Mr. Ron says, oh, I see it as blue. And then I say, oh, I see it as yellow. Does that change the fact that
That the car
car
is white.
is white? Now, I can say that is my truth. Mr. Ron can say that is his truth. But that
But
doesn't
there's
change
only
the
one truth.
fact
There is only one truth, which is the truth.
that, yes, that the car is white. So, see, the rebelliousness of the black woman in our community is, let me use the statistics so it wouldn't be that I just said it. 80% of divorce cases are filed by women in America. I live in America. Divorce cases, 80% of divorce cases are filed by women. We have women that are leaving marriages more than men. 55% of black men in America are single and childless. Now, when you see these women calling to Kevin Samuels, first of all, they are choosing to call into the show. He has a show where he speaks to his audience, people that want to listen. He's not forcing anybody. He never came and said, oh, you have no choice. This is what you have to do. No, what he did was that he opened up the eyes of people. This is where the problem is coming from. The men, I'm not saying that, we brothers too, we have our issues. If you knew Kevin Samuels, you knew that he was very hard on brothers. There was a time, if you watch the videos, go back. Nobody was listening to Kevin Samuels. Nobody was listening to this man when he was talking to brothers. You know why? Because, it's a taboo to go against the grain when it comes to, especially in the Western world, how a woman is being perceived. The moment he started talking about women, the whole world went crazy. Are we going to fall for everything, or are we going to stand up for something? Our community is dying.
It's dead.
Our community is dying. We don't even have communities anymore. What we have is apartments. For Christ's sake, why are we fighting each other? The black man and the black woman have to sit down. We have to play our roles. There is this orderliness. How can a woman want to be in a healthy relationship when you are not feminine? How can a man want to be in a relationship when you are not masculine? Where are the men? We are cowering too much. We need that black, strong man to come back, and we need that woman who we've known, our mothers, the ones that were feminine, the ones that, put family along. We need that. Why is that so hard? Everybody's talking about Kevin Samuels. He did this, he did that. What did this man even do? Because he was saying the truth? Yes, he said, he said things based on, he always said it in his show. He matches energy. Sometimes truth is uncomfortable.
But that is the purpose of truth.
Truth is going to be uncomfortable. So when you speak the truth, you become the enemy of the people who do not want to accept reality. Do you know how many marriages that happened because of Kevin Samuels? Do you know how many lives that were changed? Do you know how many men that got on the program and said, you know what? I'm going to be a better man. I'm going to do better. Have you watched the Men's Week? When Kevin will come in and, some men will say, oh, I live in my mom's basement, and he will say, grow up. Stop being a broke guy. You cannot attract the type of woman. This guy was talking to see that the black communities. Every time that I spoke to Kevin personally, Kevin would push me. Go and ask anybody that knows Kevin personally or have ever spoken to Kevin. All we need is to come together. Look at, in America, we have a lot of women who are single or married. Why? We have men, we have eligible bachelors, we have women. Why is it that there is this divide? Because why? We are not operating in the energy that we are supposed to operate in. We are more concerned about a job than families. Just obey your boss. Journey of the broke. You're not going to take your job. You're not going to take your job. Your job can replace you any day, but your family is the legacy you leave behind. Just because you went to school and you have a PhD doesn't mean shit. It doesn't mean anything. Your family is your name. Your family is that's the most valuable thing you live in this world. None of us lives this life alive. Kevin Summers might have died today, but he's going to live because he did something that shook the world. He went against the grain. And what he did was to bring us together. Unfortunately, they did not appreciate him. So the topic, how can black women and black men see eye to eye? We need to have these conversations. We need to sit down. Women have to start holding other women accountable.
In fact, you know what? Sorry, Rolly, what you just said now is the foundational. So men cannot hold women accountable. And I think I need all men to understand, no matter how you raise your voice and shout, women will not respond to your voice. But other women can hold women accountable. And this is where I was hoping this conversation will go to. Shout out to Sister Buki and Homosexy and other great women out there who try to impart knowledge on the younger women that they come in contact with. I think that is the way to go. Women should hold women accountable. That's it. Thanks a lot. I got that from you now.
Yeah. So accountability is the key. That's it. Anything we are doing, when you make, we human beings, is hard sometimes to criticize ourselves, to look inwards. We look outwardly. Me personally, sometimes, nobody is perfect. We understand. We all make mistakes and we learn from it. But when you're accountable, when you say, you know what, I've made these mistakes and these are the consequences for this mistake. Okay, since I've made these mistakes, I've learned from it. Is there any option available to me? When these women call on Kevin sometimes I just don't understand. I'm like, when these women call on the show, Kevin Summers will ask you, what do you want? I want to get married. Okay. How tall are you? You tell him.
No,
Before he
no,
asks how tall, he will ask you what kind of husband
Kind
are
of
you
man
looking
do you
for?
want to get married
You
to?
Are you
want.
A
look?
lot of
By
them
the
will
time
say,
you say you
a
want
lot
a
of them will
high
say,
value man,
a lot of them will say they want a high. There was one
high
that
value
actually said
man.
she wants a high value man that can afford all the luxuries of life, like buy her Louis Vuitton, luxury designers, fly her in private jets. And he asked her a basic question:
Yeah. Yeah.
what?
Unfortunately,
How much do you? How much do you make?
The
unfortunately,
can,
unfortunately, values doesn't matter anymore in this generation. People are no longer interested in who you are. The qualities you possess. Is all about money. It's all about what I can get from you. Well,
can I interject?
how can I gain, how, as a woman, right? If I get married to this man, I want a lifestyle. It's all about a lifestyle. This unrealistic expectations, and
Can I interject, please?
you have a lot of average men and you have a lot of average women, and you have this average women thinking that they overqualify for something that they do not. When you're talking about a high value man, there was something you said, Ron, which was right, but I want to put it in a proper context. A high value man is not just a man that earns a certain amount of money. You have to be a man of value with your social circle. You have to have a social circle. People have to recognize you.
Thank you.
You have to impact value. So high value man, yes, money amplifies these things, but is a man of character. A high value man is a man of character, but then when you have that money, you have options. A man that
Yes.
has that money has options, but you have to
A whole
understand,
lot of
a
options.
man controls access to relationships and marriage. A woman controls access to who gets born and sex. So if women are actually fighting whichever war, they're not going to win. You know why? Most women want relationships. Most women want marriage. They want families. So a man decides who gets married. If you're dating a man is the one that would decide, okay, you know what? Oh, I think she's somebody that I want to settle down with. So a lot of women don't know how to pick men. That's another problem. They don't know how to pick men. So when they pick this man, when something goes wrong, they say, oh, all men are dogs, all men are this.
Soft
No, you picked the wrong type of man.
man. Yeah.
Can I no, can I interject, please? Because there's a lot of bashing women
No,
in
this is not bashing
No,
hold
women.
on,
no,
hold
not
on.
not
No,
Let
bashing
wait,
let me
okay,
women.
let me
Ronnie,
speak.
let's hear her.
Let me
Okay.
speak. Because
You know I've not
I
spoken.
I I am one that does my best to hold my gender accountable for our behavior, and I will be the first to speak up that the standards are not good. However, it is important to point out some certain things because men like to take on the label of leadership when it suits them. And long before Black women started engaging in the kinds of behavior that they were engaging in, most especially in the West, when Black men were successful, you rarely saw them with their own Black women. You always saw them with a white woman, giving that woman a very high standard of living, a good standard of living. Those sorts of things communicate to the minds of Black women, and these things happen gradually over periods of time, over decades. The reason I'm saying that is it's even more important to hold men accountable who are supposed to be leaders, and those that were in marriages. Now, coming back to Africa, so in the West, they are idolizing the white woman when they are successful. Back home in Africa, they are diminishing the wife at home when they cheat and take on a second wife. So you have black women on both sides of the Atlantic that are really getting a raw deal. And then when this equality thing came up, because it wasn't properly navigated and controlled, and because black women were already feeling inferior as a race of women compared to all the other women, of different races, it wasn't very hard for them to latch onto this. And they are the stronger ones, so they know how to work hard and how to achieve. Why? Because historically, looking at the positions that they have been put in, it's not been one of high value. So when the opportunity came, they're the ones, especially in America, they're the high earners. They're the ones that have pushed in hard to get somewhere. Why? Because they've not been put in that position of value. You want black women to be better, but have black men traditionally and historically put them on that pedestal to make them believe that they are better. Have they done that? Why you want them to do better? Have you put them in a position
I,
where they were?
I disagree. I disagree with you. I disagree with you, and I'll tell you why.
Bro, can you give me a
When
minute? Can I
I,
finish? Wait,
I want to address.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Rolly,
when
you're echoing.
I wanted to address something that you said.
You're
You
echoing,
said,
Rolly.
yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. I want to address something that you said, which is false. You said in the West, in America, I don't know where you live, but in America, when you're talking about, okay, let me tell you this. You said that the men were marrying white women, and that was the reason, and that's not true. That's a fact.
No, I didn't say that was the reason. I say that was the example. That was one of the main examples that black women, especially in
Uh,
America,
I,
are
I,
seeing.
if
You
if it,
go back
if it,
and
I,
look
yeah,
at all the successful black
I
men,
still
whether
disagree. You
they're
know why?
sportsmen, whether they're
Yeah,
actors, all the prominent successful black men in
yeah.
America
I still
have a large
disagree.
proportion of
Yeah.
white partners
Okay.
and not black partners. And that's
I
a fact.
disagree with that. You know
bro,
why? Let me
bro,
tell you
bro,
why I
bro, can you give me?
disagree.
Can you just
The
can you
reason
can
why
you
I
just give me a minute?
disagree is because during the segregation, during the Jim Crow era in America, racism, all that stuff, black people were married at the rate of 80%, more than any other race. When they had less freedom than we have today, they were contented. Women were married, men were married at 80%. Now we built the Black Wall Street. We were becoming too powerful. We were becoming sufficient.
Yeah,
And,
but that was no,
and
you're talking about over
wait,
50 years ago,
let me
things that
wait. Let
transpired a
me.
very
No,
long time ago.
I'm telling you how it
That
started.
was where it got wrong.
So
He's trying to
all
just
these
take you back
things were
down memory lane.
going on, and then there became the introduction of drugs. First, there was introduction of drugs in the black community, and it really messed a lot of the men up.
Bro,
And then
bro,
the second thing they did was, okay, Section 8.
bro.
There's something we call Section 8 in America. So in order for you to qualify for that, you have to do away with your man. Okay. That was one of the things that the
Bro,
black
bro,
woman bought
bro,
into. Now the third
All
thing
bro,
they
that
bought
that
into
that
was
that
feminism.
that is too far back. That's not necessary in this in
No,
this
that is
conversation
the
right now.
origin.
it
That
is
is
necessary. It is
you said
necessary.
the
It
reason
is
why.
necessary. It
You
is
said the
necessary
reason
because you
why.
don't
That's why
expect
I am bringing that up. Now
you
the
don't
final reason why these things are the way they are today. Now put it in mind that black people were married at 80% with racism, Jim Crow, and segregation. Now, what happened? When the feminism movement came through, the white women were fighting for equal rights to vote. Now, they came to the black woman and told the black woman, if you come with us, hey, you're going to get this right, look at this, this, that. Now, mind you, we were married at 80%. The black woman was not oppressed. There was no oppression. These people were together. They knew that they had each other because of the racism. They had a lot of things going on. But now what happened? The white woman bought into this idea of feminism. And that was where everything went south. Now, when you say holding black men accountable, I believe you. We should hold black men accountable. Black men have responsibilities as well, as much as we want to hold black women responsible. But you have to
Yes,
understand.
but the
But let me
emphasis
tell
is
you
more
this.
on the
When
women,
you do
and it
away
should be
with
the
the man,
leaders.
let me tell you, when you do away with the man and you become a single mother and you raise those boys do not have fathers in their life. What do you think they are going to turn into? It becomes a cycle.
Yes, but you're attributing single mothers being single mothers as a choice. Yes, in
It's a choice.
more today, the ability to choose to be a single mother is available. But we are, in the past 20, 30, 40 years, single mothers were not single mothers by choice. They were single mothers because men were irresponsible.
No, it's
Men
not
were
true.
Men,
It's not
irresponsible and
true.
broke.
men
It's
were,
not
Hold
true.
on, hold on.
It's
Let
not.
me
It's not
finish,
true.
John. Let me
It's
finish.
not true.
Let
No,
me
no,
finish.
no, no. But
Let me
you're
finish.
spreading a
All
false
right.
narrative. No,
There is
you're
no.
spreading a
You're
false
not going
narrative.
to.
You
You're
are
not
spreading
going
a
No,
to
John,
false.
you get
negate
your turn.
men's
John, wait till you
responsibility
get your
in
turn.
No,
creating
no,
single
no,
mothers.
no,
You're not
no,
going to do
no,
that. All
no,
right.
Wait,
no,
The
John.
no.
but there's
responsibility
something
falls
Yes.
on
I
both
want to say.
sides, but we're
Tell
not
you
going to
something,
just
right?
blame single
Now,
motherhood as a choice on women. No, that's not right.
You
There's
but
a
let me
lot
say
of
this. Let
men
me say this.
that
Let me
that have left
say one
women
more wrong.
as single mothers,
yes, but
right?
what
Let me
Because
let
they're
me say
necessity?
one
playing
thing
around,
before
What
they're
run
not ready
necessity?
before
to
run.
settle
I
down.
don't want
They
to say.
want to try this
Let me
one
keep
and
it simple.
try that one,
What is
and
the
they end up
percentage?
making
No
babies
matter
along the
What is the
way. You're
percentage?
not going to
how much we
negate that
debate,
fact.
no matter how much we debate this issue, the truth is that women are the ones that are actually losing at the end of the day. More because
This is the thing that men say that is very, very irritating. Yes, we know that women are the one losing at the end of the day, but that doesn't give
I
you,
don't believe this. The people that are losing at
John,
the end of the day are the children.
John, John, John,
The people that are
learn to
losing
take
at the end.
turns. This is why I left
the,
Instagram. Can you see?
the
This is
women
why
are
I left
the ones that
John,
are
Instagram.
wait. John,
I
wait.
just
At
can't
the
deal with
booking,
the
we are having
stress.
a
John, wait.
conversation.
John, wait. John.
I
Don't
can't
pick
deal
on
with the
me.
stress.
Do not pick on me, please, 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 please,
John, wait.
I
please.
John.
see.
John, wait. Let her finish her point. You have all the floor to say what you want to
Yeah.
say.
yeah,
Just let her finish.
yeah.
Okay.
So
Sorry, Sister Buki, finish.
Thank you for having me, Ron. I'm going to call it a night. God bless you all. Thank you.
all right, take care.
Okay, Sister Buki.
Good night.
Ah,
My
this
brother,
John, your violence, eh?
No, no, no. I'm not violent. She
the
came in
people.
here.
Let me
She
tell you.
saw
Let me,
me.
Mr. Ron,
She came in here. She saw me. She didn't
Ron,
recognize I was here before her. I allowed
Ron.
her
Let
to
me
speak.
tell you this.
Now I'm speaking. She
This
wants to
message is
play
not for everybody.
emotional. She wants to come. She wants to come emotional with me. Sorry, I lack empathy. I'm not the kind of person that do all these emotional
This
things.
message is not for
Yeah,
everybody.
I
So
was here
and
before her.
you can force
What
people
wasn't I?
uh to.
John.
We're having a
Sorry,
conversation.
Rolly, wait, sorry, John. This is what I want to say, John. In as no, be that as it may.
John, if you
Remember,
don't agree with
remember
her,
that
you
we are
allow her
one.
to finish talking.
Remember
No, no,
that.
no.
Wait,
But I was
John.
here before her. When she came, I allowed her
Wait,
to speak.
John. I understand you, but John, remember something that all of us like that we are from one family. Remember, she's not just somebody from outside. Now, our sister, you know.
Even me and my younger sister will quarrel this evening. So even the family will
Wait,
come back to
John,
quarrel.
wait first. John, wait. You know that Sister Buki, you, I, Omolara, we are from a
I know,
certain
I
family.
know, I know,
So if
I
not
know.
for anything, when we are in public places like this, sometimes we go still address the issue
You
later.
know, you
You
know,
get
you
where we
know.
go address them.
Personally, what I don't like is emotional blackmail. You
I
came on the
get what
live,
you're
you
saying. I get
saw
what you're
me,
saying.
you asked for me to let you speak. I kept quiet and allowed you to speak. And you're asking me not to interrupt you. Really?
John, wait.
I
John,
don't,
wait.
I don't understand. Really?
John,
John, make we address this thing privately. John, make we address her privately.
Wow. So now back to what I wanted. Back to what I wanted to say. Let me just so
That's what I wanted to say. A lot of people fail to understand that. The main reason why these things happened was the system at some point saw the strength in the black community. You know, back in the days, there was a time the black women, when the black community was still a family unit, realized that a lot of their men were being incarcerated. The black women rallied round and went to prisons in the United States and asked for their men to come back home. That they cannot raise their children without their men. So the system saw the strength in the family unit, and that was why they first started with, okay, even if your men are not around, we can pay you child support. We can pay you this, we can pay you this. They discouraged the family unit within the black communities. If you go back time, if you see a black man, you see a black woman and you see their children. If you see a white man, you see a white man and you just see a white man. But now, they tried to discourage it and they swapped it. Now, what you see a black woman and 7 children from 7 different men. And you see a white man and his wife and his kids. They built their family units and made us destroy our family units. And the way they destroyed our family unit was to come and give, just the same way, and these guys work like the Bible, just the same way the serpent came and did not go to Adam and went to Eve. It's the same way they came, and they did not come to the men, they went to the women. Because, believe it or not, we are designed differently. What you will tell a woman and she will succumb, you have to do more work to tell a man to make him succumb. So they went to the more vulnerable gender. We all know that.
Huh?
We all know that. That is why most of the things they give, when most of the monetary values that come when a family is no longer together, go to the women. The children go to the women. The monies go to the women. So why will a woman who knows that she's going to get more than she earns when she gets a divorce, why would she want to stay with the husband? Why would she want to stay with the husband?
Why wouldn't she if she has sense?
That's the problem now. That's the problem. That's
No,
why
sense is scarce now. I'm sensing. Are you they talk this one? Are
if
you
not
they
get
talk this
sense,
one?
if not get if
Don,
did Eve not have sense when the man that created her told her
Don,
not to eat something? Someone that was assistant creator, that was mixing cement when they were molding her, came and told her, eat this thing, nothing will happen.
Don.
Mm.
Do you
Okay,
understand?
so I have the floor now.
So
This is
back to
not
back
for
Because my
everybody.
family members they here, that's why I'm still here. Otherwise, I really
back
am tired.
back to Kevin Samuels. Back to Kevin Samuels. For me personally, I see nothing wrong with the man's delivery, because the man's delivery, I think, is even better than mine, because I'll be worse. If you ask me to speak to someone, I'll be worse. I'll tell you the bitter truth in a more bitter way than he does. You come and you want something. If you want something, you must have something to want something. You cannot go to a man's shop to buy water and he asks you where is money. You say, I don't have money. Give me water. No. If you want high value men, you should have high value.
Mm-hmm.
If you
Vice
want
versa.
high value men, you definitely have to have, yes, vice. Or if you want to choose a partner, look within your social cycle. Ridiculous for a girl who pounded jam in the village to be looking for a engineer. It will not last. It will not last. If you want something, look within your social cycle, and let's say the truth.
Mm.
Fit in a relationship. Women never do. $100,000 to date a man. Dollars.
I think his network is bad or something.
John, your network. Oh, John.
We can't hear him.
John, your
John,
network. We can't hear you.
Yeah,
John, you're rolling.
this message is not for everybody. So
Oh, okay.
I don't push.
so
I don't push.
I wanted to, and I really wish that Buki was still here because I wanted to just say some stuff that I believe we all will agree on. I'm happy that we all have, because when I came on earlier, I said that this was that the black family was targeted. I mean, if you want to destroy a set of people, you target their values, and that we all need to go back and get our values straight. And and Buki made a comment that I don't know if that was what John was all about. The fact and the truth remains that our men were targeted, because now you guys are talking about the black Americans. And this was why I said to you, Ronnie, earlier, that this your topic is too wide. Maybe you need to like modify the topic. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm
Yeah.
here.
Maybe you need to like modify the topic or something. Because if you're talking about the black Americans, it's a completely different conversation, in as much as there is a lot of similarities to the black the Africans that migrated to the United States and to the United Kingdom. There's a lot of similarities to it, but there are some part of this matter that does not fit into that of the black Americans. If you understand the point I'm trying.
Yeah,
So,
but yeah, let
so
me. I'm interrupt you. I just wanted to
I
say something. Continue. See, do you know the reason why I don't think we should just compartmentalize it like that? Because of what we are seeing today. And I'm telling you, in the next 10 years, whatever you're seeing in Black America, remember, we're talking about Western influence. And
I
you have
know, I
that in,
know. But the thing is, I mean, I don't mean to sound
yeah.
I don't mean to sound like I don't care about blacks generally, but the thing is, really, for me, you fix your home first before you put your nose outside. Our priority now should be we, me, you. I won't even say Africans. I'll say there used to be a time where some certain things they will say no, no be Nigerian woman. Nigerian woman will not behave like that.
No go
I
fit
think we need to
do that.
start at home. Yes, I think we need to start at home first before we start bothering ourselves about black Americans. Their case is more peculiar.
Oh,
It is deeper. The moment you are a black American, you already have the identity issue, the value issue, the community issue, the religious issue. These are people that they fight on a daily basis to find themselves. They do not know who they are. So I don't want to talk about them. I want to talk about Nigerians that had either
Omolara,
migrated to the West, and Nigerians that are still in Nigeria and are even behaving worse than the ones that had migrated. I think that's
Exactly.
what we need to start speaking about.
Yeah,
When we
yeah,
have solved problem amongst us, we can then gather on live show
but
and be
you
discussing.
cannot do, yeah.
ex- Excuse me, sir, I listen to you. Then we
No, I'm
can
not.
then
Go
on
ahead.
live shows and be talking about black Americans. The point I'm trying to make is this: most of our people that are now in the US or in the UK or wherever, if you take out majority of them, they were all grown up from Nigeria. They got over there and they threw away their values. That is just what it is. And until we start
Omolara,
addressing that, get our own priorities straight before we can start talking about black Americans. It's even worse at home now in Nigeria. What
It's,
Nigerian men and women does to themselves in marriages, you will ask yourself, where are our values? John, that you can go ahead,
oh,
but you are rolling.
uh, okay. Yeah, John. But let me, this
oh
is what I
God.
think, right? I
You
will
guys
still
can.
say what I said before. The reason why I think you cannot just seclude Africans from this is because you're beginning to see a very identical, you're seeing these identical traits in both. The reason
Mm.
why I am using, when I used the American example is because, believe it or not, uh, America has great influence on Nigeria,
We
on our
said,
people.
I said that just now, but I said,
Yeah.
instead
And,
of us sitting
and
to discuss, see,
yeah,
I like to
so
go on. scenarios whereby we identify a problem, we discuss the
Let,
problem, and then talk about way forward. I
okay,
can't sit here. I can't sit here and
let me
talk about what the way forward should be for Black Americans. I can sit here
let me
and talk about what the way forward
can I
should be for
just
fellow Nigerians like myself, because I wear the shoes.
okay. So again, you can say we should talk about African, but if you still talk about Africans, we're still talking about the same thing because when we talk about unrealistic expectations, it's not just a Black American thing. You see these same things in the African culture today, in this generation. Is there?
Any other woman?
You understand?
Sorry, any other woman who wants to send a request?
So yeah. So Black
Ladies.
American, African, uh, blacks all over the world, we have identical problems in different ways. We are all traumatized in some way. Nigerians are traumatized. Black Americans are traumatized. And one thing that we do is we feel we are better because we are coming. Most of us when we come here, we're like, why do these people have these opportunities but they don't utilize it? They don't use it. While when we come here, we know we are coming from. Most of us are coming from nothing. We come here and we utilize these opportunities, right? The same thing that I'm saying is that we ourselves, we Africans especially, we like to feel like we are better. We like to feel like I have an identity, I have this. But the thing is, if a white man looks at you, he doesn't see you as an African. He doesn't see you as he sees you as a Black person. So we are still dealing with the system. We are still dealing with the same challenges. Whether you're in America, whether you're in Africa, in some way you're still influenced and you're still being manipulated by the same system. So this is across the board. And I understand what you're saying. I think I
No,
agree with
you
you.
don't understand what I'm saying. No, you don't.
Can I finish, please? You
You
said
don't.
I should let you talk, and
You're,
I let you talk.
you're
So
misquoting me. That's why I had to interrupt you. Sorry, you don't understand what
I
I'm
didn't
saying. You're
misquote. I didn't
completely
misquote. I said I understand what you're saying. I never quoted anything that you said. I only said I understand what you're saying. That I do believe what you said to a certain degree. But if we still funnel it to African women, it is still going to be the same things because we are still dealing with the same issues. This is not a Black American or African thing. This is as we collectively, as people of color. That's what I'm trying to say. So even as much, yes, I believe that we should, care about what we do as Africans. I also believe that if we are not talking about where the influence is coming from, then we are not getting to the root of the matter. Because most of the things, okay, for example, in Nigeria, you have people like Innocent Motors who produces vehicles, but a Nigerian will rather drive a Mercedes because it's foreign. A Nigerian will typically go buy Gucci instead of patronizing the local designer. You know why? Because we are influenced by the Western culture. So if you say, oh, don't talk about what are Black Americans wear. When you come to America, the same thing is happening to Black Americans. They still patronize the Gucci and all that, more than their own. So our problems are very peculiar. It's still the same. It might be a little, maybe we might have some advantages, but when you really look deep into it, it's still the same thing. At the end of the day, yes, let's talk about African. I agree with you, but if we're still going to talk about African, we are still going to talk about the same thing because what I'm seeing today, if we do not do anything about it in the next 10 years, marriage will become extinct. Families will become extinct. It's a whole lot of things that are going on. They're pushing different agendas that will destroy family. So it is up to us. The women have to hold women accountable. And let me tell you this: the lady that said men have to be held accountable. Men have been held accountable since ages. As a man, you have a lot of pressure on you. If you don't do this, they call you names. Most times we suppress
No,
our emotions
that's
because
even true because by default,
You're
by
held
just by
accountable.
being a man, by from the day you are born,
you're,
you already feel the weight. You feel the weight of that responsibility
I
on
don't
your
think that,
shoulder. Because
no, hang on, guys. I don't think that was what she meant by men being held accountable. There is a whole lot of men out there that are just men because they have something in between their legs. When
no,
we
I
say,
call them dogs
hold,
now.
hold on.
Where were
When we
you
say,
when I addressed them now?
yeah,
being a
when we
dog.
say,
Dogs are loyal.
when
By the
we say, hang on, please. When we say old men accountable, be a man. Being a man doesn't mean that you should go about impregnating 3, 4, 5, 6 women. In that your America, you see one man, if we say he has 5 baby mamas, he does not take it. You all these single mothers,
It's
they
not the
did not
fault of men, though.
impregnate. They did not
The
impregnate
woman has
themselves.
legs.
That
If
is
you don't
one
control,
aspect I need to go into. I need to no, hang on. That is one aspect of it. It takes 2 people to make a child.
yeah,
You
but it's the
have
woman's
as men
responsibility
think.
to control sex.
Hang,
So you can't blame that on men. A man will try to
what
do
did you
what
say?
he wants to do,
What
but
did you say?
a woman has to be the one to agree if that sex is gonna happen. So you can't
If
blame that
what do you
on
what like
No,
seriously, a man should
Rolly,
not be
wait,
responsible for impregnating women up and down. Are you kidding
Rolly,
me?
men. If a woman
no,
lets,
Rolly,
Like
yeah,
Rolly.
seriously,
Sorry, I'm coming. Rolly, let's balance it out in this
uh-uh.
way. Look at it this way. If you're a man, right? Let's say Rolly, let's say you for I know you're a gentleman. For instance, you go out to impregnated girl one, right? That's Rolly impregnates girl one. You go to another city, maybe you go to Atlanta. Okay, you're in Atlanta, you go to New York, you impregnate
Mm.
another girl, and you keep at some point we should be able as guys to tell you that Rolly, you cannot
Okay,
go
can I play
around
the devil's advocate? Can
yeah,
I
impregnating
play the
young
devil's
girls
advocate?
everywhere.
Can I play the
and I
devil's
agree.
advocate? Let's assume that this
On.
Take the
guy
You guys keep
responsibility.
making me
impregnated girl
forget
No,
this
one,
kind of stuff.
and girl
No,
one is not
no,
take
ready.
that
man,
responsibility.
you have to
What
let
about
me
women
talk.
that allow
No,
themselves
no,
to
no, 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 no.
use
Otherwise, I'll
them
leave the line.
for
Okay,
You guys have
control?
to
Amara
let me
talk.
talk. You've been
I
talking, you've been going on about
almost
women
sexy
all
talk.
night.
No
You
vex
have
talk.
to let me talk. Men needs to be held responsible. I'm not saying that women don't have their part. Men needs to be held responsible for
But a
every
woman,
single mother
but that
that
will not
you
happen.
see.
A
Can
woman
you
doesn't let.
stop interrupting me? I listened to you.
Wait.
Jeez.
Rolly, just
Okay,
one
go and
second.
kill the
One
women. The
second.
women are your problem. Go and kill them. They are impregnating
Rolly, one
themselves.
second. Rolly, one
Ah,
second. One second.
You're getting out of character, and I don't.
Rolly, 1 second. Rolly, 1 second, so that we don't degenerate into something else. 1 second, okay, please. It's
for
all love.
every
It's all
single
love.
mother
We didn't
you
come
have
here to
out
fight.
there,
Why
there
are you
is a
mad?
single father somewhere. For every single mother, there is a single father. That is what it means. That is what I've not heard any of you said all night. For a lot of men, they cannot even handle the emotional aspect of being a single father. The fact that they don't talk about it doesn't mean it makes it okay. So it's a two-way thing.
It's not a two-way
You
thing.
said
A
the
woman,
other time. You said the other time. I was going to
Rolly,
address
wait, you
before
speak.
John interrupted me. If I could leave the life for you guys, and you guys can go on
No,
back to
Rolly,
comment
Rolly,
why?
Rolly,
all that
wait.
you want.
Rolly,
If you
wait,
make
wait.
if you make me grow taller, you said the other time. You said the women lose at the end of the day. No, the women don't lose. That is where you guys are
But
getting it
Omolora, that
But
wrong.
was
you're
what I
being
The
said.
honest.
children loses.
Okay.
No, not you, John. I'm not talking to you, John. The children loses, and the society and the entire black race loses at the end of the day. So this is not a man-woman thing. This is us trying to fix who we are as a people. And it's a collective responsibility that we all need to take on. And not just the women. Some man, some boy somewhere is responsible for the sperm that was donated into our ovaries that produced those children.
But my dear, see, I agree with you that men should be held responsible. But what I'm saying is, it's like you telling me you want to sell something to me, and then you sell me something that I know that is fake, and then I accept it. Okay, let me use a better thing. I go to a car dealership to buy a car, and then I look at the car, I inspect the car, and then I choose. It was my decision to buy the car. And then at the end of the day, I don't like this car anymore, or something happens, and now I want to cry. No, I also have a responsibility. I have to hold myself accountable because I made that decision. So my point, which I don't know why you were surprised, I said that a woman controls access to sex and who gets born. A man controls access to relationships and who gets married. So as a
No,
woman,
you said that to an
if
in the
you
comment.
if you do
Hold on.
not know how to
A
pick a
woman
man,
decides who she marries.
and
Both of
you
them decide to
and
get
you
married.
let a man impregnate you, and then you now leave the responsibility or the accountability that as a woman, oh, I messed up. Then you want to say, oh, this man is,
He
listen,
messed up.
a woman, I'm not saying that a man should go out there doing that, right? But a woman is the one that have access to these things. So if a woman allows
What
herself
as well?
to
Please,
get
let's speak as adults.
to
What
get
does a
pregnant
woman
with
have
a
No,
access to?
because if she
If
says
you go commit abortion,
rape, if
it
she
will
says
not
no,
happen. That's what I'm
if she
saying.
says no,
Sense.
Okay,
If you don't know
sorry.
to have sex, it
are
will
you
not happen.
guys really for real? What
Sorry,
happens to
wait,
the
wait,
man
wait,
not
wait, wait,
wanting to
wait.
have sex without protection to avoid the woman being pregnated?
If a
Sorry,
woman
What
sorry.
says
about that?
no, as long as it's not rape, if a woman says no, the sex will not happen.
What
So what's
happens to
Rolly,
condoms?
Rolly,
Please,
Rolly,
what happens to
Rolly,
condoms?
Rolly, sorry. I
I
want to
mean,
say
please
something.
come on. I've been
Sorry,
Ronnie,
sorry.
we
please.
Wait,
have
wait,
you
wait,
have
wait,
You
wait.
know
several
when I
forms
came
of
on
Rolly,
earlier,
control.
Rolly,
earlier,
Rolly.
I dish out the fault of women to them. But I will not
Wait, wait.
sit here
I'm
why
a
you
sexy.
guys blame a woman only
I'm a
for being
sexy.
pregnant after having sex with a man. What happened to
I'm
the
a
man
sexy.
from
Okay,
having a
let's not.
Wait,
protected
You're
I'm
not being
woman?
coming.
accountable.
Wait.
A
I'm a sexy.
responsible woman
Wait,
is
everybody,
responsible for what happens with her body.
wait. Rolly, wait. Let me
Oh,
address this
now a
issue.
woman is responsible for what
Wait.
happens to her
No,
body, but the
wait,
man is not responsible for who is
It's
who can
common
protect.
sense, my dear.
Wait. Everybody, wait. Let me address this issue as seriously as I can, and let's balance this thing properly. For the purpose, we are trying to charter a new course, and we need to do this thing responsibly, right? We can't just give out any statement because there are younger people watching here, and they might learn a thing or two. If we get it wrong, we are passing the wrong message to everybody, right? Now, let's talk about responsibility of a man. Now, as a man, even if you are wooing a woman to sleep with her, I agree with Omolara that it's your responsibility to wear a condom. Do we
Simple.
agree on this? Do we all agree?
no, I don't agree.
Yes.
I don't agree
Yeah. Now, two, I'm coming, wait.
because I don't know her cycle.
It's our responsibility as
She knows
men.
her cycle.
Wait. No, John, let's not play that game. John, let's not play that game. We're in 2022. Let's be serious now. Now, even when you get high, you drink or you smoke and you get high and you do it without a condom, there's something they call morning after. It's available to everybody. So technically, you don't need to go. Now, I'm a Christian. I'm not even supposed to be giving these suggestions, right? But the reason why I'm even saying it is because I'm trying to balance out a fair view, right? I agree that some women will open their legs and all that, but let's be serious here. The reality is that, one, as a man, I have the option to wear condoms to
STDs.
prevent pregnancy. One. Two,
We have
an
female condoms
STDs.
too. We have
Wait,
female condoms too.
Rolly, wait. I'm talking as a man, as the leader. We claim to be
Thank
leaders,
you.
so let's sound like leaders.
She
Let's sound
said,
like
thank
leaders.
you.
I'm coming. Let's start acting like leaders now. And this is what we're advocating for. Let's start acting like leaders. As a leader, we have to be responsible to wear condoms. But if for some mysterious reason you got carried away, you were high, you didn't know what you were doing, and you go and do it without a condom, we have option two. It's called morning after. It happens, it takes effect within 24 to 48 and 72 hours of intercourse. Now, Why am I suggesting that? Technically, you can avoid the issue of unwanted pregnancy if you go by the morning after and give it to the woman you slept with without protection. Am I making sense
You know
here?
that it is
No,
wrong for you to administer, to buy
yeah.
a drug and give to a woman to drink.
No, I'm not saying you should force the. Let's get something. You are not going
A
to. You're
responsible
not going to
woman,
give it to her at gunpoint.
just
John. We are coming. We are sounding leadership. We are talking leadership here. We are not talking about anyhow. We are speaking as leaders now. We are men, and if we want to be respected as leaders, let's act like leaders, right? The mistake has been done. Let's not beat around the bush. The woman forgot. Contraceptive. You too. You got high and you did it without condom. Agreed. Mistake has been made. Now I'm saying there's an option between that moment and 72 hours later for somebody to take morning after. Now I believe that it's my responsibility to provide the cash for her
yes,
to buy the
yes, I agree
morning
with you.
after medication and take it. But I'm not going to give it to her at gunpoint. That's against the law. You can't force somebody
Mhm.
medication against the person's will. But I'm saying that let us start thinking like leaders in the sense that let's take responsibility, right? And at the same time, let's try and minimize the recklessness of our spontaneous decision. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that
Yeah,
women should go
yeah,
around and be that thing.
yeah.
Sorry?
But Ron, right?
Mm,
What I'm saying is this. I agree with what you're saying, but what
mm.
I'm also saying is if a woman closes her legs and say no, I don't think you're fit, right? I don't think you're the type of guy. Okay, let me give you an example, right? A man comes to a woman and says, "Oh, I like you, all those things." And if a woman knows how to, that's why I said initially that most women do not know how to pick men. That's where the problem is coming from. So most of the times, right, they pick out of emotions, how they feel,
No,
you know,
Rolly,
and
Rolly. The next topic. Wait, sorry. Let me show you something. I wrote the topic. The next live we're having now, we are going to be discussing how women should pick the right men. That's
Why,
our next. And
why,
how men should
why
pick the
don't
right
your topic,
wives.
hang on. Why can't your topic be how men should pick their women? Hang on now, please. What, I beg,
Uh,
please, the three of you do not interrupt me. After this one, I dey go sleep. You
okay.
guys, you fail to understand. You fail to understand one thing. You guys fail to understand one thing, that most of these women, normally, generally, the way women are wired, the way God made us, if we take 10 steps, believe me, 8 out of it is to please our man. Let me bring it, let me take the tempo of the conversation down a bit for you to understand. I was on a live and people were coming at me. I think John was on that live when I made this comment. I said, imagine if in Nigeria 60% of our men stops dating any girl that is using toning or bleaching or even just no, imagine if we will not come back to what we used to be. Imagine if our men, hang on, imagine if our men not only stop paying for straight bone, but they start looking and appreciating women with their natural afro hair more. Just imagine it, 60% of our men. Now, take that, whatever your answer is, take it and put it on when it comes to choosing the women that you sleep with without. Take please, whoever that is, please mute your mic. It's making
Oh,
me.
sorry, Rolly, mute your mic.
yeah, I got you.
Rolly, mute your mic. Okay.
Take that same line of reasoning, put it into the men to decide to have the right criteria before they sleep with a woman or any woman unprotected. Do not get me wrong. I'm not saying women don't have their responsibility, their own role to play. But just for a second, let's say 50% of our men start ticking their boxes that John, I will not sleep with a woman, whatever happens, without this in place, unprotected. How many lesser baby mamas are we going to have out there? John, I'm not saying women don't have their own too.
I just want to ask
But
you a
I'm just
question.
I'm turning the table.
No,
I'm
that's
turning the table. Wait, hang on. I'm turning the table around now. Since it is the
because
men that
biology doesn't
produces
support it,
the
though.
sperm that turns into babies, and applies much more caution in how they play around, knowing fully well that as in a talk, the women are the weaker version. It is them that is not making the right decision. You already know that women are allowing these pregnancies happen for whatever reason, maybe for child support or out of carelessness and out of this. So what happens if the man that is the leader takes the lead and puts in a lot of caution and takes a lot of responsibility? Will half of the problem not be solved? Just for once, think outside the box. For once, let's put the shoe
Okay,
in another leg.
okay,
Well,
okay.
I
So
agree with you. I
according to
agree with
what you
you,
said,
but
right?
the woman has the greater part to play, because she can stop that pregnancy before and after the sex. The man can only stop it before the sex.
What about the man not allowing the pregnancy happen, John?
Omolore,
You are not
Omolore,
But
listening.
it's not the
did you
How
hear
men.
about
what
the
I
It's
man
the
said?
not
man's
allowing it happen?
responsibility.
Did you hear what I
Biology
said?
doesn't even support that.
The
Biology doesn't
woman can
support that.
stop
We are
it before and
animals,
after
right?
the
Go to
sex.
the
The
animal
man can
kingdom.
stop it
Now
only
men are
before the sex.
animals. Oh, that please.
We are animals, right? We are higher animals, right? When you come to biology, a man, okay, let's put it this way: a woman is moved more by emotions. A man is
Oh,
moved
yeah.
by what they.
Omolora,
Please me, oh, make I go sleep.
on a
You
personal note,
understand?
me, I don't do sex without a condom.
I mean, you can have, if you talk and people
Uh-uh.
listen to you and you cannot even let people talk. I mean,
I said it now. I said this was my last comment now.
okay,
I
but
said it twice.
that's that's not you were talking about
I
fair.
said it,
You're not
talking.
being
I
fair.
said it was my last comment. Didn't
Almost,
I say that? I said this is my last
almost
comment because
sexy.
I mean,
Like I
you know,
said again,
this
a
is my
woman,
last comment.
a
For
man,
I just know that for every baby mama, every child there that is
it
with a
is
single
at the
mother,
end of the
there
day,
is an
it's still a
irresponsible
woman's
father
responsibility to
there.
say no. If
Simple.
a woman
No,
says
no,
no, if a
no.
woman says no, this is
Yes,
just
stop sleeping
Women,
with women
stop
you
sleeping
don't
with
intend
men
to
that
please.
you don't
marry
intend to
without
get married
condom.
to.
I men. I agree with you that men. Now, let me tell you something. We have responsible. Me personally,
Because
right?
you were interrupting me earlier. That's why.
Me personally, I don't live that type of life, right? But there are people that do, right? Now we are talking about choosing. When we spoke about choosing, that's why I said when you are looking for,
No,
let
no,
women, women with
that's the next topic. Sorry, Rolly.
yeah.
That topic is for the next live. I have it structured.
Okay,
Let's not dwell on that for
okay.
now. I have it. Don't
But,
worry,
but
I got your back.
my point is this: I agree with you that men, who wants more out of their lives, and who believe certain things when it comes to morality, should do these things. But at the end of the day, a woman, like I said, a woman has that decision to make if she's going to sleep. If a woman says no, sex will not happen. That's
Okay,
true.
Rolly, Rolly. I understand what you are doing. I get where you are coming from, but here's the point, right? We are not here. Technically, we are not here to apportion blames and
No,
throw things around. I'm
just
coming.
yeah.
Wait, I'm coming. This is what I expect us to do, right? We are trying two things, right? We are trying to raise quality men and quality women, right? A part of being a quality man is There are men here that didn't have fathers to teach them how to be men. They didn't grow up with the father. Either their father died before they were born, or they died along the way when they were very little, or the father was just a deadbeat. Well, no, there was no man to show this man the right and wrong way. And this is where I want our mindset to be when we are giving dropping comments, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Now, why am I saying this? The reason being that even Kevin Samuel served as a father figure to the fatherless men. Am I making sense? He was a father figure to the fatherless men. Now, if we agree on this, it means that we should, if we want to take our leadership role as men, we have to start acting like it. What do I mean? I can't control who you are sleeping with or how many women you want to sleep with, but I can say this: we can do better as men in taking certain steps of responsibility. One, as a man, I'm already married anyway, I'm off the market. But as a man, I expect that if you want to have this sinful sex, I call it sinful sex because you're sleeping with somebody without that's not you get where I'm going. I have to, I'm a Christian, so I have to be clear. Now, if you must sleep with a woman that is not your wife, right? It behooves you to first, as a leader, show example, wear the condom as a leader.
Simple.
Mr. Ron, let me
Now,
ask you.
wait, I'm coming,
Yeah,
I'm
Mr.
coming,
Ron, let
I'm
me ask you
coming.
a question, please.
I'll answer your question. Let me finish. As the leader, now, because we've already established now that, okay, they are weaker vessels, they move by emotions, they don't follow logic. Okay, fine. If we go by that logic, then this leaves us as the leadership, the light, the reasoning, we are the sense of judgment or sense of sound judgment, right? We are the ones that are supposed to direct and lead. So what does that tell me? It means that I have to show leadership, a respectful leadership. What do? I wear condom. But let's say maybe the devil inside my head, the demons that are working overtime inside my head, they are doing overtime, and I cannot control myself, and I decide to enter without protection. Remember, you're exposing yourself to HIV, STDs, and all that. Now, let's say you go that route. It's still part of my leadership responsibility to say, hey, madam, my sperm is strong, or you're going to carry pregnancy anyhow. Let's go to chemist so that you will not have this baby. Now, two things are involved there. If I take you to the pharmacy and I buy the morning after and I give you, and you choose not to take that morning after, now we can now say that the woman has messed up.
Thank you.
Now she wants to use the pregnancy to hold
How
you
about
down.
okay? How about this? How about this? How about we start? I understand what you're saying, but at the end
Mm.
of the day, we still have to be realistic. I mean, I understand you're not trying to.
We're pushing
You're
a
not.
narrative.
Yeah.
That's what
No,
we're
I'm
doing,
saying.
Rolly. We're pushing a
I'm saying.
narrative.
I'm not saying you're not realistic. I'm saying we have to be more realistic to the point. And what I mean is, okay, if you go to the bank to go take money for whatever you want to use it for, the bank has the option to say yes to you or no. If they say yes to you, then the transaction will happen. If they say
Mm.
no to you, the transaction will not happen. Now, if the
Mm.
bank gives you money and then the next day they tell you, oh, we want our money back. Now, and you already signed an agreement that you're going to have this amount of money, within a duration of time with interest before you pay back. Now, they cannot breach that contract. You know why? Because they also hold the responsibility for agreeing to give you that money. I'm just using that
Mm.
as a vague example.
Mm.
Now, how about we say this? Let women start requiring marriage before having a child, before you carry, marry before you carry. I
Oh,
think that will also help. Because if women should start doing this, I think more men will
Bro,
become serious. More men
bro.
will start taking responsibility, because when they understand that, okay, if I'm not going to marry this woman, then I'm not going to have sex with her, then I think men will change. But men
Rolly,
biologically,
sorry,
men,
Rolly.
yeah,
Sorry, before you started your statement, you actually said that let's be realistic. Was that not what you started with, right?
yes.
And part of being realistic will let us understand that what you just said is not possible.
bam.
What did I say?
When you
Women
said
should
that
be asking for marriage before sex.
women should tell men that no sex until
No,
after
no, no,
marriage
no, no,
to
no.
be
It's
able to
very
What
be
he said,
possible.
simple.
why he
That
did not say no sex. He did not say he
You
did
don't
not say no
understand
sex.
what I'm
He
saying.
said, do not carry till after
Before you
marriage.
carry, I said before you carry a child, you have to marry before you carry a
Oh,
child.
okay, yeah. That's why I was preaching the gospel according to
You understand?
contraceptives. And I was explaining that if you miss the condom, don't miss the pills.
Omolara is so happy to see me.
No,
She's like, yeah.
no.
She's like, yes.
Omolara is not. Omolara is not. If you know her very well, she's not overly
We're just having a
emotional.
conversation.
no, me, I'm not having a conversation. No, Mr.
If you're
Rolling.
getting mad at me, I mean
No,
that's
no,
on
no.
you.
Mr. Rolling, you are not no. Apparently, this
Yeah.
man doesn't know me. Mr. Rolling, let me just clear something. Let me make something clear. I don't come on IG, just any IG live. I come on
I
IG.
don't either.
Well,
I don't
I
either.
come on
Anybody that
IG.
knows me.
Excuse me, sir. I come on IG live with people that I know that has the
Okay.
same level of reasoning as I am, and I'll be able to learn one or two things, and also someone somewhere will be able to learn one or two things from me. And that is why, if you listened when I was talking before, I went on everything that women need to do. But there is this saying in Yoruba, they say, "Ah, le fear jo oya
Oh,
wodi
wow.
ko ma le gbadiye," which means if they call you a leader, you should be able to live up to your leadership status. It's as simple as that. In as much as women has a lot of blame to take, the men at the end of the day, you say you are the leaders, women are disrespecting you, women are not respecting you. Okay, women are weaker versus women are this, women are that. As the leader, if you get company where you they lead, you go open your eye, make the company they spoil, they go. If your
Let me
staff
ask
are not your team, if your staff is not supporting you, you will look for a way to make sure that you, as the owner of the house, you will not allow flood to move your house away. So why don't we start by first of all saying men should stop having unprotected sex? Simple as ABC. Even all this one of going to buy after morning pills, that one a long thing. Okay, I
okay.
don't like condom. Hang on, I don't like condom, but some women will come, they say they don't like condom. Oh, you don't like condom? Well, I'm sorry, I can't do it without condom if I'm not sure that you're safe and you're not going to get pregnant. Why don't we start having more men like that? But the reverse is
Okay.
the case. The men will say, they will come, they will say they cannot take tom tom with the wrapper on it. That is one aspect of it. The
A-
other aspect of it,
according
the other
according
aspect
to
of
what you
it,
said, I'm gonna
Oga,
hold
wait
you
now.
accountable for what you
The
said.
other aspect of it, is that
Yeah, go
men
ahead.
always believe that at the end of the day, the woman loses out. No, women don't lose out. Your child loses out. The African race loses out. The black race loses out. That is what happens at the end of the day. And if you want to be doing this conversation, I advise more, Roye, that you look more in what impact and what roles the
You
men
just
can play that can make the women, because I said something earlier, I
but you
said
just
women will
contradicted
always
yourself.
do what they believe that men wants them, or what it's not like necessarily, it's not necessarily that men want it to, but they will always do what they believe that men like. Just
Okay,
like
so
now, you have married women that wants to look like they are just 26 because they believe men like younger girls. So why don't men try and change the narrative? If
men
men
and women are
changes
different.
the narrative,
You can't okay, let me say
Uncle,
something.
stop
First of all,
interrupting me. So try and listen to understand. Don't listen to argue with me. I'm a woman. I listen to what you say. Listen to what
don't
I'm
play the woman
saying.
card. We're having a conversation. We're having you said
No,
there are certain things that you've said here that sounds very insulting. When you said people on your, you don't have to bring, the conversation to that. But if you are saying that men should be held accountable, one thing I'm not
I'm
hearing
saying
you
you
saying,
should listen
one
to
thing I'm not hearing you
understand me
saying
and
is
not
that
listen to
a
argue with me.
man, a
Don't listen
man
to give me a
a man
response.
should
Listen
be
to
held
understand
accountable
what I'm
as
saying.
the same way a woman should be held accountable. That's what you're
No,
not
I've
saying.
never said
No,
What
women
no,
you're
no,
should
saying
be
no,
is
held
no,
what you're
no.
accountable.
saying
Rolly,
is that
that's not
if
what she
men
said.
Oh, yeah,
should no, let me
Jesus
finish.
God.
Rolly,
You
Listen
said
to
that
Rolly,
understand, young man. Don't
maybe if
listen
Rolly,
to
men should
argue.
start
Don't
doing
listen
certain
to
things,
respond
that
to me.
maybe it will
Listen
solve the
Rolly,
to
problem.
Rolly, that's not what
understand.
she
But what
said.
I want you to
Rolly,
say
that's not what she said.
is that
That's
No,
not
this
what
this is what
I
I'm saying.
said. That
What I,
is
what
not
I
what
what
No,
I
I
Rolly, that's
expected.
not
said.
what she said. Rolly, that's not what she said.
This is
No.
what I'm saying.
Wait,
What I
wait, wait,
expected her to
Rolly, wait,
say,
wait.
what I expected her to say is that, okay, yes, men should be held accountable for what they do, and also women should, you know, say no if they don't want those things to happen. If you're not
No, no,
sexually
Rolly.
attracted to a man, or
You
if you
Rolly,
are
feel
Rolly,
that,
not listening to
that's what is
Rolly,
going to
understand,
be
young man. Listen
equity.
to
Rolly,
That's
understand.
equity right there.
Listen
Rolly,
to
Rolly,
understand.
Rolly. Wait, wait, wait. Everybody calm down. Rolly, let me make it clear so that everybody will understand. Rolly, she already stated before we went deeper in the debate that women should not be doing that. She said it earlier on. But now we are dealing with leadership now. We are not dealing with women now. She has already addressed the woman issue that
I
women
used
should not be
15 minutes
doing
to
that. Do you
address
understand?
women
She
issues
said it
on
in the
this life.
beginning. Let's be fair to her. She actually said it, right?
Yeah, but she
Now
said
that
something. She said something that she said she comes on live, which is unnecessary. That information. We are just having a
You don't tell me
conversation.
no,
what
no,
is
no, no,
necessary and
When
not
you say
necessary.
that you
Who
come
are you
to
Rolly,
to
speak to
decide to
people
me what I say and
Rolly,
what I
Rolly.
don't
the
say?
Wait,
people on the
wait,
same
wait. Rolly,
level of
Yes, I said
Rolly,
that and I
Rolly,
stand by it.
Rolly,
That's a fact.
I
I
mean, you
said
can
that
Rolly,
say
and
it
I
all you
stand by
want.
it.
I don't know you, right?
You don't
Rolly,
know.
I
Why
Rolly.
mean,
is it
we
an
have to be
issue for you? Why
respectful.
Wait,
is it
wait,
being an issue for you?
If you
Why
want
Rolly,
to
is
be
that
wait.
an issue
respectful,
for
you
you?
have to
Why are you
also give
bringing it up?
respect. You are the first person that told me that I was overtalking you, but you're doing the same thing. So you can't even
Okay,
take
Because
wait.
you
a dose of
interrupted me. I
education.
Everybody.
wasn't done talking. You
One
interrupted me.
house.
No, you
One
did the
house.
same
Wait.
thing the first
One
time.
house. Wait, hold on. One
Yeah,
house. Everybody's complaining in the comment section. Let's be decent. Let's uh apply decorum here, please.
I'm willing
Everybody.
to
I
be
beg you.
decent, but
I
she
beg,
should tone down
I
and
beg. No, I beg
speak
you.
more.
Don't give the last word, please, please. Now
You
let's
can't tell me
move.
what to do and not what not
Alma
to
sexy,
do.
wait. Alma sexy, he has kept quiet. Let's move with decorum now. Please, everybody calm down. Like I said, this is not for war. We are trying to chart a new course. Okay? I know that emotions will run high when people bring their own views. But let's try and sail in the same direction, right? Now let me repeat what she said. She already stated in the beginning that women shouldn't be doing that. She has already said that. Now what we are trying to do here is, okay, let's focus on the leaders, which is me and you. I'm a man, so I'm not going to do something that is going to sabotage me, right? I'm a man already. So what I'm saying is that if we need to change this society, we can't just say, okay, oh yeah, women go and do the work, then we'll go and sleep. No, if we are the leaders, we have to stay and to some large extent participate in this new dynamics we are trying to create in our society, right? So part of our contribution is actually showing leadership as men. Just because we all have penises, does not mean we should just go and be stabbing everything that has two legs in our sight. We have to show some level of restraint. However, if you can't exercise restraint, right? If you are not disciplined as a man and say, I cannot see this woman and walk past, I am saying as leaders, we should start advising young men, especially the 20-something-year-olds that are listening to this podcast, this live, to say, please, condoms are very, very important. Not only does it prevent pregnancy, it can save your life from a deadly SDI like HIV, syphilis, or anything. Condoms are really, really important. What? Now, this is not me sounding as a Christian. This is me sounding desperate. I'm making a desperate appeal because I know that if I preach to you as a Christian, people will not listen because already people are fighting religion and they don't want to listen to religion and all that. So, okay, let's drop the religion. Let's do the decent thing. Use a condom. If you drank or you went to a club and you became high, or you're a weed smoker or a narcotic user, and you were so high when you were in bed with the lady and you decided to sleep without condom, right? Common sense and biology tells us that the output or the end product is going to be a child or pregnancy. So what do? We have contraceptive options like morning after that. We can now you are the one that slept with the woman. So you should be responsible to provide the funds for her to buy the medication and take. Now, Having said that, I am aware that there are instances where men bought money after and gave it to a woman because maybe the guy was of a high status or he was rich. The women sabotaged the whole process of ingesting that pill and ended up carrying that pregnancy. That is a different case. That is not what I'm dealing with now. I'm dealing with you gave it to the woman, she took the pill, and you prevented the pregnancy. Now, to some larger extent, that is not abortion, right? So you are saving yourself. You are using one stone to save yourself double wahala. That is what I'm saying, Rolly. I don't think it's a bad thing coming from a leadership perspective. Am I wrong,
Yeah, no,
Rolly?
no, no. I agree with you, but everybody is not a leader. Everybody doesn't think like. I mean, we are having, mind
A
stimulating
conversation.
conversations, but a lot of people. I mean, when you're dealing with a broad, this is a broad topic. When you're dealing with, the general world, a lot of that's why I said choosing is very important. That's why,
No,
I
I said that
yeah, I
the next
remember. I
slide.
remember. Yeah, I remember. That's why I said choosing is important, right? Because yes, a man has control to who gets married. So when you go to to choose a woman, you have things that you want, that you're required to see. The woman also has the things that she should require and the things that she should see. So what I'm saying is, in as much because men always get shut down, there is no platform. That's why Kevin Samuel stood out, because there was no platform where men could freely, express themselves and really say the things that they wanted to say. So, but you see a lot of, you can see it on YouTube, you can see it on the media, there's a whole lot of men bashing, responsibility, men this, men that, right? But then as soon as somebody says, you know what, okay, fine, for thousands of years, men have been held to this standard. Men should be providers, men should be this, men that. Okay, what about the women? What are the women doing? Are they playing their own part? Now there is an opera. So what I'm saying is, I believe the funny thing about the whole thing is, I am not disagreeing with anybody here. But what I'm saying is that if we have to talk about it, we have to hold each other accountable. The same way a man has been held accountable all these years, women also. So I'm not saying, oh no, a man should go out there and just sleep around and be. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm simply saying is that yes, a man should hold himself, but what about the men that do not have the common sense to do that? Now, if a woman has common sense, she will be able to, discern, like, okay, oh, it's not just about the physical attributes. It's not just about, the pleasure or whatever. Who is this man? Is he fit to be, not just, financial or whatever, but his
It's
character,
it's
his
part
strength
of
of
the
character.
choosing.
Yes, true,
It's
yes.
part of
So
the choosing.
so those are the
It's
things
part
I'm
of
saying. That's my point. I'm not in any way saying that even though we butt heads or whatever, I respect her opinion. I hope she does mine. But what I'm saying is that yes, she is right. I think we should hold men accountable, but women as well. If a woman does not allow that to happen, that's where I'm coming from as well. In as much, yes, let's hold men accountable. Okay, so if a woman also should not let that happen because she has the control over a child getting born. A man does not have babies. It's a woman. So if I'm saying that, okay, if a woman knows and understands that the responsibility will be more on her because she's the one who is going to have to carry that child for 9 months, she's the one that, even if they put the man on child support, you still have to nurse that child. You have to take a whole lot of responsibility. So if we're really talking about it, what I'm saying is, in as much as we should hold men, I agree 150%. But also women have to play their own part. Now, if everybody is playing their own part, and in this role of development of the black community in general, then I think we'll start to see results. So that's all I am saying. I agree with what you're saying. I do not disagree with anybody because at the end of the day, I'm not here to fight with Omolara. I don't have anything against you. I want to see you grow. I want to see the black community thrive.
What you said, Ron, before. I mean, we can sometimes, we can get carried away by, emotions and trying to be right. But this is not even about me being right. I don't care about me being right. I care about us working as a community. That's the most important thing. It's not about my right or what I think that is right. So I'm not taking this personal. So that's
Okay.
just say that we both have responsibilities, to play. We
Okay.
cannot.
So
But this is my point, right? This is my point. Now, while I agree that we have responsibility to play, you have to understand that men and women are different. Just like the body of a woman is different from. So if a woman is saying, "Oh, because the man did this, I got to do it," you have to understand it's
no, no,
different.
no. That wasn't what she was saying. She's not doing
No,
tit
I'm
for
not saying.
tat.
I'm just making a broad statement. I'm not
Okay.
accusing anybody. I'm just, in general, because I know that a lot of people are listening. So we both have to be accountable. Men should hold men accountable. Women should hold other women accountable. That way, we can have a thriving society, because we are at the bottom now. It's not just in America. In Africa, we are at the bottom. And economically, if we have to get out of the bottom, then we have to reorganize ourselves. And I mean, these conversations might look little. There might be 31 people here, but you never know who this conversation might change their lives. So it's not about me. The black community is bigger than me or what I think or my opinions. We all have opinions. There are certain things that I might be right or I might be wrong. But at the end of the day, what we should focus on is what is going to work to see that the black families grow, and we have a healthy, functioning, black system in place. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So, Amalara, are you satisfied with that?
I just sort of closing remarks. 1 year when I came on the live earlier, I said to you, I said, what are solutions? Because if we sit here for 10 hours and we talk about,
Sorry, mute your Ronnie, mute your mic. There's feedback.
Oh, sorry, I'm
Okay,
driving.
thank you. Okay, mute your system. Okay.
if you remember,
Amalara.
I said values, values, values. I remember I said that we were targeted as a people. And when you want to destroy a set of people, you destroy their values. You make them not to have values or to throw away their values. If Black American women goes back to the root, I don't know what year, when they had their 80% married, whatever, whatnot, and the women start living by the values that identifies them as the Black Americans, Black women in America, you will see positive changes in our society. If the Nigerian woman goes back to her value, that though she lives now in a country that encourages her to leave her husband, that encourages her to live as a single mother and have kids for like 10, 50 women, 50 men, if she goes back to her roots and her value, that who am I? It's this me, is this part of my value? And she puts her value into play. She remembers who she is, who she truly is. You will see a lot of positive changes in our homes and our marriages. The same thing applies to our men. If our men, there was once upon a time that if a Nigerian man tells you, a black man tells you, baby, I am going, I will come back for you. He will go and he will come back for you, because then we add value as a people. This is not a man and a woman problem. This is a problem for us as a people, as a race. That is the number one point I would like to make for anybody that is listening to this, whatever you call this, podcast, live show, whatever. We need to go back and take our values seriously. We value the family structure. We value the marriage structure. The marriage structure we have gives us the family structure, whichever where you find yourself in. Even Muslims that has 3, 4, 5, 4 wives, they still have the family values. When we were growing up, we need to go back to those values. That is number one, that what I believe should be done first and foremost. Now, women are supposed to be home builders. Like I said earlier, women had lost it completely. I even said I got labeled old-fashioned because I tried to call women to order. If you remember, when I came on earlier, I also gave an example of a lady I tried to call to order recently, and a lot of other ladies joined her, and they all came at me. I said women should be holding women responsible. And Buki is no longer on this life. I give this to her. I think she's the first and the only woman I know that comes on life to call fellow women like herself to order. She and I disagree on a lot of things, but we do agree on a lot of things at the same time. And when we disagree, we meet on a mutual ground at the end of the day. But she is the only woman I know on the street of IG that comes on live to call women to order. And she invites me on. When I can, I always join her live. I said all of this. Yes, I said all of this. I took about 20 minutes to talk about where women had gotten it wrong, and where they've missed their priorities, and where women, African women, Black women, had lost their values. But the same goes for our men. Years back, a man will tell you he will not sleep with you because he knows he cannot have a family with you. Where are those values? What happened to those values? Because at the end of the day, either you agree with me or you disagree with me, if a man does not donate a sperm into a woman, we will not have an unwanted pregnancy. It is as simple as that. Every other thing is subtopic. The main subject remains the fact that a man donates his sperm. What the woman now does with the sperm is secondary. If the man has the head, with all the technology in the modern days today, can prevent donating sperm up and down, don't you think we'll be solving half of the problem? That is my line of reasoning. Do you not think we'll be solving half of that problem? Well, with that being said, again, since the man is the head, and we see now that the women had failed us woefully. We have been talking about how women have failed, Isn't it time for the men now to look, and not only look, but to start changing the narrative to bring a permanent solution to this problem?
Yeah, but how do you see my suggestion about holding?
That's why I completely support your suggestion. And I think, like I said before, we both on both sides should leave our comfort zone. We agree women have stopped being the home builder. As the leader now, as the owner of the house, I use all sorts of examples. Will you then just watch because women have failed and not take the first step and stop donating sperm up and down? I mean, that's like the second solution I think we need to take as a people, not as a man or a woman or as a Nigerian or as a Black American. Go back to our values. Then let the men take the lead. And men had left the lead long ago. For you can say, hey, they left because of this. They left because the women are this. Bottom line, they've left the lead. If you know this girl, you just want to play around with her, then play safe. Simple. Straightforward. If you know you want to have just 2 child with your future wife, then until you meet that your future wife, play safe. Because if the women that are out there now, whatever it is they have done to them, like someone came on and said the women get money from the government. If you have 5 kids, to get more kids. So you already know that the battle is you against the government. The African woman is not your is not your enemy. The enemy is the system that is manipulating the African woman. So why don't you be the bigger person and look for a better solution to beat the system, not beat the woman? I don't know if I'm making sense, Monier.
No, not at all.
Yes,
Not at all. No, I don't agree with that.
As the leader, Uche, you don't need to agree with me. As the leader, why don't you look for a way because these women are already These women are already being manipulated. They are already fingering their brain. There is nothing you can say to them, you know. Then why don't you then stop putting them in Christ's way? That's the second point that I want to point out. The third point that I want to point out is this, and I think I've said it before, and I will keep saying it, and I'll keep saying it, and I'll keep saying it until we, when we come on life like this, sees that this is not an argument for us to listen so that we can argue and counter each other's opinion, but it is a platform whereby we can listen to each other and reason, even if when you don't agree with the person, and reason with the line of thought of that person before we can actually make any positive impact. Otherwise, we'll just be on the life, wasting our time and energy back and forth, back and forth. And with these few points of mine, I
Lie,
want to
lie,
hope that I'm able to
lie, lie,
confuse Uche.
lie,
At the
lie.
rock, I've been able
Never.
to confuse Uche.
No,
Uche, this is past midnight. The other day, you people came 4 a.m. It will not
you're not
happen
going
to
anywhere. You're not going anywhere. I mean,
I
before you go,
oh,
let me
hold
tell
on.
you something.
You have been
Let me
able
tell
to
you something.
confuse Uche and the other young man was here earlier. I don't know what his name is. That at the
Omolara,
He's
end of the
rolling. He's
day,
still here.
let the
Omolara,
men take the lead while we pray
Omolara.
for
See,
our women that has lost all
Omolara,
their brain to human hair and bleaching
Omolara,
cream to get
Omolara,
their sex.
you are 80% there. You are
Good
80% there.
night. Help me
Waiting,
with the
Omolara,
remaining
waiting.
20%. Roy, I
As
will
I'm
chat you
saying,
up later, okay?
if you
Okay,
stay, if you
Good
madam.
stay,
night.
Thank you very
if you
Rolly,
much.
stay
So
close to
Rolly,
me,
sexy.
Rolly, Rolly Beatman. Nice to meet you. Good
Yeah,
night.
nice
Good
to
night
meet you
everybody
too.
in the comment section. Thank you very much.
Alrighty, you take care. We are one.
Yeah, so
We
we're not
cannot we
yet.
can whether you disagree or agree. At the end of the day, we are looking for the same outcome.
Okay, who is the last woman? Oh, who is the last woman to send request? Because
Uche,
I'll soon
I
be
greet
running up.
you.
I beat you
Who is
there.
the last woman? I think, okay, some people are saying we should bring somebody, a disagreeable woman. So that's a toxic, if you're a
They
toxic
will never
feminist,
come
you
up.
can come on.
They will never come up.
If
Women know the
you're a
truth.
toxic feminist, you can come on.
Okay. So this type
Not
of
sensible
conversation.
feminist, though.
No, wait, no, Mr. Ron. This
Yeah.
conversation, I'm standing while I'm having it. So which means it's high level conversation. Omolara says
I can't see
something.
you.
No, you cannot see me. I'm standing. I dropped my phone. This is lecture mode now. So she said something. She said the government is fingering the brains of the women. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
The women are being manipulated. So why not be the bigger person? Now that there is the problem. If you are being manipulated, do you understand that you are being manipulated? It is not for people to be the bigger person because it will still be a zero effect on somebody who is getting manipulated. The only way to solve a problem of somebody who is being manipulated is to wake them up from the manipulation. But guess what? For every time you do that, you face a resistance that you cannot even imagine. No, when they are talking about single motherhood, single parenting, here is the difference. When 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 me, I choose not to make a woman a single woman. Mr. Ron, he choose not to make a woman a single mother. Rolling Page choose not to do the same thing. There is no guarantee that the next man is going to choose not to do it. So we
Yeah.
cannot
I
bet
agree.
on the next man. What we rather do is we are going to the source. We should stop looking for ways to solve the effects of a problem and treat the symptoms of a problem and treat the root of the problem. The root of
Mm-hmm.
the problem is that leg that is opening and allowing
Oh,
that sperm to fly through
thank
those
you, my
legs.
brother.
That is the root of the problem. That is where we should be attacking, not attacking the symptom. After the leg opens, is the man that comes in that we are not trying to correct. No. If we shut the
Yep.
door, it means even if this man is honest, there is no pregnancy that is going to come in. Women are more powerful than they think. I've been saying this from when I was a teenager. Women don't know what they carry. They don't even understand what it means that you can actually be the head of a home without actually displacing the place of a man. But no, they always get this concept wrong. I keep saying it. Solipsism is something that affects the black woman, and her reasoning is so bad. When we look at the normal black race, Nigeria society, anywhere in the world, why is it that when you come to Nigeria specifically, you want to judge a man's potential by the level of money he makes? You want to judge where a man is heading by how you see him. That is not enough for a woman who wants to go far in life. A woman who is ready to go far in life should be able to spot potential. Spotting potential is not that, it's not that it looks like what I want. It might not look like what you want, but the ability for you to know that, oh, this thing right here, me being complimentary to this person can even achieve the most. The reason why that is lacking in the community is because the women don't even know what they want. You are already accepting you are being manipulated, but are you willing to remove the manipulation? Are you willing to move away from the box? Are you willing to think outside the box? No, you're not. So if you are telling the men to be the bigger person, then where are we still heading? Guess what? We accept and agree that the black woman is the most traumatized in all of the races. So me that wants peace of mind, do you think I should be the bigger person and still marry the woman who is not refined? No. I'm gonna look for the next woman, which is probably of another race that is more refined. So when you hear the statement of, oh, when these men become successful, they treat women of other races right, ask yourself why. No man is foolish. No man is stupid. Ask yourself why. We will always give it from a man's perspective. We will not come here and tell you men are the problem. I said it on my status. If you're a woman and you spot any man that tells you men are the problem, they used to bully women, run away from that man. That man does not want you to learn. That's a weak man who is trying to be on your emotional side to garner support from you. But when we keep
That's
testing
true.
these things, we keep looking at this. When Kevin Hart says, you are 35, you are a leftover, is it the word that is the problem, or you want to look at the biology behind that statement? Guess what? As this life is going on, there is an Asian
Uh,
woman who is also having a live about Kevin Samuels. As this life is going on, there's another person I'm following that is talking about Kevin
this
Samuels.
one on
And here is what she said, and I quote.
this one.
She said, why women are getting upset at the statement that, oh, marrying a lady above her 35s and, compared to a lady in her 20s, why are women upset with that? Biologically, when you cross 30, your height of fertilization or your
Geriatric
your
crisis,
genetic this
geriatric pregnancy crisis.
it begins to drop. So why would you compare yourself with a 27-year-old woman? And why would you be upset that one man is saying, I want to pick a 27-year-old over a 39-year-old? She was like, it makes no sense because it's biology, it's fact, it's there. But guess what? Go on Kevin Samuel's lives, go and see all the black women because they don't read. Empty head, nothing. But when you tell them this simple fact, because they said you are leftover, you are not even asking what is the perspective, what is the concept. You can't even see beyond your nose because you don't study. You don't want people to hurt your feelings. You don't want people to talk to your emotions. You don't want to be treated some type of way. All you just want is you want it to be like you know what, it's not good. You need to please Mario. Not everybody's going to come and dish out to you. If you want to learn, you would have to sit down and learn. If you don't want to learn, you will have to run along. But we keep going around these things like as though maybe we are not ready for a change. Let's look at Buhari, for example. Are you telling me right now, if we want good governance in Nigeria, we should go and meet Buhari and be speaking English of Buhari? Actually, I think it's time we need a good governance from your party. I think, oh, no, it has to be done in a pattern we did not see before. Somebody has to make it make sense, and it's never going to be the easy way out. Truth is
You know,
bitter.
but this one thing I want to say, right? I find it.
I didn't want to argue and push it further because it doesn't make any sense arguing with somebody that is not open to, to have somebody who's not open-minded. What I find interesting is where is the anger coming from? If you're saying that you have spoken about the women and you've held them accountable for the things that they do, Why are you so angry? And then you reverse, and then now emotionally start saying, oh, what of the man? What of this? To me, I look at it like it's not genuine. So that means it's bad
We are
because
going, Rolly, we are going back. I thought we've moved past there now.
I just wanted to get that off because I'm just I don't understand.
Okay, let's allow that river flow. We are moving
No,
forward.
no problem. But
Mm.
yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Uche. Like I said before they came, try to shut me up and all that. A man has control and access to who gets married and if a relationship would happen. A woman has control and access to who gets born
In fact,
and
it's part of the
all
key.
that. So if
What you
we're
said
talking,
now,
yeah,
what you said now is part of the key opening
if
for the
my
next
door,
topic.
yeah,
Mm.
if my door is closed and you knock at my door, I have a choice to open up that door or not. So
Mm.
if we make it, men are gonna be men. Most times women want men to act like women without understanding we are different. A man is attracted. Now, I'm not excusing that for irresponsibility, but I'm saying that men are natural hunters. Men are attracted by what they see. That's why it's easy for a woman to, easily use sex as a weapon, to destroy a man. For a woman is emotional, and men understand that once you tell a woman the truth, she runs away because most times they just want to hear what they want to hear. So at the end of the day, if we're talking about accountability and things that should be put in place for us to thrive, if a woman does not, this is where I was coming from. If a woman does not open her legs, there is no way unless it's rape. If a woman says no, I am not going to do
We
it because
we
I
we
require,
we
yeah,
we
I
get that
require.
technicality. Rolly, we get the technically. We are not disputing that, but we're just trying. You see, like I told you, this whole discussion is to forge a new direction. Do you get what I'm saying? We don't want to dwell in the past. We want to start a new movement.
Yeah, and I'm happy with what you're doing. Let me tell you, I started doing this last year, and it was crazy. They came for me. They came for me. I did this last year, and they call me all sorts of names and all that. So but we have to because
Do you know that in America some men have lost their jobs for actually watching Kevin Samuels and talking about him at the office?
Yes,
Are you aware?
yes, yeah, because that's not how they want you to think. That's not how the society wants you to. It goes against the grain, and anytime a black man stands up and say, you know what, let us build our community, let us change something, you know, it's always like that, because the system does not want us to thrive and grow. And unfortunately, a lot of our men have succumbed to that because at the end of the day, see, we are all we got. Nobody supports us. Supports us. So if we don't do anything right, look at what is going on. I mean, I sometimes I open up the social media and I see what is going on back in Nigeria, and it's very sad. You know, I used to be somebody that would say, "Oh, I don't think that will happen," but it's like happening, and I'm like, "Oh my God, like this is crazy." The things that I'm seeing is things that I never I've never imagined that these things will one day be prevalent in the African society. But these are things that are is
Thanks to social media.
yeah. So we have to do something. Honestly, I mean, it is our responsibility to do something now. Even if everybody's, I know everybody's not going to listen, but the people that want to make out the best, there are people. The younger people are impressionable. They listen to what they hear on social media, and they think that's what reality is. So we need to start talking about these things. so that the people that
Okay.
wants to make the choice to do something different, something that is more, productive with their lives, they can have that message so they can compare if this is how I want to really live my life, or do I take the right way. So I think it's
Okay.
very important. We are sowing seeds, and I really appreciate what you're doing, my brother.
Okay. Thanks a lot, and thank you, Uche. Thank you, everybody that have come on from yesterday to this very moment. I really appreciate it. I'm happy that we didn't allow this thing to degenerate to free for
I'm not
all fight,
happy.
because that's what I was
I'm
really
not.
scared about.
I'm not happy. I'm not happy. You know why?
Uche, wait now.
Guess what we succeeded in
Uche,
doing? We've succeeded in just
wait,
talking, and the women are still
wait.
born again
Uche,
with what they know before. Ah,
Uche,
you see,
Uche, if you address the issue the way, there'll be nothing to discuss again. Now. That's the end. You close the book. That's all. But let's do it let's do it with a certain sense of responsibility. I believe that listen. Everybody's not going to get it. I get that. Everybody won't get. So are you talking, Uche?
no.
Okay. Everybody's not going to get it, right? I understand, but let's just start. Even if it's three popular people here that get the message and go and spread it on their own life or in their own society or environment, I'm telling you, it to sow a seed. So I think I'm about to go off now. I really appreciate everybody. I thank
Mr.
you.
Long, wait. Before you go, let me just say one thing. I think for this kind of conversation, here is how it should happen. It's no more a thing of opinion. It's not a thing of. I've taken it upon myself that when I'm done with the few things I'm doing, I'm going to arrange a playlist of his videos and I will watch them accordingly. Why am I doing that? It's because I want to stay grounded in I want to see through his eyes as close as possible how he saw it. Then the next version of that is it's not a conversation because when it keeps being a conversation, there is room for argument and not understanding. It's going to be a form of education. This has to come from sit down, carry pen and paper, and learn. You know why? If you do not know, why is it a conversation when you do not know and you are saying you want to know? If you have any questions in the course of learning, ask your questions and your questions will be answered. But when we keep having this, let's dialogue, every woman will see that you are bashing women. I think I was listening partially to John and Sister Buki's rancor. I mean, how was the English? Why it was funny to me was don't agree to Sister Buki's statement because that's an emotional statement and an emotional angle. Now, John wasn't having it. Could they have had a balance? Maybe, maybe not. But you see, when if it was coming from a place of a lecture, you are giving a proper lecture. And Sister Buki had that notion. Now, Sister Buki will now have the opportunity to wait and be corrected. That is how this thing ought to go. It's not more a conversation. If it's a high level conversation, you can't be bringing somebody who doesn't understand on the table and we're not having a two-way street. It's to off the comments, go on live. It is four people who know these things, these dynamics, bring them on, go one after the other, hit the nail on the head, and people take notes. If you don't like it, exit. There is no comment section for you to type, ask questions, bully anybody or troll anybody. That is the only way we can make this impact. If it's by all this, look at the person who was having conversation now. Where is he today? He is nowhere to be found. He is gone. So I think we have to find a medium where people are actively learning so that we'll be sure you are learning. Because as long as you cannot type your grievance, you will not be able to be on the live. But as long as there is a comment section for you to disagree, or there is another space for you to come up and say your opinion, you will only take us back. We need to have a comprehensive topic. When I say comprehensive topic, from childbirth to submission,
Okay.
treating a man, to treating a
Okay,
woman,
Uche.
society, integration into society, occupation, standard of living, way of living, lifestyle. It has to be concise, Mr. Ron. I've said it.
Okay, wait, Uche. You know, I have a multi-platform personal one, not that one I do. You know what I can do, right? I'm open to all suggestion based on what you are suggesting now. Okay, I can't do everything at the same time on the same day, right? So this is what I'll do. Give me time. Let me structure a program that will work for me and everybody. So on a certain day, we'll come to IG Live, right? For people to interactive session, right? Then on the day we want to deliver something much more serious and profound, then maybe I'll use StreamYard because it will limit it to maybe one or two people that I've invited to speak. Then we'll just speak. It will be on Instagram, like it will stream on Instagram, like, but it will be restricted. It won't be this bass situation. So we will now sit down and listen. Don't you? Do you feel that is better?
Yes. I feel that is better. I feel that's on the place because right now enough with the whole back and forth. We're not making any progress. Like I said, I don't want to I don't want to finish some conversations and I'm feeling like, oh, I'm drained, I'm exhausted. No, we have to be sure that there's progress. If it's only one person that will remain in such conversations, then let it be. If it's 10 people, then let it be. But from a place of let's just stay randomly have arguments make no sense.
Yeah, that's true.
So that's
What you said is important. Please, everybody watching. Please, for everybody watching, I'm not into a popularity contest. I'm not going to come here and lie to you. I'm not going to come here and butter anybody, man or woman. I won't butter anybody up. Right? So if you see me here
And then
and I'm
put
saying
the same thing
something,
with the put for this thing.
sorry, if you see me here and I'm saying
They
something,
put the one where
I'm saying,
is I don't think he's talking to
can
me.
you mute your mic? Okay, so if you see me here, and I'm not trying to use quantity. I'm looking for quality. I'm looking for people who think like me. When I say think like me, people who are pained about what is going on in the society, people who are upset and feel like, okay, enough is enough. Those are the people I'm looking for. And usually there are not many. The whole crowd do not follow me. I know that one for a fact. But as much as those that are understanding what we are saying and seeing the importance of changing the course or the trajectory in which we are headed to, I think it behooves us to pay attention. And I promise I won't. Anytime I don't know something, I'll say I don't know. I'm not going to lie to anybody. I'm not going to deceive anybody. I'm not going to pamper anybody. I'll just say it as it is. I promise to not to be too violent about it. Okay? I promise not to be too violent about it, but I assure you, I won't lie to you. I won't lie to you. We'll keep it 100% real for everybody's good. Everybody here watching today, everybody here, I consider all of you as sisters. I'm not looking at you as angry black women, angry Nigerian. No, I get it. I know that people are labeling people. I get it. But take it from me. I'll first consider you people as sisters first before I then tell you the truth as a brother. Okay, so don't think I'm coming from a place of hate or a place of condescending view. I want you all to succeed. I want my race to succeed. I want my people to be free. I want my people to be examples. I'm tired of saying how Indians are better. I'm tired of saying Pakistanis are better. Japanese people are better. Arab families are better. I'm tired of that. We too, we can be good. We can do better. If we put our mind to it, we'll do better. And it's not going to take 100 years to see the positive effects. Just 20 years or 15 years from now, if we are intentional about our deeds and action, you will see it within the society.
Eh?
Some of us we've seen it
Eh?
before. We're
I'm
born in
sorry.
those societies.
I'm sorry. It will not happen in 50 years. It will not even happen in 70 years. You see this thing? It will not. Because this new generation has even taken a different dimension of the problem. All of all the things we are saying, we are still trying to fix the mentality of generations past. This new generation have even come with something different. They've come with the Me Too movement. They've come with the right to be a cross dresser. They've gone with the right for men to be effeminate. Like people will not talk about men becoming masculine.
But you don't say that one off topic.
Now I'm saying you're about to now sell false hope again. That's another thing we're
No,
trying
no,
to
no, no,
say.
no, no. Uche, it's not false hope. What I'm saying is that I stated it clearly that not everybody, that's why I said I'm looking for quality. Not everybody that came on this life is going to implement what we said. But there are going to be people believe it or not, there are women who paid attention to all we said today. And they were agreeable, right? They might not have been the 50% that we're hoping for, but they are there. Imagine if each of those women apply this logic and it works for them, they will sell it to somebody else. Uche, actually, we don't have the power to enforce that drastic change. I admit and I agree with you. But we cannot roll over and give up.
How about we encourage some form of therapy?
The people in Nigeria, the therapy business is not booming.
See,
I mean, since they come online, right? Since most of the Nigerians the younger people are always online. I mean, we can do a program where we can invite people who therapists or whatever who can speak.
Oh,
They can listen.
by all means, brother, by all means, please. By all means, yeah, I support that. I support that. In fact, if you got a couple of psychologists, clinical psychologists that please start talking to them on our behalf. By all means, I support you.
Mr. Ron, do you know who therapist is for? Therapist is for the person who knows there is a problem. People are still not, well, okay. Asha said, I want to help the
Uche, do you
problem.
want us? Uche, I asked you a question. Do you want us to roll over and die?
See, I said,
Therapy is for somebody who, I agree, it's for somebody who believes that they have a problem, but we are sowing seeds. Remember, you said something. You said we cannot do all this, even in the next, but there are seeds that we are sowing. There are people that it could help. There are people that want that change. You don't know. We are not talking to just ourselves. We are talking
okay,
to
so
a majority of people. So there might be people that they are just looking for an information that can put them in the right path. You never know. So even if we're able to get 2 or 3 people and there is a change. I mean, we've done a lot.
so
Even if CNN gives us airtime to broadcast 247, we can't change everybody.
so see how I am choosing to go about this. Not on Instagram, not on it's the women in my life, wife to be, the sisters.
Now you are talking. Uche, now you are talking. Wait, Uche, now you are talking. You are saying this because you've acquired knowledge in a short time. You have acquired knowledge recently and you want to transfer the knowledge. I'm coming now.
It's not a recent something, no. It's what I've been doing
Wait now.
since.
I'm coming. You are willing to transfer this knowledge to your family members for their benefit, right?
Because the online members don't agree here word.
I'm coming now. You are willing to transfer it, right? Which is
Yes.
a noble thing to do. This is exactly what we are trying to do. The agreeable and listening ones that agree with what we say, in turn, we go home and transfer the knowledge. That's what we are trying to do. We cannot force people who don't want to hear what to hear what. Don't worry, as time goes on, this figure, I think we hit 48 today. It will start dropping when people see that, okay, we are not saying what they want to hear. They'll start leaving over time. Over time, maybe we'll end up with 10 serious people that are paying attention to our advice. And that will be okay.
Well,
You get
I'll
what
be
I'm
willing
saying?
to learn. I'll be willing to learn more, but No. It's this thing, it pains me to the point where I'm like, if somebody this successful can be brought to nothing, no, Uche, there's no point. There's no need. Just focus on your family, your life.
Were you more depressed? Were you more depressed than I was
See, I'm
But
not
when
even
I called you?
comparing. I'm not even. Yeah. See, I said my whole day was blue. Like it felt like a part of me had gone. It felt like,
Uche,
see,
Uche,
but
When I was watching Lapif Network, right? They just confirmed 2 hours before Lapif Network. While I was watching Lapif Network and Anton was talking, while Anton was crying, myself I was crying.
no, I'm
Because
totally.
as Anton was talking, I was on my phone and I was looking at Lisa Ray's page. I don't know when I even joined that lady. It must have been like 15 or 14 years ago. Well, I think I watched Players Club and her name popped up on my Facebook and I liked the page. That was a long time ago. So on Lisa Ray's page, I saw the women laughing and rejoicing that he died. So when I saw Anton speaking
Hmm,
and crying, I didn't know when tears started flowing from my own face because
it's
I
sad.
wasn't crying because I loved Kevin Samuel as a person. No, I was crying because I felt that this is somebody that came to give you something. Never a time in our black history have we had black leaders. Never in our modern history have we had black leaders who genuinely come out to give us something useful useful information. All the black people they send to us as leaders are people who just come and tell us rubbish and say sweet things. This was one of the first times somebody went out of his way to come and give us something. So I really, really felt hurt.
Yeah. I mean, it's so sad. It's so sad. I mean, I wouldn't even rejoice over my worst.
And all the people and
It's,
all the ladies rejoicing, the whole thing. You know why?
they are proving him
Right
right.
now,
They're actually proving him right.
do you know why I'm no more angry with them? I just realized that those ones celebrating actually don't know him. You know what they see? You know the short clips on TikTok and Instagram that people make and post. That's all they know about Kevin Samuel. They've never watched a 3 hour program or 2 hour program
There are some of them that do.
ever.
There are some of them that do watch, but they're just delusional.
They,
There
they,
are some
they
of
don't
them
watch
that
it.
do watch, and they're if you watch his life, you will still see the delusional ones that are on the life. Still reiterating that
Well, people will
popular.
stop. Human beings
You
are
know,
stubborn now, so they'll always be stubborn. So you can't blame them. Anyway, so my wife is already giving me signals.
yeah. All right.
Am
All right.
I?
Thank you for
So
bringing me up. I learned a lot today as well. You know, I hope that you continue doing this and spread the message. I think it's something that is very very important because Kevin has done his part. You might agree with him, you might not agree with him, you might think that his delivery was a certain way, but at the end of the day, he's saying the truth, and we have to be honest with ourselves. And I really appreciate what he did and his time, and having the opportunity. I feel blessed that I had the opportunity to actually speak to him, and to me, it's great. And there are a lot of things that I would not want to say. I just want to keep it to myself. But one thing I would say is that Kevin was a great guy. If you know him personally, Kevin was somebody that always wanted to push people around him, to do better. He was genuine about it. There was nothing fake about that brother. know. He was a father to a lot of people. He was a big brother to a lot of people. He was a mentor to a lot of people. And no matter how much they try to smear his name, his message will always live on. And he will be here in the embodiment of the things that he has done. And I think that he lived his life. It was a worth living life because he created a change, and through him a lot of people were blessed. So that's all I gotta say. Rest in peace to Kevin. You know, and I hope that the black community come together and do better things in the future. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you
Well,
very much, Rudy. I really appreciate your presence, and
so Mr.
I hope you catch us on the next live. Uche too. So Uche,
So
after the, are
as
you
your wife
there?
is giving you, I'm there. I'm here. Can you hear me?
So after the show, remember make we strategize so that we don't be doing violence.
Mr. Wrong. As your wife is
Hmm?
giving you signal, said, let me go and meet my own wife to be, because like I said, this is what's more important to me right now. This energy, Instagram live, trying to correct people on gender dynamics. I think I'm actually done with the race. I'm actually done with it. Like, it's a shame. Let's wait till the next 5 to 10 years, and we will see a huge disparity between daughters who were raised right and daughters of women who refuse to take the same message. I think that's the only time people can now come to their senses and be like, oh, I think we missed it from the onset. But other than that, trust me, I just want to chill, relax, go on vacation, and sip ice. Just like the way I see you riding bicycle, yeah, going on boat cruise. Yeah, that's how it should be. All this stress is not needed at all. So thank you very much, and I support you. I would prefer you to be inviting me like this, but for me to put in power, nah, we don't pass that. So good night,
Okay, no
and
problem. We'll still talk.
all right.
Okay. So everybody, my sisters, remember, anytime you come on the platform, it's not a bash attack and anything. You are our sisters. We are here to protect you. It's our job as black men to protect you, our black sisters, right? But in order for this to happen, you need to allow us protect you. It's not automatic. There has to be some form of cooperation. You were made for us and we were made for you, right? Let's stick together. Let's work this thing out. I know it's tough, it's not easy, but we are going to work it out somehow. But we can only do that if we start swimming in the same direction. So I love you all, my sisters, my brothers. I've been up for almost 4.5 hours, or how long? It's been a while. So I thank for all the love and support. God bless you all, and I'm out.